Hello guys, welcome to stream. Okay, I'll type here. So both teams are already ready for a game. We are just waiting for the draft phase to start. I want to remind you guys that this is Snapdragon Challenge Finals right now. So there are 4 teams. There are 4 teams here. And today are playing 2 of them. Is Papara SuperMassive, yeah, and Falcon. Birthright and Incendio will play next series after this series. So what they are fighting for, top 3 teams from these challenge finals will qualify for Masters. In Indonesia, Jakarta, it's gonna be an offline event with a prize pool of 200k prize pool. Losers of series will play tomorrow. Okay, so I will press ready. Yeah, let's go. So the draft starts soon. I don't know what about Falcons and Papara. They are both strong teams. I thought that Papara were weak, but last time they played, last stream I did, they destroyed their enemy really easy with their signature Joy mid lane and other heroes they pick. Not so popular picks they have. They have their own special draft, I guess. So I'm looking forward to see who's gonna win this, who's more prepared for it. And the most interesting thing is who's gonna lose this, because one team will be eliminated and will not go to Indonesia. And it's really interesting, just for me at least, who will be this team? Who will be the team that will not go to Indonesia? I guess they changed few players. So the drafting phase started. Okay, let me change the screen. Let's go.
Your team is banning.
Oops. Okay. So the drafting phase started. I hope I have delay on my stream because I set delay to 1 minute. And these teams will not cheat right now. So Badang ban from Papara. Oh, you may not see few players because there is my webcam here, but it's fine. Badang first ban. Not gonna lie, I hate this hero as well, so it's a normal ban. Zuxin, quite obvious ban, just 2 OP mid laner.
Your team
too difficult to play versus Zuxin, that's why they ban her. I see Papara is just trying to ban all the fighters. So what's they gonna pick? They are more aimed at picking damage dealer first pick, maybe? A jungler like Fanny? Do they play Fanny? Their jungler is Mohi? Yeah, Mohi. And he was playing Fanny, and he was playing Fanny really well last time. So maybe they aim at picking Fanny, that's why they ban all these CCs that is annoying for Fanny. But I guess Falcon's gonna read this and ban Fanny right now.
Your team is
so I want to remind you guys that today, right now, we have game Team Falcons versus Papara SuperMassive. This is best of 5 series. And it's double elimination. Double elimination bracket. So they ban Matilda, which is strange. Maybe they don't want to allow enemy to pick Matilda. Because it's just a cancerous hero to play versus, so... Let's see. And they ban Lucas and Joy. I know, strange ban for me. I don't know what they aim to draft here, but let's see. And they not gonna pick Fanny? They gonna go Suyo? No way.
Your team is picking.
They are not respecting Fanny pick? Or they have some plan how to counter Fanny? Because it seems just like a random draft for me right now. They pick Suyo because Suyo is good versus Fanny and Hayabusa at the same time. So they pick this jungler that is good versus both of them. Because Hayabusa can play versus Fanny. But Hayabusa cannot play versus Suyo. Suyo will just cancel his ultimate every time. So basically Suyo can dominate map when picked against Hayabusa.
Your team
Okay,
is picking.
here we go. Pro drafts here, guys. Hylos with Gatot Kacha combo. They aim to have Gatot Kacha Hylos combo. I am pretty sure I saw this from Falcons already. You just place Hylos ultimate, then Gatot Kacha ultimate, and easy fight for your team. Granger, probably Papara need to take right now Valentina because no. Yeah, okay.
Your team is picking.
I guess they're gonna pick Gatot Kacha right now and ban Valentina.
Your team is banning.
Interesting. They don't want this combo with Gatot Kacha and Hylos. They want Hayabusa. So there is still Fanny open. Maybe Kenji doesn't play Fanny. Maybe they know this. Maybe Papara just knows that Kenji doesn't play Fanny. And a Tigreal ban.
Your team is banning.
Okay, it's quite obvious, but they should ban Gatot Kacha. They should ban him. Ban Gato and maybe ban Valentina as well. Seems like because of Suyo versus Hayabusa, it seems like Papara is winning draft right now, but Hylos and Harris versus Granger and Eve are two good picks for team fights.
Is banning.
So late game is for Team Falcons right now. Sicilian ban. Damn, I don't understand the draft. They've prepared something I don't have on my mind right now. Maybe I will guess at least with Gatot Kacha or Valentina ban. Let's go. Ban them. I wanna see this ban.
Your team is banning.
Yeah, hello guys, hello everyone. I will more
Your
focus
team
on
is picking.
casting this game than talking with chat right now, okay? Finally, yes.
Your team is picking.
Though I don't understand why Papara didn't ban Gatot Kacha. Didn't take Valentina. It's Snapdragon ESL Snapdragon Pro Series. Challenge Finals right now. First game. Papara SuperMassive versus Team Falcons. Okay.
Your team is picking.
So they think they can counter Hylos and Gatot Kacha with Balearic and Glue and Eve. No. Papara wins this draft only because they have better jungler in terms of rotating. But in terms of team fights, Falcons have 100% better draft. So if Suyo not gonna dominate early game, Falcons gonna end this game easy. They're gonna just take all objectives. Yeah. And gradually, second by second, they're gonna have too much farm for Papara SuperMassive to defend. After this game, there's gonna be game Birthright versus Incendio. And then I will talk more with audience, then cast, okay? Because right now I should cast this game, I should move the screen, I should show you a game, guys. Because that's me doing it right now on my phone. And so there's Vexana, it's obvious, to counter Glue. Hylos and Gatot Kacha will be good front lane. So yeah, I'm here for Team Falcons. I guess they won this draft. Let's see how they play. What about spells here? Yeah, all flickers. All flickers, no purifies. There is no need to purify here from anyone.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
So let's go.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them.
I was not casting for so long that I forgot how to move a screen. What to do, guys? Yeah, let's go. Closer, closer, closer. Thank you. Oops, see ya. Come back here. Yeah. So just a simple rotations right now. They're trying to cover Little Wonder. Hayabusa rotating to explain. And Suya rotating to explain, which is strange. But fine. We'll see what these rotations lead to. They're both not level 4 right now. And maybe there's gonna be a fight on explain. No, they just play safe right now. Team Falcons and Papara seem to have everything under control right now. And yeah, Ncio will start to invade right now. He takes creep. He doesn't allow Hayabusa to take level 4. Which is really great. Okay. Aggressive guys. But nothing much happens. Gold lane is fine with the wake. Xiao and Kobo feeling comfortable one versus other is fine for them. Now Mohi won early game versus Kenji, so they have some chance to take all objectives and dominate Falcons right now. It all depends on the first turtle. Oh, Mohi jumps into Bexana, kills her. Nice kill before turtle for Papara. My skills of casting are really bad, but it's fine. I don't mind. Oh, After Dark almost killed Alpha. Alpha forced to use ultimate, forced to use Revitalize. And eventually he dies, so it's 2-0 for team. For Papara SuperMassive right now. Falcons are not feeling good, it's already 1k farm diff. Oh, 2 seconds, guys. JZ game, I need to do something. Oh my god, okay. So basically Papara took the first turtle, right? I have some technical issues with my stream, so sorry guys. Papara seems to dominate all map right now. They're free to go. They have all flickers right now, all ultimates. They're ready for next objective. 20 seconds till next turtle. Everyone is ready. All they need is to initiate, get a kill. Oh, a little bit wasted ultimate from Bloodsfed. Too aggressive. A free kill for Team Falcons. But they're still gonna take turtle because Falcons used all their skills. Kenji still has retribution. He's ready to take turtle. There is no Balearic, so he's not scared of CC. But they're gonna be aggressive right now. But glue Vasa is too fat for them. You cannot take it. So free turtle for them? Cool. Okay. Where's the stream, guys? Okay, 2 seconds, please. I need to fix the delay on stream because it seems delay on stream is not 1 minute as I set to. Okay, I will restart the stream right now. Really fast. So what about team items right now? Granger has Sky Piercer. Granger has 5k farm. Oh, come on. Just too much farm for one gold laner. Yeah, team Papara SuperMassive are feeling right now very well. And Mohi kills Kenji 1v1. There's gonna be maybe fight on top lane. But Sal just has too much farm for Team Falcons, so they should go back. Again, a free turtle for Papara SuperMassive. Now, they use their draft really well. They won early game with CO versus Hayabusa. They're using it to the fullest. Mohi, 1 versus 3. Detective almost dead. Koba. After Dark here. Koba without ultimate. After Dark has ultimate. Maybe he'll ult right now. But there is Smeehy here. And After Dark dies. Moki is here though. Maybe he'll get Koba. He gets Smeehy, nice. Smeehy, I don't know how to spell this. Can you tell me after game, bro? Now Papara will focus on taking towers. There is only Alpha here. Koba and Kenji already coming. Are they in trouble? Tower has like 1 HP. Harris already has damage. There is a problem with Team Falcon's drop because... Oh no, with Papara SuperMassive drop. Because Harris can deal damage whenever, wherever he wants. Nothing really threatens him, only Balearic with his ultimate. Yeah, Balearic wasted ultimate, now Harris can just deal damage. Nice, so unload is 7 seconds by the way. That's the most delay I can set. So both teams are preparing for Lord. There is a 4k farm diff. Papara SuperMassive are 4k ahead of Team Falcons. Trying to find an entry from Papara SuperMassive. Bloodsweat trying to catch someone. They have a glue for it, by the way. So most likely it's gonna be glue Balearic combo. And while Balearic will be ulting, they'll try to kill everyone. That's their only chance with this drop. But let's see how it goes. Okay, Alpha ultis Vasa. Vasa in trouble. They can't kill Vasa. No, they kill Vasa with Vexana. Nice. Nice kill from Team Falcons. It's not bad. Maybe they're gonna get Lord. Balearic ultis 4 people. Kenji Retri is the Lord. It's a Lord for Team Falcons. Even though 2 of them die, it's still a Lord. They still have a chance to come back, and as I told you earlier, the more late game it is, the more chances are for Team Falcons because of their draw. Oh, close Kenji. Almost got Tao and after dark. Though I don't know why he chose Xiao to kill him. But okay, it's still fine. Just in my opinion, after dark was closer. But Granger has like more priority. No guys, it's not recorded. It's a live stream. Okay, they got Mohi, but it doesn't matter. There is no Lord already, yeah. There is still Lord creep though. They can get few towers. They're ready to take those towers. Harry's Koba got ultimate. Alpha will have ultimate soon. Again, this combo with Gatotkacha and Hylas is insane. They're gonna take mid lane right now, is it? There are still 2 creeps, okay. More passive right now. Farm is already almost the same. What about gold laners? Hylas ultimate, free tower. And that's basically how you get towers with Hylas. And go back. I saw Bloodzed coming from back, trying to find someone. Harris used ultimate, Harris has no ultimate. Alpha has no ultimate as well. They get Alpha, they get Koba. Vixana and Gatotkacha are forced to run away. Kenji ultis and kills Xiao, nice. But they got Kenji as well. At least Kenji killed Marksman, so now Papara SuperMassive can't push really much. Vexana and Gata will defend this easy. But it's only a first game out of five games because it's best of 5. So those teams are just warming up right now, to be honest. It's a first game, They need to understand each other's drafts. What they like about it, what they hate about it. Lord is here again. There is a slow push for Papara SuperMassive on bot lane. But Team Falcons doesn't care about it. They want to engage right now. Alpha. Oh, Kenji doesn't find a kill on Xiao and use his ultimate. Probably they should back off Lord now. I mean, Team Falcons can still fight right now, but they don't have Hayabusa ultimate. All Haya can do right now is Shadow and Retri. Yeah, too much damage from Granger, just too much damage from Granger. Gatotkacha goes back. Koba trying to kill Glue, they get Glue, but Hayabusa gets caught by Balearic for skill and dies. Oh, so such a classic moment with Balearic when you get caught by his skill. Nice on, they try to flank, but they don't have Retri. Koba dies from Mohi, and Mohi will take this Lord as his Retri, most likely, yep. So 1 for 3. And Papara SuperMassive are winning this fight, taking Lord, and probably they'll try to end the game right now with this Lord. Hello guys, by the way, who joined the stream. I can see that Papara SuperMassive are playing better right now. Last time they played versus Team Falcons, they were really struggling. Maybe because of draft. Maybe because they learned some other rotations. But now they are feeling like a free bird, I don't know. Oh, Mohi get caught by Hayabusa, but he buys immortality last second. What is that? Just like Kairi, I don't know. So there is still Lord. Xiao Vasa trying to engage, ultimate from Eve. They get mid lane. There are still creeps on mid lane and top lane. Buffed creeps, Lord creeps, nice. Gato has ultimate, Glute has ultimate. And Mohi is here, but they are all like half or low HP. Gato ultimate right now with Hylos ultimate as well, but Hylos ultimate was a bit late, so combo didn't perform well. But nice try from Team Falcons to catch them. Like, whole Team Falcons fight is dependent on how they'll use their boss ultimates. They can catch Granger and Eve with Hylos ultimate and Gato ultimate. So it's all up to Detective and Alpha. How's he gonna play this out? Yeah, guys, stream on official channel will start after this series. After these games, after this best of 5, stream on official channel will start. Right now I'm streaming their game on my channel. So they made it to late game. And if we check items, Harris already has penetration, all core items, as well as Hayabusa, as well as Vexana. So now it's more like a fair game for both of them, for both teams. Now it only depends on how they play it out. Is it gonna be Alpha and Detective engaging and destroying Papara SuperMassive, or Bloodset after Dark and Vasa? We're gonna see on this Lord, so probably this is the last Lord. In such a moment, it's most likely the last Lord for this game. And if Kenji gets Granger, this is gonna be like instant win. And so much damage from Granger is just unbearable. Too much poke damage. So Bloods are trying to find how to stun someone. Trying to engage. Maybe they want to do some creep management before Lord. Like go bot lane or catch someone on mid lane. They see Granger solo. Xiao here solo. They get Xiao! Immortality popped up from Xiao. He cannot even use Flicker. Oh, guys, I can't talk, sorry. I can't talk. My god. They get Vasa as well, and after Dark may die right now, but not. Balearic catches 4 or even 5 people, including Hayabusa. There are creeps in mid lanes, they should defend it maybe. Creeps are pushing, guys, hello. Oh, Detective Koba gets Mohi and gets Bloodsfed as well. So free Lord for Falcons. They did everything right, they caught Granger, they used their ultimates in right away, so it's really good gameplay from Team Falcons. As expected from their drop. Aimed at mid-late game fights. Now all they need is just to end this game. Wave management and end this game right now. Vexana will have Flicker in 30 seconds, so it's not a problem. I feel how Harris is not playing. What do you mean it's not playing? Harris is ultra OP hero right now. He's maybe most OP marksman. His damage is just crazy. Okay, they try to go mid lane. Maybe it's gonna be a free tower because Papara SuperMassive doesn't want to engage right now. Main fight's gonna be with Lord. Hayabusa trying to kill Mohi right now. He doesn't get Mohi because, yeah, Seo counters Hayabusa, but Team Falcons engage. After Dark may be dead right now. No, After Dark survives. Bloodsweat used his ultimate. And yeah, they defended it. Maybe it's luck, maybe it's skill, but After Dark survived it, even not using Flicker. And Papara SuperMassive will defend this, so we're gonna have another Lord. Alpha and Detective Super use their ultimates, so... they're gonna back down. These heroes are really dependent on their ultimates. And they can afford that. They hold all map, they can wait for their skills and engage when they want to. Hello Ryu. Nice network you have. Probably they will try to go bot lane right now to take a... I mean, Team Falcons will go bot lane to take a bot lane wave. To win some creep management. Wave management on map before Lord. Probably they can wait for Mohi to come. Oh, Alpha is in a good place. Alpha is in a good place right now. They can get Suyo if he comes. But they shouldn't waste too much time because they'll lose then position on Lord. So, oh, Kenji, you showed yourself. No. Okay, Kenji showed himself. But Mohi doesn't know Alpha is here. Mohi doesn't know Alpha is here. Oh, okay. Alpha decides to back down because there is Lord in 3 seconds. They all have spells, everything is ready. But Mohi is Dratri? And Mohi dies here? It's a free Lord for Falcons. Just Sneezy and who was that there? Alpha? Gets Mohi? Yeah, with Detective Koba as well. They just camped him. Okay, that's not a fast Lord, so probably Papara SuperMassive still have a chance to defend this somehow. They were able to defend this one time, so they're gonna be able to defend this second time. But who knows, maybe Team Falcon's not gonna miss their skills right now. Now Team Falcons want to engage till Mohi is dead. Yep, nice ultimate from Gato and Hylos, Winter Truncheon from Eve. Alpha gets caught. Whoa! Hayabusa gets caught by Balearic first skill. And they defended it. Team Falcons didn't wait for Lord to come. Which is strange, but fine. And I don't know why I can't talk. But my throat feels very dry today. And no, it was not because I was drinking something yesterday. So they got Alpha. They want to continue a fight. They all get ultimates. Papara SuperMassive will try to end this game right now. Ultimate from After Dark. Trying to catch Detective Koba, but they can't. Mohi uses his Retry as well to trying to catch Harris. They all have immortalities. They all are ready to fight, but wave management is against them. So they'll go back and there is gonna be a fourth Lord. Yet? Fourth? No, it's not a game, guys. It's not the game right now. Yeah, 40 seconds till Lord. Again, push on top lane right now, so... Can my throat be healthy today? Please. Maybe I was never talking so much. Whatever. I have a water bottle near me for this. A bottle of water. Hello, Jose, by the way. So again, so again, Team Falcons are winning creep management, wave management. They're ready for Lord. Mohi will not do the same mistake twice. He'll come to Lord in a safe way. Okay, now wave management is fine for both teams. So they all try to take Lord right now. They get Bloodfed. They try to kill Bloodfed. Bloodfed gets Harris. Vasa on Detective Koba. Detective Koba can deal damage. Detective Super trying to get to After Dark. 2 tanks here, no damage dealers, only Hayabusa. Harris dies. Mohi kills Harris. Mohi tries to kill Sniji as well. I don't think he can get to him. Hayabusa kills After Dark right now. So it's Mage and Marksman for a Marksman only. Meaning a free Lord probably for Team Falcons. Alpha is already coming to take some position on Lord. They're chasing Botsta, chasing Kenji right now. Whoa, 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 Kenji, be careful with those moves. They will be able to catch Kenji right now. He has no shadows. Oh, no Thunderbolt for Bloodfed. No slowdown. So Hayabusa will still escape, but they're wasting so much time. Xiao and After Dark are going to respawn soon, but probably Team Falcons are also waiting for Harris to come. So they do not really care about it. It's already a 27-minute game. If someone didn't notice it. It could have ended with second Lord. Oh my god. Where did camera go, huh? So Team Falcons starting Lord right now. Again, wave management is now better for Team Falcons. Moki gets stunned, a little bit of damage from Alpha. Annoying, but they still have good position. Detective Koba. Bloodfed using ultimate. No ultimate for Balearic right now. Ooh, Wasa gets Detective Koba. Maybe Koba will die right now. Yeah, but Koba has immortality. Koba has Queen Wings. Everything is fine for now. Hayabusa still has ultimate. Hayabusa maybe gets Granger right now, but nope. He gets Galuzo. Ulti from Kenji and he dies because no shadows. So 2 kills for Papara SuperMassive. Let me be honest, Detective Koba a little bit overextended. And Vasa got him with Flicker. So can they get Lord? No. Moki has Retreat, an easy Lord for Papara. Falcons just don't have time to take this Lord. And don't have Retreat as well. So maybe right now that's it. Maybe that's the last Lord. It's already a 30-minute game. It's like average, really late game time. Maybe you're gonna see the end of this game right now. Kenji is dead. Detective Super is dead. The Lord is coming. It's 4 versus 3. Team Falcons are not in a good situation right now. Yeah, an ultimate from After Dark. Detective Koba goes to base. Alpha dies. Alpha will die surely. Maybe Koba will do some Savage today. Let's go, Koba. There is no CC, but Papara SuperMassive just focus base, which is obvious, and it's the first win for Papara SuperMassive.
Victory!
I don't know what you're talking about. Of course, Dazai is more than Kenji. Dazai is more than Kairi and everyone. So it was not easy win for Papara SuperMassive, but they won early game with CO, which is what they intended to do with that draft. And somehow they countered this godly combo with Hylos and Gatotkacha just by making them use their ultimates and then come back with Glue and Balearic. So nice gameplay. MVP for After Dark, by the way. So 30% damage from Eve. Great game from both teams. This time, Papara SuperMassive were stronger. So it's normal. It's only a first game of this series. Yeah, I'll switch to webcam right now. So, how do you guys like the first game? I see Papara SuperMassive were ready to fight today. They prepared some drafts. They have something on their mind. I need to press ready button. But probably it's just a matter of time till Team Falcons warm up and start winning early game. I also need to update a score. Teams are getting ready right now. Maybe they're logging. And I will check again where do I need to put score, because I don't know. Let's see. Where it is. Yeah, it's gonna be 0-1. My bad. Average solo queue. No, they play really well. As they hold their early rotations without dying. Yes, one mistake from Team Falcons. Alpha died. Yeah, Alpha died before Turtle. And Hayabusa lost his creep and didn't get level 4 and was not able to fight. But it's all fixable in 2 seconds. And then we're gonna see better fights on Turtle. More confident gameplay from both teams. It's quite normal when you play versus Suyo. He farms really fast, he can get into your jungle faster than you, and he steals your level 4, he wins early objectives, and he carries his teams to late game. But I didn't expect Papara SuperMassive draft to work like that. Like Balearic and Glue, they used them so in the right way that they countered Gatotkacha and Hylos. I mean, if we just go and start an average solo queue game, we're not gonna see any of those picks. We're gonna see EMEA. And you talking about top 4 strongest team in Europe, MENA, and Turkey right now. So basically, Falcons right now is the strongest MENA team, and Papara SuperMassive is either top 1 or top 2 Turkish team. By version of Snapdragon, ESL Snapdragon, this tournament. And Birthright is top 1 Europe team right now. So it's totally not a solo queue game. I must disappoint you. Glue underrated as plus tier. I was thinking about it. Yeah, he's a really good initiator. He's quite fat, quite tanky for team fights. It's like with Balearic. Everyone thought that Balearic is not OP because this is Balearic. Balearic was always a low hero, yeah. But then pro players started picking Balearic. Everyone understood he is tanky enough to fight. He has really good CC. When used with Revitalize, he can absorb a lot of damage. And with Flicker, he can initiate really well. And it's really hard to counter his CC. Like when you see Balearic, you should back down if you back off if you don't have Purify. Okay. I'll change a little bit the format of this, okay? And anyway, Papara SuperMassive is getting ready right now. Yeah, I guess I will stream later. Few games. But first I really need to know who will win this. Because which team wins right now, they basically already go to Indonesia. You understand this? They don't have time for jokes. They don't have time for jokes. You win this game, you go to Indonesia. You don't win this game, you have 50% chance to already not go to Indonesia. And you know, when there is $200K waiting for you somewhere, you don't really want to troll some games and die in an inappropriate ways. So probably I will change right now to another stream, so there is gonna be a normal delay. Maybe I'll try to find it though. Yeah, there is backtrack, la la. And there is nothing else. Two seconds, guys. I'll place another delay on stream. Okay. The duration 3 minutes. Apply. Okay. I'll stop the stream right now and continue it soon. So yeah. I'll need to talk about these teams right now. Yeah. I'm ready. Let's go. So both teams are ready. We are ready to start draft. I really want to eat this breakfast I have near me, but there is no time for breakfast right now. When we gonna see next series, Birthright versus Incendio, I'm gonna eat something. But right now, let's focus on Team Falcons and Papara SuperMassive. Both teams are ready for draft. Everyone told they are ready. So let's go. Let's see what they change about their draft. Maybe they gonna bang glue. Nah, they gonna change something about junglers. Probably Team Falcons right now thinking like, what if we didn't give Suyo or picked Fanny? Maybe we wouldn't lose this jungle early, and then the turtle would be easier. I guess they're thinking in this way, and they all try to do something about jungle, because drafting team fights was quite equal. It was depending on how they play, but jungler's draft was just a draft issue. Uh oh. Okay. So I'm still waiting till they start draft. It's already 1-0 for Papara SuperMassive, so they are basically, they need only 2 wins to get this series and go to Indonesia. And imagine their emotions right now, how they are shaking, all these mistakes they do. It's not that easy to keep your head cold when there is such a big prize there. And you may lose it just because of one your mistake. But they are still playing very professional for even for this situation. Even when emotions are so high. I hope I'm back on stream, guys. I hope you see me. I put a huge delay right now. Yeah, everything should be fine right now. Can't do more, waiting for draft to start again, telling you. And hello everyone, guys. Maybe they having some issues. There was a problem with delay on stream. I set the delay on YouTube, but it didn't work for some YouTube reasons. And now, yeah. Now I set a full 3-minute delay. So everything should be working fine. Oops. Yeah, I'm ready. Let's go. Both teams are ready, so we can go right now. Yeah. Let's go. Start the draft. Both teams are ready. I don't really want any of this team to lose or to win. I just want to see the strongest team here. To see some good drafts, some good rotations, some good fights. That's what we are here for, guys. To learn something new. Okay, the draft started. Nice. Let's go. So, 0-1 right now. Papara SuperMassive won 1 game.
Your team is banning.
And it's Matilda ban. For first pick, by the way. Obvious Zuxine ban, just a cancer mage. Maybe they changed something about their draft because Team Falcons right now ban Matilda.
Your team is banning.
They banned Joy as well. So when you ban Joy, you want to go Suyo and they ban Suyo. They don't want to give this hero, but there is still Fanny open. But these teams don't play Fanny or something. I remember they played Fanny. Okay, I can remember Mohi playing Fanny. I can't remember Kenji playing Fanny though. So the Lucas is banned on tournaments right now. Didn't know that. I will ban Lucas right now in Ranked as well. No, I will tell you who will win, who I think will win after they end their draft. Because it mostly depends on draft. Early, late game draft.
Your team is picking.
I mean, at least like 50% of win is your draft. So they ban Fovius again. Maybe Detective Super is just really good Fovius. But Badang opened, yeah, it's gonna be Badang Chrome. And when these games end, guys, when these games end, I will remove the delay. Because right now we need delay because just teams can cheat. There is a possibility that teams can stream snipe. Or someone else can tell them information, you know. We need to keep the game fair for both teams.
Your team is picking.
You can do this even unintentionally, even if you didn't want it. So yeah, just to keep the game fair, we set the delay for this stream, for both my streams. And they get Hayabusa and Thief when the Fanny is still open. The Fanny is open and yeah, no more good junglers are open, other are just fighters. Of course you can counter this with fighters, but there is Eve right now, which is a counter to fighters. So I like Papara draft right now. They give Granger. And take
Your
Julian.
team is picking.
Yo, so their thoughts are like, we gonna pick Julian, we gonna counter Hayabusa, Hayabusa will not be able to invade Julian, will not be able to kill Julian. And we gonna win early game, and then we're gonna do something about late game. Harry's quite good pick versus Granger. So now what do we see? Team Falcons have good initiation. They have Badang. They have junglers that will not lose to enemy jungler, and they have gold laners that can deal damage even versus Harry's on gold lane. So it seems like Team Falcons are really winning draft right now. And they'll ban Balearic, but there is still Gato and Hylos open. But I don't think Hylos will be useful versus Badang. Let's be honest. But maybe Hylos can be useful against Julian. Just because slowing down his attack speed. And they banned cheap as well. Oh yeah, I just remembered that Team Falcons, they played cheap all the time. They played cheap and they showed they can destroy with cheap right now. Everyone forgot about this hero. He's not even banned in rank anymore and no one is picking him. I forgot the chip exists in this game. So Vexana banned. Vexana banned probably because they want to get glue. So maybe a cool nice ban of glue. Lost ban. Nah.
Your team is picking.
There is a Hylos ban. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. They remove all fat tanky heroes possible. There are still plenty, like maybe Gato. Gato, Hylos, Hilda.
Your team is picking.
There is still Hilda. They don't need much CC on enemy because, yeah. You can kill Granger and Julian even without CC. It's hard to kill assassins without CC. So Team Falcons will pick some stuns right now. Not counting Badang, of course. Badang can solo this game. Okay, Aurora, nice CC, and Gato, Tigreal. Yeah, Gato, Tigreal will be good counter to Hayabusa. Maybe better. I don't know what's better, because Gatotkacha can jump into Eve ultimate. Okay, nice. A lot of CC from Team Falcons. Team Falcons now have the same late game teamfight draft, but right now they fixed their problem with early game, which I really like. So if Kenji will rotate really good and Mohi will not be able to steal his level 4, and Turtle's gonna be like normal fights 4v4 or 3v3, I don't know. Oh. So maybe some purifies for Team Falcons? Yeah, Aurora took purify. Okay, that's interesting because Julian will now have a lot of problems. This is Bloodsphat. Bloodsphat is Rome, yep. Yep. Again, they draft so good that you can't really know who wins this game. If Gwyn ultis well Team Falcons, then what Team Falcons can do about it? Okay. Maybe I will say that Team Falcons will win this game only because Badang can counter Gwyn. While she jumps, he can jump as well.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed.
Whoa. Okay, let me show some junglers. Oops. So again, they're rotating to X-Plane. I mean, Julia and Kenji rotating to X-Plane. While Hayabusa is more rotating to gold lane this game. Okay, Haya already took 2 buffs. Kenji as well, but Wasa is here to pressure Julian a little bit. Hayabusa still no level 4, so there is no way he kills someone here. It's really strange rotations for me from junglers, but I can tell that if we use our brain a little bit, we'll understand something. So now both junglers play really safe. They're not seeing each other anywhere. They just farm their level 4s. Hayabusa went back to X-Plane. That's why gold lane rotation is good. You go to gold lane, then you go back to X-Plane. You're ready for turtle already. There is no problems with your rotation. Nice. So a really good stun from Detective Super. He gets Gwyn and stuns Hayabusa as well, saving Aurora. For 1 second I thought that Kenji should be playing for Papara SuperMassive, and I'm like, what? What is Kenji doing? Okay, forget about it, guys. So they try to get Vasa right now. Julian is coming from base. Mohi will get the turtle. I was a little bit thinking about junglers of these both teams, and I lost how to tell this even, I don't know. I just stopped watching a game to try to think who is the jungler for each team. I was confused. Okay, nice ultimate from Aurora. They get Bloodsphat, but Bloodsphat ultis and escapes with Flicker. That's just insane. So he cancelled CC with his ultimate and escaped. Nice one. Aurora used her passive. Haya no ultimate, and Julian will get After Dark. Nice kill for Julian. They already have 1k farm, and Kenji is feeling really confident here. He has no problems with Hayabusa because Haya can't kill Julian. Aurora is also a problem for Hayabusa because yeah, so her passive just saves her all the time. Hayabusa comes to top lane. Probably they'll try to kill Alpha. By the way, I understood why I am confused. Because why Alpha is playing X-Plane and Detective Super is playing Chrome. That's why I am confused. Like, what is going on here? Weren't Alpha Rome last game? Or is something wrong with it? Something wrong with me? So Detective Super has ultimate. Bloodsfed has ultimate. No flicker from Bloodsfed though. But both teams are ready for Turtle. Alpha should come. Alpha is as well with flicker. Farm is the same, so it all depends on how they play it right now. Hayabusa will go take both buffs until Kenji is just waiting here. They're not starting Turtle. Hayabusa getting a lot of money and level for these moves. So Alpha will try to engage into Vasa. Vasa uses Purify. Yep, Badang counters green. Nice. Nice ultimate from Hayabusa. Maybe he'll get Aurora. No, he doesn't get Aurora. He used his shadows. Now it's all about Retri. Mohi gets Retri, but maybe will die right now. Nope. He's not dead. After Dark ultimate saves him as well. Detective Kobo is here and Xiao is here. Everyone is here and Papara SuperMassive will win this fight right now. Kind of strange fight, but okay. One HP escape from Aurora. Wasa is trying to find her. Okay, a level diff of junglers already plays a role here. Because Mohi basically retreat only because he has one level more. He's one level above Julian. I'm quite impressed by the way because Hilda took Purify here. Just to save herself from Badang and Gototkacha. So Papara SuperMassive are ready to push bot lane. Bloodsfed using Conceal, but they will go back. They don't see Alpha here. But they are checking all the bushes. This level of gameplay. No, when you check all the bushes, you don't care. You don't trust the bushes at all. That's how roams should play in my ranked games. So now Team Falcons pushing bot lane. There is only Bloodsfed and Xiao here. Xiao gets caught using Purify. Too much damage for Xiao. Xiao will die. Bots are coming from back. Maybe they'll try to take Detective Cobra right now. Bloodsfed getting boss, but not ulting. Kenji is here as well. Ultimate from Detective Super. Nothing will happen. There is defense on bot lane. There is Turtle. Ultimate from Aurora. After Dark still has ultimate. Ultimate's 4 people. Koba is staying on one place doing nothing. Joke. Mohi comes here. Mohi has ultimate. He will ulti. Alpha dies, a free kill for Papara SuperMassive right now. Everyone is low. Detective Koba can't deal damage because there is no front lane. Gototkacha went back. Free turtle for Papara SuperMassive. And they are still dominating map, even though farm is only 1k ahead. It's still not a problem, because if farm is 1k ahead, exp is 4k ahead. And you can see on this exp screen that exp for Papara SuperMassive diff is crazy. What about items? What about items? Harris already got Feather of Heaven, Starlium Sis. Granger also got all 3 items. Now Harris needs time to buy Holy Crystal, and then he will just end the game. Oops. "60 seconds to Lord." They just can't stand and do nothing, of course. They need to find some fights, find some entry points to get a kill before Lord at least. It's already 50 seconds to Lord, and their ultimate cooldown is like... Gototkacha ultimate cooldown is like 40-50 seconds, right? They'll try to get top lane. Bloodsfed is here. Bloodsfed is with Flicker. After Dark is here with ultimate. Xiao is also ready with his ultimate. They really need to be careful because Granger is with Flicker, not with Purify. And that's also a problem for Team Falcons. Hayabusa meanwhile takes bot lane undercover. under his cover to win wave management. And Julian can do nothing because Julian is level 12, Hayabusa is level 14. As I told you, a huge level diff matters. At least on this time in game it matters. Team Falcons can still defend even if they lose lords, but right now they're just sentenced to lose this lord. Vasa trying to give some vision on Team Falcons, while Bloodsfed will try to flicker ultism. But maybe if Alpha initiates first, maybe if also Alpha will start the fight, they'll win this. But Xia has Purify, so they need to do this simultaneously. Probably Haya will try to win wave management again. Was going to bot lane. Everyone is ready for fight. Everyone has flickers. Whoa, Bloodfed gets both of them. Alpha and Detective Super are under Guin ultimate. Alpha dies, so... yeah, as I told you, he initiates first, wins the fight. It can be Badang trying to kill Guin, or Guin trying to kill Badang. It's a free lord for Papara SuperMassive. They're feeling more confident right now. 4k farm diff. They're getting their core items. Probably Harris already got Holy Crystal, yeah. By the way, I should turn your attention to Harry's buying Chrome item. Moki trying to find the kill. Ultis Alpha. Alpha will not die, but Alpha will use a really valuable flicker before Lord. A nice gameplay from Moki. Safe, confident, and useful. So it seems like Falcons are not in a really good situation right now and they don't have a lot of heroes to defend creeps. There is still defense on inhibitor turrets, but it may not help them. It may not help them. Yeah, Moki... oh, Alpha, nice stun for Hayabusa, and Kenji gets Moki as well. So nice stun from Badang, okay. Alpha is coming back. You can look into my eyes and see I was not sleeping all night. But it's fine. I'm ready to cast it till the end. It's just, personally for me, it's really interesting games. So even if I'm not good at casting, I really like watching them. Like when you see prop teams playing, you learn how to come back, how to fight, how to start the fight, how to draft, how to build. And you can copy all that experience into your ranked games, in 5Q or even pro games in some tournaments. So 30 seconds till Lord. Both teams are fighting for this wave management on bot lane. Papara SuperMassive will try to camp them on blue buff. So it's a good position. They like took all Lord area for free. And Team Falcons are just trying to push bot lane. Oh, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. What's happening? I thought Mohi will try to kill them. But here is Blossfed. Unfortunately, all Team Falcons already went back to base. Papara still winning this wave management on bot lane, which they were so keen fighting for. Bloodsweat gets Kenji, but no one follows him up. Ultimate from Aurora into 4 enemies. Xiao very low. Kenji has a chance to kill Xiao right now. Bloodsweat here tried to save Xiao, but no, there is no way Xiao will come back alive from this. Really good ultimate from Aurora right now. Into 4 enemies at the same time, but still bot lane is being pushed. Someone should go back, and it's Alpha. Now Team Falcons should take the Lord. After such an ultimate, yeah, they should take a Lord. Haya ultimate, Wind of Nature from Detective Koba. And Moki will die here, by the way. But nice try from Moki. Bloodsweat coming already. With After Dark. So, oh no, Kenji used dash. Kenji used the dash, but Bloodsweat missed his jump. No. And again, ultimate from Aurora. Bloodsweat dies. Vasa here trying to do something, but he is healed up. He can't do nothing. He can't do anything. And it's free Lord for Team Falcons. I mean, if I'm right, this green jump is called Spatial Migration, yeah? If I'm not mistaken. Because I'm not really into skill names. So Team Falcons are ready to come back this again. Maybe again a 30-minute game, who knows? Granger has Wind of Nature, so it's hard to get Granger. Maybe High will focus on getting Aurora right now. She's a bigger threat than Granger right now. This fight on Lord turned everything around. Yeah, High ultis, but he doesn't get anyone. He tries to get Kobazo, almost kills him. Even without getting Shadows on Granger, he almost killed him. I wanna see Hayabusa build, but after they defend this. Okay, so Bloodsweat tried to Spatial Migration on Granger, but nothing really happened. Now Papara SuperMassive will try to come back this, try to be aggressive. But Team Falcons, everyone has ultimates, they're ready to fight. Yeah, Kenji, Mohi should go back, sorry, not Kenji. But Duncan late game will stun Hayabusa a lot of times, that's what we know. No, I wanna talk about this fight on Lord. Just one fight can turn the game around. One bad ultimate or one good ultimate and you already win a game. You're leading the game, not losing it. That's a great thing about this game. You can always come back a game. You can always come back. If you're not playing solo rank though. No, guys, it's not Alpha, it's Alpha. It's the player's name, Alpha. His name is Alpha. It sounds like Alpha, but his name is Alpha, guys. Can do nothing about it. Go ask him to change his name. Okay, Alpha gets Bloodsweat. Immortality popped up. Bloodsweat is dead. Nice start from Team Falcons. A little bit of mistake from Bloodsweat checking the bush solo. But Haya will still try to get Granger. Granger just uses Wind of Nature. Mohi should go back. No ultimate. No front lane, no initiation. Aurora gets after Dark, gets Xiao as well. And if Xiao dies right now, it's gonna be the end for Team Papara. But no, somehow he manages to go back. Just because Julian was taking Lord though. And it's a free Lord for Falcons again. Now it's time for Papara SuperMassive to defend. They have Bloodsfed with Flicker. So good luck, Bloodsfed. Get Granger. That he can't really get Granger because Aurora is always there. Aurora is his purify. Whoa, nice ultimate. Alpha may die right now, nope. Moki will die though. Again, Aurora making a defend Badang. I guess it's already a lose. Too many creeps here. Yes, Team Falcons can just focus the base, no? Aurora gets Xiao. 1 HP Xiao survives, and the Koba is just focusing base, spatial migration, and yep. Team Falcons comebacked it.
Victory!
I know, good game, Team Falcons. Not bad. Not bad. Nah, I can better, yeah. It's now 1-1. I mean, great game from Team Falcons. What about damage? I mean, they were trying, but Gwyn is not meta for a reason. We can see, by the way. No, we can't see. Oh, now we can see statistics. Like, first part of game, like first 10 minutes, Team Falcons were losing in exp, but then just a huge drop there. And the same with gold. Like just this one fight on Lord where Green jumped and Aurora stunned 4 people turned everything around. That's so sad. And so good at the same time. Okay, let me change to webcam right now. Okay, teams are getting ready, guys. I'll be right back. I need 1 minute. Hello everyone here, by the way. I'm not singing hip hop. This is not hip hop stream. Yeah, don't forget to like the stream, guys. Give some activity here, please. Let's go. I know, cheer for your team. Either if you are for Team Falcons or Papara SuperMassive. I like both of them. Both of them are showing good gameplay. Yes, they are making mistakes, but they still have really professional level of gameplay. So I just like watching them. Okay, be right back in 1 minute. Okay, I'm here, guys. Teams are still getting ready. What? I just got info, guys. I just got info that Team Birthright and versus Incendio Supremacy. They are second teams playing today, and they were scheduled for this time. So I don't know what is that. But maybe we're gonna do something about it. Well, let's see. We can talk about it right now a little bit. So right now Team Falcons had better early game. Like first 4 minutes of game were good for Team Falcons. Mid game a little bit lost. Yeah, Papara SuperMassive dominated mid game. Mid game they won easily. Now they're deciding something with schedule. Oh, my thank you for info. I know this. I know this. Can I eat a little bit? I was not eating all day, so forgive me, guys. Mukbang stream right now. They changed their draft a little bit. Badunk seems to be OP. And they ban Lucas second time in a row, and they don't pick Fanny second time in a row. Can we see a Fanny game today? No, they just open Fanny. If someone of them knows how to play Fanny, they can win games easily. But probably Kenji and Mohi are not so sure about their Fanny gameplay. And they're not even trying. So we'll see. Yeah. They're joining the lobby right now and they'll start draft soon. Bro, did you not sleep? Yes. Something like it. And I can't do this anymore. I can't, guys. Help me. Dazai, are you casting or something? Yeah, I'm trying to cast as much as I can. Because I'm not a caster, I'm just a streamer, so... I'm trying hard, guys, trust me. My main target is actually to show the game Falcons versus Papara SuperMassive. It doesn't really matter how good I cast, because all we want to see is just gameplay and to know outcome of this game. Yeah, hello Archen, hello Priscilla, hello Gopels. The worst lineup of all time would be Baxia, Kaja, Hanzo, Zilong, and Aulus. Do mukbang SMR. What should I do? Like... Snapdragon's moderator will ban me from making streams for them. I'm from Ukraine, Chicago. Hello. No, draft depends not only on your team composition, also on enemy team composition. Even Baxi, Akaja, Hanzo, Zilong, and Daulus can be good. What about music request? I will do music requests 2 times a week. So my channel doesn't get deleted. Seems like 5 players are ready. No. 9 players are ready, only 1 is not ready. Wasa, you're not ready, you know that? Yeah, teams are ready, streamer is ready. Anime fan, hello, I'm good. I'm just sleepy a little bit. I'm eating during casting. I'm eating Nesquik. Just a simple breakfast, nothing. You probably have 4 girlfriend? Yeah. Sure. What do we have here? Yeah, all teams are ready. They told they're ready. Draft should start right now. Let's go. Yep. So it's 1-1 right now. Team Falcons won 1 game. Papara SuperMassive won 1 game. And I want to remind you guys, if someone just joins the stream, that who wins this game basically flies to Indonesia. So just imagine, guys. You win a game, you win series, and you fly to Indonesia. How does it feel? How does it feel to make a mistake right now? What is the price of your mistake?
Your team is banning. Your team is banning.
So Papara SuperMassive still banning Phobius, 3rd time today, by the way. Now they ban Bedang to Cancer. They like literally lost because of Bedang. Because of that Bedang Aurora combo on that Lord fight, where the game turned around.
Your team is banning.
Team Falcons are not first pick right now. They ban Zuxine, of course. Annoying. Both teams know how to play Zuxine. Team Falcons again ban Matilda. I don't know why, it just seems like bans are quite random. Like, I know Matilda is OP, yeah. If Matilda knows how to play, she will boost her team rotation really well, and enemy team will not just be able to keep up with your rotations. So yeah, banning Matilda is fine, but what's the plan? What's the plan if Papara SuperMassive usually plays some assassins like Hayabusa? Will Matilda help really much in their draft? Okay, let's see. And Harry's banned. Finally, this hero is banned. Too OP. Dazai, do you have plans for a date this weekend with your partner? No. I don't. Harry's banned. Oh, Kyle, hello. I don't know. This is hard question for now. You can't even get to Immortal. You already want to
Your
be Global
team
1
is
Cyclops. And Irrital banned. So you basically ban Granger counter. So they want to give Suyo, pick Granger. Granger can't be countered because there is no Harris and Irrital. That's the point of Team Falcon draft right now. But what if Papara SuperMassive picks Granger right now? And just don't care about Suyo? They are thinking about it right now. They just want to pick Granger right now. They choose what they need more, and they choose it's gonna
Your
be
team
jungler.
is picking.
Prioritizing early game. Yep, and Team Falcons will pick Granger. No, smart draft. Because you're never gonna know what will happen if you'll pick Granger or Suyo. And Valentina. Finally this
Your
hero
team
pops
is
up
picking.
here. Now it's hard to pick Gatotkacha or Balearic because there is Valentina always here. So most likely they will go with Hylos, no? Okay, Hilda Hylos. Dazai will have a date with his viewers, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Your team is picking.
My partner should wait. I have a date with my subscribers. No, they'll go Gato, they don't care about Valentina. It's fine. If they didn't go Gato, then probably Team Falcons would have gone Gato. Oh, Joy is still
Your
open!
team is banning.
Oh my god. It seems like Papara SuperMassive have huge problems. Like really. Joy can easily fight versus Suyo. And Joy is out-rotating Suyo in jungle. So I like the Team Falcons draft again.
Your team is banning.
Sicilian banned. Because
Your
Cancer.
team is banning.
Cancerous hero. Balearic banned, one of the 2 tanks left. Because there is still Hylos, Tigreal. Tigreal can work here. Why not? Ban Eve right now. And pick Tigreal. And everything's gonna be fine. You're gonna win draft. But they banned Claude.
Your team is banning.
Like they really want to win this gold lane. They banned Irrital, they banned Claude, and they banned Harris. I mean, Harris is banned by Papara SuperMassive, but yep. So if they want to ban all front lanes, they should ban Hylos right now. But it doesn't matter, they can pick. If they ban Hylos, yeah, they
Your
ban
team
Hylos.
is picking.
They can go Eve right now and counter Tigreal. And Lucas is open, yeah.
Your team
Forgot
is
about
picking.
Lucas. It's gonna be X-Plane Lucas though. Oh, there is still Moscow. Moscow is also feeling not bad versus Granger. Not so good, but he's like fine playing versus Granger. Not a big deal. No way you're gonna go Louis. No way you're gonna go Louis. She can't really go Eve because there is Joy. Yeah, it's hard to play. But you should go because there is gonna be Tigreal. If you're gonna pick Louis and there is Tigreal, you're gonna lose all fights. It's obvious.
Your team is picking.
Okay. It's not bad. So there is only one tank I can think about is Tigreal. How to initiate fights, Tigreal. Or Guin. Guin is not meta because really hard to catch someone. And too easy to counter. There is also Khalid, okay. Okay, Khalid can work here. Khalid can work here. Khalid can jump on Eve. Khalid can escape from Eve. Yeah, it's good. Khalid or Tigreal. And then it's all about gameplay. Okay, let's go. Let's go with this. Harris is banned by Falcons? No. Harris is banned by Papara SuperMassive. A left team. Blue team. Right now. So waiting for a nice game. It's gonna be a match point for some of the teams.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed.
Now they start rotating to explain. Why CEO and Moscow are without skins? What is that? Okay. Let's go back to mid lane. So both junglers are rotating the explain right now. Khalid, of course, a little bit dominating early game with his damage. What about explain? I mean, Hilda has no problems with Lucas. Oh, Alpha may die right now. He's still level 1. Okay, he got second level. But both junglers don't have level 4 and they're already on explain. Detective Super coming to help them. A nice fight on explain, a little bit unnecessary, but okay. It's just the way they play. Jay will still try to get as much farm as she can before turtle. 20 seconds till turtle. Maybe they'll try to invade Seo right now. Bloodsweat in bush. Didn't get anyone. Bloodsweat may die right now, yep. Whoa, so much heal from Gato and eventually Kenji dies. Vassa came here from X-Plane. Seems like a mistake from Team Falcons. Not a huge, but given a little bit of time to Mohi to farm his jungle. Meanwhile, Super Detective Super is pressuring Golden a little bit, coming to turtle. Boss explainers are level 4. Mid laners have level 4 as well. Roams are still without ultimate though. But Kenji starts a turtle. Here is Alpha. Alpha will use ultimate right now. Kenji doesn't have dashes, I'll try to retry, but Mohi gets the turtle. Ultimate from After Dark, ultimate from Smihi. Wasa gets Smihi. Can someone tell me how to pronounce that, please? And yeah, Papara gets the turtle. So maybe Seo was the right pick on that draft. Just for this game. Bloodsweat dies though. Kind of free kill. Now Papara SuperMassive should rotate to top to defend it. It's like 4 enemies here. Zhao versus 3 enemies. But they'll not engage, there is no creeps. Yeah, nothing will happen here. Vasa again pressuring Smiji. Hello guys. Yeah, it's Coco Pops, yeah. Kenji will try to get After Dark, but he dies. As well as Detective Super. Maybe now Kenji lost a little bit of his jungle. Kenji already respawned and will try to come here, but yeah. Mohi will just retry his blue buff. And come to X-Plane. Hilda is pressuring Lucas quite much, by the way. They were banning Lucas every game just to pick him. And now Hilda is pressuring him so much that Lucas is just useless. Oh, Team Falcons are ready for Turtle. But there is a level diff again. Mohi is level 9. Kenji is level 7 only. They'll start the Turtle. But they don't want to do anything for some reason. They wait for their team members to swap. Moscow went bot lane to allow Wasa to come to Turtle. Nice one. Ultimate from Joy. Joy gets Turtle. Ultimate from Bloodsweat into 4 people. But Valentine ultis. And nothing much happens. Only a Turtle lost. A lot of low HP members. Detective Super tries to do something, but nope. He can kill him. Whoa! Nice kill from Mohi and After Dark. Joy is a little bit overextending this game, in my opinion. Allowing Mohi to win all jungle he can. Like Mohi is literally just hovering all Joy's jungle right now. Yeah, there is no diff in farm, there is like 1k farm diff. But there is again an X diff, I will show the statistic right now. And they get Smiji. They try to get Smiji, but Valentina uses Flicker. Moscow here with his spear. Will not jump in because too far. And they get Kenji again. Alpha trying to engage, but he all die as well. Koba low, Detective Super low. After Dark uses Flicker to escape, and yeah, Detective Super as well. That just a level diff. And the snowballs come right now. Mohi stealing almost every Kenji's buff. It's just a matter of time till the towers will fall. So let me show you the statistics. You can see that exp is already like 6k diff in exp. No, not 6, even 7. So yeah. It's a huge problem for mid game because you will just lose all objectives. Nice kill from Mohi. Double kill from Mohi. He gets Kenji as well. Alpha ultis. Moscow gets Alpha. And the only one standing here is Koba. Team Falcons were destroyed in this fight. Too much damage from Mohi. Flicker from Koba, but he misses a flicker and dies. Okay. Can I show Mohi right now? My bad. Yeah, let me show Mohi. Let me... Damn. Yeah. The buttons are so small I can't show Mohi. So Mohi basically did a maniac here. I need some pen to press these buttons, they're so small. So Papara SuperMassive is ready to push bot lane. A little bit of poke from Vasa. Wave management secured in bot lane. Kenji trying to steal buff, but maybe he'll die right now, no? Oh, he escapes. Nice one. Oh, but Bloodfed lands his ultimate and Kenji will die eventually. There is a creep wave on bot lane. They're trying to get Vasa, but Vasa is just too tanky. Vasa will maybe get a bot lane wave right now. Nope. They all focus on mid lane and top lane. Kenji is dead. 10 seconds till he will be revived. Detective Super has flicker, but nothing more. Yep, nice escape from Moscow. Moscow already has damage as well. He will just push towers now. Okay, they popped up almost every defense. There is only defense on bot lane right now. Oh! Mohi missed dash! Mohi missed dash! But he kills them all anyway! And he will kill Kenji as well as triple kill. Oh my god, the maniac! Nope. Some easy escapes, but Wasa chases him under tower and it's Hilda with Sky Piercer. I wanna see a Hilda build and it's the end. It's the end for Team Falcons. So basically Moki just missed a dash and killed 3 people of members of Team Falcons. Almost did a maniac. Who had Sky Piercer? I saw Sky Piercer. It's Granger who killed Hilda? Okay, nice game from Papara SuperMassive. It was a really fast game. Like, Suyo dominated jungle. They picked Suyo to dominate jungle and give Granger, probably losing a late game. And they dominated jungle. They won a game. What about Explain? Let the statistics load. Yeah, why it's so small? How should I increase it? Oosh. Okay, so it's now 1-2. Papara SuperMassive are leading. Deserved, by the way. Let me change the webcam. So again, team are getting ready. What can I say, guys? Papara SuperMassive are playing really well, and their strongest weapon is their jungle. They are destroying jungle almost every game. Let's be honest, a lot of mistakes from Team Falcons. And usually early game. Like the first game, jungler didn't take level 4. Second game, early game was fine. And third game, Kenji dies in enemy jungle as well. It's unlucky moments. It's really unlucky moments, but still. We can see that jungle really wins a game. We can see Mohi literally carrying his team. With carrying early game. Of course. Not solo playing here. It's not a solo rank. And I'm quite impressed by his gameplay. I know Team Falcons have like better team fights. They have better team play. But Mohi has just better jungle skills. He's more lucky in jungle. He's using that luck in the right way. His luck and skill, he's combining it and destroying his enemies. So well played. That's what jungler should do. Oh, we have a 3 to 5 minutes break. So we can chill a little bit. Probably Team Falcons thinking about their tactics, about their gameplay right now. What they should change about it. Maybe some draft changes, maybe something else. Who knows? So 5-minute break right now. I'll not go anywhere, I'll just eat. I also have to do something else, it's fine. So yeah, it's not team who asked for a break, but moderators of this tournament told me that there is a 3 to 5 minutes break. So we can chill a little bit. I hope Team Falcons are not tilted right now. And they're gonna come back. And it's gonna be full 5 series, best of 5 series. But who knows? Maybe Papara SuperMassive are just overpowered right now. Like if I check all games, oh, they are not stored in my history because I'm a spectator. But yeah, they are winning almost every early game. So they are kinda overpowered right now. And they have no problems with Falcons draft. They always find a way to win a draft versus Falcons. Even if they lose, right now they still deserve a spot in Indonesia. Like, it's a really strong Turkish team. I like their gameplay. I see they were preparing, they are serious about this tournament. And at start, when there were qualifiers, open finals of Snapdragon, they were playing not so good. They were picking some Joy mid lane, trying some tactics. But right now they are serious about win. And we can see it. Any tips on how to rank up from Mythic 10 stars? Yeah. Start with playing trio. You will get at least to glory. Mohi is cooking. Yeah, Mohi is cooking. Like we can see that Mohi is a type of pro player that is not anxious while playing. It's his field. He's a pro player. He doesn't care if enemies are pro players. He doesn't care if this stream is streamed somewhere, you know. If people are watching. He destroys Team Falcons like in a simple ranked game. And props to him for it. So all teams are ready. Maybe we're gonna see draft right now. If Papara SuperMassive wins this game, they fly to Indonesia. Where can I watch the tournament? Is it in the MLBB app? No, I'm streaming this tournament right now. I'm the only place where you can watch this tournament. Okay, we all ready? Just waiting till they start draft. I will not go into a lot of details, guys, but right now I am supposed to stream this tournament. Okay, so draft started, let's go. (2-1), Papara SuperMassive winning. A flight to Indonesia.
Your team is banning.
A flight to Indonesia is secured if they win
Your
third
team
game.
is banning.
So again, ban of Matilda from Team Falcons. Zuxin ban when you are second pick. Quite default drafts for these both teams. I thought they're gonna do something else today, but no, they stick to their drafts. They trust them. Maybe they change something about second bans, because banning Kirital and taking Granger while giving Suyo didn't really work. They are thinking for a long time about this ban. They ban Hilda.
Your team is banning.
Do they really think Hilda was a problem last game? Like, because she was staying really well versus
Your
Lucas?
team is banning.
Okay, Papara SuperMassive knows the strengths of Suyo and they ban him. Maybe they'll ban some Joy or Hayabusa right now. No, but banning Hayabusa right now is useless. They ban Suyo, picking Hayabusa is now good. Banning Fanny is not bad, but also not good. Maybe ban some Badang to pick Hayabusa. And if they ban Hayabusa, pick Fanny. But they don't play Fanny and it's a problem right now. So how they will win this draft, I don't know.
Your
Okay.
team is banning.
They just radically changed their draft. They ban Hilda and Eve right now. Forget about all Lucas, Badang, other stuff. Papara SuperMassive still
Your
ban
team
Povis
is
though.
picking.
So Hayabusa is open, Granger is open. Haya is good option here, but they'll go
team is
Badang.
picking.
Thinking they can counter Hayabusa with Badang, but okay. Last time they played versus Hayabusa, they picked Julian. So they want to give Hayabusa, go Julian again, and win a game this way. It's not really a secure way to win the game, but let's see. Maybe Papara SuperMassive learned from that loose and will change something about their draft. Harris is open as well, Granger is open, Iritel is open. Everyone is open, but they prefer Granger. Just easier to play Granger. Okay, Hylos Granger, not
Your
bad.
team is picking.
We have front lane. So they can go Harris maybe. Because if they don't go Harris right now, Harris will be banned with next bans. Harris and maybe some other tank. Like Gato or some fighter. Okay, they go
Your team
Iritel.
is
They don't
picking.
want to go Harris. And Hayabusa. That's not bad, that's not bad. I don't know why Papara SuperMassive didn't take Hayabusa. Maybe they didn't want to fall again into this trap of Hayabusa Julian draft. But Team Falcons draft right now is good. They're thinking about picking Gato. No,
Your
they
team
don't
is
want Gato
banning.
Tkacha, they want Lucas. This is not bad combo as well. Lucas and Hylos is not bad combo. Ban some annoying mages again, like Cecilia and Valentina. Yeah.
Your team is banning.
And you are good to go with those two fighters.
Your team is banning.
They ban Belleric? Wait, why is it ban Belleric? They already have Lucas. Oh, they think it can be Lucas jungle. Ah. I don't know if Lucas jungle is good here, but okay. They just don't know it's not Lucas jungle, that's why they ban Belleric. And
Your
yeah,
team is
got a touch a
banning.
ban, which is fine. They still have what? Teresa explain, Glue explain, Eddies, CC. They still have few options. CC may be good versus Lucas and Hylos. Now they have less ban. Maybe they want to ban some jungler. Maybe they will ban Julian, yeah? No,
Your
they want to
team
ban
is picking.
Sassy. His mages are still not picked. There is still Vexana, Aurora, Farsa. Yep, and that's all.
Your team is picking.
Yeah, I think Falcons gonna pick Aurora most likely. And they need as well an explainer. No, maybe CC or Glue's not so good here. CC better, yeah. Oh no. They'll go Badunk explain. And Tigreal. I don't like it. But they really need a front lane. Badunk and CC can't front lane solo versus Hylos and Lucas.
Your team is picking.
Hello guys, yeah, nice prediction of draft. Hello Bayou, hello Black Swan. Black Swan. And last pick they need a jungler. There is Alpha, there is Bane, there is Lancelot, there is Link, there is Julian. I guess it's gonna be Link. Nah. Link or some fighter. A Link or Alpha, I don't know. What the fuck? Is Benny jungle right from my stream? Yeah, I saw your message. Sorry, I'm just guessing right now, not talking much with chat. Oh, it's explain Bene and Lucas jungle, they swap? Okay, it's gonna be interesting. Considering it's a match point, I mean, one more game and Papara SuperMassive will win this series. It's gonna be interesting. Will Mohi destroy with Lucas in jungle? And by the way, I don't know how to play Lucas in jungle. I will learn
5
something.
seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them.
Can I move this or
Troops
no?
deployed.
Is this too far away or no? Ah, it's fine. So Lucas is rotating more to explain just to come to gold lane later. He's always doing such a rotation while Hayabusa is Trying to take 3 creeps and almost dies from Vasa here, and Kenji gets caught again! Again here in jungle, and Lucas is already level 3.5. Hayabusa still didn't take his buff. Vasa just comes into his jungle and kills Kenji. It's crazy. Now Moki will come already with buffed retry. Kenji doesn't have 5 stacks on his retry, so he'd probably lose a buff. Yeah, he doesn't get a buff. Tigreal gets a buff though. Kenji has shadows, escapes. Koba here, but there's nothing to happen here. So now we have Tigreal with a blue buff. And Kenji is just chilling. I wanna see this Big Daddy with blue buff. Okay, so both teams are ready for turtle. Bane already here, will try to poke mage maybe. Oh, they'll just take mid lane wave and go turtle. Nice way to go turtle, by the way. You both level 4s with mid laner. And you're ready to start the turtle. That's a good rotation. Kenji just can't take jungle. Kenji just can't take any jungle. If he comes here, Vasa will petrify and destroy him. Oh, what? Vasa almost missed this. Nice. No, Papara SuperMassive just destroying them. Just destroying them right now. Kenji took only 1 buff this game. And it was red buff at start of the game. I mean, yeah, Team Falcons have advantage in late game. But it's not a huge advantage, it's only Bane versus Badong. Yeah, Bane will not tank as much damage as Badong. So Koba trying to poke Xiao a little bit. Kenji ultis after dark but has no damage just because there is no level. Vasa finds Smiji, sorry. Wanted to say Sanji. Aurora without passive. Papara SuperMassive still pressuring Team Falcons. I was ready to add Sanji to this battle. Battle of mid laners. So turtle 25 seconds, Hayabusa is level 5, Lucas is level 8. They want guys to see the exp diff again. Look, almost all the games exp diff is in hands of Papara SuperMassive, and they get Kobe right now, Koba. They get Koba just as a free kill. Aurora is without flicker, Hylos can even solo kill her, maybe. Yeah, Hylos just finds a kill on Aurora. Hayabusa dies as well. Even though Hylos dies under tower, but who cares, it's just a tank. You die for a mage, you don't really care. While your jungler is stealing your enemy buffs. And everything is great. Vasa is just camping for Kenji here. Nice rotation from Vasa. Can see he is an experienced at... Oh, by the way, a fight on top lane. Mohi taunting Team Falcons is crazy. So it's already 5k diff in 5 minutes. Alpha gets After Dark, but After Dark has Flicker. Nice ultimate from Vexana into River. You don't care how you ultimate with Vexana if you have like 7k more farm, right? So Hayabusa trying to defend bot lane, but He doesn't have shadows, he used ultimate dice from Black, Bloodzet and Vasa. All map is literally in the hand of Papara SuperMassive. 5k farm diff. Granger with Hylas will now push bot lane, while Team Falcons try to do something on top lane. They try to get Vasa, but Vasa has second skill. Petrify from Vasa. Vasa kills Badang even. 1 versus 3, but here's come Moki, takes Detective Koba, Smidgy forces Flicker. Detective Super is here. And what is that, Lucas? Damage, show me your build, my boy. What is that? What was that damage? It was a Tigreal or Layla. So free turtle for Moki. I need to learn Lucas jungle probably right now. No, I didn't expect Lucas jungle to play so good. Now Lucas is here. Tigreal trying to ulti Lucas, but Lucas literally counters it all, trying to kill them all as... Ho ho! Nice set by Papara SuperMassive, and only Smidgy is alive right now. Lucas literally 1v4 can take all skills. Papara SuperMassive has already 10k farm diff, is ready to push enemy base. There is only defense on inhibitor turrets. All skills are ready, all ultimates are ready, or battle spells are ready as well. Sup is just pushing to get inhibitor turret defenses right now. And there is a fight on bot lane. Vasaja dives under tower. Still gets nothing because it was just to make enemy go back. There is now no inhibitor turret defense for Team Falcons. Nothing is in favor of Team Falcons. Literally nothing. I have no hope for such a game. Even if I was the hugest Team Falcons fan, sorry guys, but 10k farm is really hard to come back. Okay, maybe we're gonna wait for some good implosion from Tigreal. So a free lord right now for Papara SuperMassive, which is obvious. With a 10k farm diff. Meanwhile, Team Falcons try to push some bot lane. Maybe Creeps will get the tower if Wasa will be late here, but no, he's here just in time. Benedette is really fast in rotating, moving all around the map. So they didn't even get that one towers at 500 gold. And the Lord is coming, all creep waves are pushed. Irrital tries to get Vasa, uses ultimate, Vasa was petrified. Trying to get Detective Koba right now. Oh, Tigreal and Koba are moving to enemy base, maybe, I don't know. But here is Alpha trying to defend, stuns Bloodzet, there is no damage. And the Lord is going full HP, Kenji dies, only Detective Super alive, and Papara SuperMassive ends this game with the first Lord and proceeds to the next stage of this tournament. Well played, Papara SuperMassive. Really strong gameplay from you today. I was not expecting it. I will be honest, I thought Team Falcons will show better and stronger gameplay than Papara SuperMassive. But we have a fact here that Papara SuperMassive destroyed Team Falcons. And that's only their merit. Let's... I wanna see the exp diff at the end of the game. Can it load now? Yeah, I can't really see much. But we can see that Papara was having a huge exp diff. Okay, so I switched to webcam right now. Now we're gonna wait for the next game. I guess I will stream right now a game with casters. I will not cast a game. I will ask moderators though right now. Let's see. So I should update the score. So again, GG's Papara SuperMassive. Really strong gameplay from you. You deserve a win. It's not just luck, it's a skill. Unknown, hello. Alexander, hello. Okay, guys, I wait for next teams. We wait for Birthright and we wait for Incendio. Incendio is Fireflux, if you know Fireflux. So basically, if I look at the bracket right now, I'll tell you guys, wait. If I look at the bracket right now... Oh, no, sorry. I was wrong. It's double elimination, so my bad. Papara SuperMassive will be right now in upper bracket final. And if they win upper bracket final, they're gonna proceed to grand final. And they gonna go to Indonesia, Jakarta anyway, even if they lose grand final. Team Falcons go into loser bracket right now, lower bracket. And gonna play tomorrow with the team that loses in series where Birthright play versus Incendio Supremacy. Maybe I'll switch right now to Snapdragon stream. Because they told they're gonna stream Birthright versus Incendio. Ahili, hello. Nah. Let's be honest, guys. Kenji started farming jungle when there is Bane and there is Hylos. Yeah, there was Hylos. Yeah, I guess. Instead of going to blue buff, he was trying to get all 3 creeps near red buff. So obviously Bane came into jungle and pressured him. He started X-Plane buff. It's not a huge draft diff. It was fixable. Okay, let me check if they started stream on their channel. A game. I guess I should go here.
Купуй товари для спорту по всьому світу. NP Shopping.
Game, maybe that's what the strategy is looking for, but Incendio already coming out quite
What?
a bit on top.
Yeah, well,
They already playing.
A carry versus a Sicilian, both late game. One of them
Incendio is
can
winning
lean
2-0.
on the
What?
distance that they can create between them and the enemy.
Why didn't
Number
they?
one
Oh,
carry,
what
I mean,
is
he's
that
got a
schedule?
reduced distance of which he can work with. We do have the Bats Feast out there again. Mark gets caught up. That's going to be his second death and a second kill for Incendio Supremacy. And right now, not looking so good for Birthright.
You're right, Private. It is definitely not looking good. A lot of holes. from the side of Birthright.
Okay, guys.
Not convincing here.
I will right now discard delay. Okay.
It's taken off the map.
So we are watching without delay right now.
The jungler wasn't even there. He was in the
And we're gonna continue watching this game.
And Birthright really needs stuff like that. They want to find. Oh, Levi gets taken off quite low here.
Oh, yeah, he does use that shadow kill. Not able to find the kill on to Incendio Supremacy. He's going to have to use the quad shadows to get himself back out of harm's way. But Incendio was all right there, just waiting for that shadow kill to be over. So, I mean, it's Apex. Yeah, you talking about it here. Too far back into the
So I'm back, guys.
Birthright, no support from him. Birthright cleanly and quickly able to get that kill.
You know, Incendio is just missing, what is it, the Dairoth skin? Because they got the Killua on the bot lane. They got the Keystone.
So we have Incendio versus Birthright, and Incendio is already winning 2-0.
But yeah, coming in, Glorious Pathway does look to get onto that backside. Alien gets taken quite low. Same thing with Apex. He's gonna be the one that gets picked off with the counterplay. Coming out with the fish crack. So much damage, so much sustain coming through. Even the Killua has come out to pull.
The problem is that fight lasts.
Guys, tell me if stream is working fine, if you see everything, okay?
And then, unfortunately, we were talking about this. My lobby just, when you're on a Phobius, you're all in. Your team needs to be ready. You need to have some type of support to get you out of there. And unfortunately, he was not able to find an.
Now we can chill a little bit and watch
another kill there.
as casters cast this tournament.
Tower mark coming in from the back, followed by Wicked. They're going to look to possibly answer this, but they do successfully defend this tower.
No, good defense coming out from the side of Birthright. Able to send the members that they necessarily require here. Apex looking for a kick. Does pop the Purify onto Wicked here. And, you know, a good Sicilian is one that hits the second skills early on. And we really haven't seen Rosa miss any so far.
Yeah, and that's just the danger you have from a Sicilian. Ooh, they're going to go ahead, lock on to Alien up at the top. Meanwhile, at the bottom, you can see them chasing down Mark in a little bit of trouble there. Does get popped up there. Apex dives under the tower, takes a tower shot for his efforts, but decides against continuing the pressure there. They're going to go ahead, clean out the rest of Birthright's jungle.
Welcome back.
And it's going to be a hard situation.
Hello, Mai.
Especially when you get Incendio to have map pressure like this, right? Apex deep in the jungle. Yes.
Did you guys see the end of the game, Papara SuperMassive versus Falcons?
But you know, as a roamer that's looking to be a little
Did you see the 10 minutes game?
Does happen. Birthright
Did you like it?
Found a few pickoffs here, but maybe this is another one.
Ooh, Apex onto the back line. They're looking in my lobby, looking for an escape. They do find themselves some distance. Ooh, from the top, it does look like TNZ finds a kill onto my lobby with the great flank onto Birthright. Saw the fight happening, comes back from the top and finds a hiding my lobby, looking for a retreat.
Yeah, but this may be a trade that they're looking for, right? The objective, the turtle is going to go for Incendio, but the side of Birthright has put a few members onto the bot side. I was wondering if they're going to be able to touch onto that bottom tower, but no, the defense coming out, the reinforcements of Incendio is just
I was so tired of talking
Not only did they get
about
the defense
him.
on that, they get the objective and even some damage onto the top side.
Ooh, they're going to go lock on to Rosa. Quad shadows are out. Danny with the kill. Bilali's going to have to run away from this. They do take a death there. But yeah, and then for me, it feels like it's a little bit of a mistake. It felt like the entire team from Birthright are very late on the draw to try to answer the objective take here when the objective was already pretty much gone. It was written in stone that Incendio Supremacy was going to get that. Make something happen at the bottom if you can. Kind of because running there late, Wicked in trouble gets taken out by TNZ. Apex 47 in trouble, gets popped off. Eternal Guardian is out, and the pop-up coming from the Phobius. Now trying to lock onto Alien isn't going to be enough. We do have the Bats Feast out. Down laden is the pathway. Gloriously, my lobby locking onto Rosa, who flickers out TNZ with the kill. 8-5 right now. Quad shadows used to get Birthright out of harm's way.
This
You
is
can
a
see
lot
like
better than game
more
number
than 10
2,
fights.
and I would say it's a lot better than game number
Whoa.
1 as well. But ooh, fish crack flicker coming coming in with the winter truncheon. Very stylish, but
Stylish
very
fit.
foolish at the same time. He gets taken off the board. Conceal does get popped here, looking for Danny. He does pop the flicker, and the Herrick is able to get a few dashes here. The Glorious Pathway, counter engage coming out from Mark, should run away here, but this is going to leave Incendio with a free tower push. I don't think Birthright has enough damage to defend this.
Oh, they're trying. And I honestly kind of feel like that Glorious Pathway, I mean, there really wasn't much that you could do for that. You said that this is looking better than the second game, but there are some car wrecks that looked a little better than the second game here for Birthright, who, man, right now it's 6 and 8, so they're not completely out of the woods. I want to say at this point in the game, this is the smallest that they've had a deficit, so it's not completely out of their hands. It's just, man, it's slowly beginning to creep up on them, and the decision making just needs to be crispier. Usually it's around the 10, the 12-minute mark. Birthright starts synergizing up. They need now. They need right here.
Rosa picks up the purple buff here away from Levi. That is a very, very sad high boost. It was a blind take come out from Rosa. You mentioned it. Yes, Birthright still need a little bit more, but this is the closest in terms of the kill score too as well.
Hayabusa tried to kill Sicilian, but Rosa is so lucky.
Now fighting it off her with TNZ. Rest of the team is able to find an escape. Fist crack is out. Mark in trouble. Rest of the team cannot support him. Wicked in trouble, gets bursted down by TNZ with a double kill.
TNZ is playing so good as well.
Anything in his pocket to be able to help out there.
I like their gameplay with Seo.
His teammates get gunned down.
And finally I
mean, that's
ate something.
Damage coming out from Incendio. Not really losing too much and able to pick off 2 members, even with the Lord smacking the tower on to the top side here.
Birthright have no right to win.
He's kind of been playing with fire, not much health, but that just shows you.
Give us some. Give you some skins. I don't know who wants skins, guys. A right plus in chat, gifting skins today.
Another one here. Maybe he's just playing quite
3 skins
relaxed here, but again, Incendio still with a very convincing lead.
And right now about a 6K gold lead. When we were at about a 2K gold lead, and it wasn't that much.
Maybe teams don't care really much because it's like first games, but
come back from it.
if you lose this, you go to lower bracket,
a little bit more than that with 8 go.
and then 1 lose and you out of tournament.
Supremacy.
And only 3 spots is there.
11 minutes in is when the game 2 ended.
4 teams and 3 spots.
11 minutes in was also where
So one's gonna be a huge loser.
Up Birthright's base with that teleport strategy. So this is the closest that Birthright has been able to defend up against Incendio Supremacy, and that's good news. This is game number 3. This is where Birthrights really have to find the strategy, and it seems like they're able to figure
guys, it was a joke about skins.
Ooh, they do try to take advantage of TNZ's early aggression. Rosa Shadow kill is out. They go ahead and split it onto the back. Apex does find a kill onto Levi. Sunshine.
MLBB will die. Nah.
He's gonna have to flicker himself to safety. Only 3 members left for Birthright, and quickly able to turn that fight around. Even with TNZ diving in a little early, baits out a lot of the abilities, allows Incendio Supremacy the time that they need to kind of come in, find those kills, and that's what happens when you're at such a deficit. Some of these fights, I mean, you're not really looking for those team fights, you're looking for a pick-off, and unfortunately Birthright are going to have problems here. Next Lord goes to Incendio Supremacy.
I mean, it was a great fight coming out from inside of Birthright. They were almost able to pick up Rosa, but the flicker was just a little bit too much, and Birthright's unable to find the kills that they're looking for, unable to get those finishing touches or closing the gap here. You know, Hylos
Birthright is team no Tiger, no win.
Range. Along with the carry, you know, you don't really get too much range from that. So Incendio still having the convincing lead here, looking to close out this match. Almost a 9K difference in between them with Lord
skins so much, please Dazai.
Incendio
Okay, Kyle,
should look for a pickup
I can
on
gift
this
you, I
jungle,
have
but
3K diamonds.
could be
I can
a
give
little
you
bit hard for them
skins.
to defend against.
Yeah, we'll see as they go ahead. Minions crashing at the high ground towers. My lobby.
I want your skin.
Down to about 10%. He
Oberon
goes in.
is simping
And
for me,
honestly, it
guys.
almost looked like a little bit of a panic ult from him. There was
Oberon
no
is a
idea,
simp.
and they were gonna be. He was already getting chunked down to about 10%. The Lord is gonna get bursted down here. Minions now beginning to crash. It does look like we're gonna start off with
Ooh,
mid.
nice ultimate from
Angry
Badang.
Claws does find a Levi.
Mark will die, Wicked will die. Yeah, everyone is
Enough
dead.
Wicked is down. It is a complete team wipe. And ladies and gentlemen, your first team going to the Mobile Masters. Incendio
Second team.
Supremacy going
Because
to be
first
moving
team
on.
is Papara.
Convincing win again in this game number 3, best of 5 here. Incendio Supremacy able to take
Papara
this series with
SuperMassive.
a clean sweep against Birthright, which arguably is one of the best coming out from EU. So, you know, Incendio Supremacy come out with a domination. And the last
Team
play,
Falcons are mostly from Egypt.
We saw that the Badang comes out with the fish crack flicker into the Winter Truncheon early on in this series, and he was able to
Yeah, so
do it
next
again
game
with a
gonna
smile
be
to my face. 13
Birthright Team Falcons
17 to 8
and Incendio Papara.
Beautiful performance coming out from Incendio.
Yeah, I mean,
This Turkish team's gonna meet
checked
again.
all the boxes that they needed, and even if the game had gone rougher for them in the early game, I mean, they had that Sicilian as that assurance that would take them into the back line.
MVP
And I wanna say
TNZ.
it was a great job when it came to a lot of these engagements because they
Now,
made
when you
sure
win
that they
games
were
so
never
early and
in
your
a
jungler is
real
winning all
harm's
objectives,
way
most
during these
likely jungler
engagements.
will be
If my
MVP.
lobby came in with that demonic force, the side of Incendio Supremacy never even engaged unless the flicker was up for their mage, for Rosa to be able to get out of there. Every single time he came in with the demonic force, Rosa was able to flicker out there to where I was questioning the cooldown for flicker.
Yeah, and you know, one of the things is Mark was getting picked off a lot in the early game, and that's just kind of what Hylos is. He's a little bit of a sitting duck, especially when you go up against such a mobile hero like Cho, right? Cho deals with the lane clear a little bit better than the Hylos, has a lot more mobility, and has the counter matchup that they're looking for, and it just sets their.
What do I
up
get
with
for my
success.
prediction
I think
if I'm right?
Really have to find a way.
You get
to
nothing because
track
you're not
winning-
right.
winning
Because
mid
you are
lanes,
watching with
right?
delay
They get
and
the
I'm in
Hylos,
future.
they
I know
don't
who is
get
MVP.
The lane advantage there, and then when they don't get the
$1,000.
Hylos, it just doesn't seem
Give
like
me.
they're in good control of the match. So unfortunately, it feels like there is a gap between Birthrights and Incendio just in this series. However, Birthrights still have the opportunity to make it to that next stage. They just have to reset, take a little deep breath, maybe review some of the mistakes here, and I think most importantly, find the winning drafts, especially in the lanes that they're looking to win in.
Yeah, I mean, nothing.
Nice
against
ultimate
Birthright,
from
just
Cho.
Incendio Supremacy
Apex.
put on
Solo.
such a great
He
show
ball.
here for us today. Great job.
TNZ
of that.
MVP, yeah.
8-0-8 here for
Whoa.
TNZ.
He's playing with
94
Rupture.
participation percentage there, and 937 gold per minute. Hats off to
He's really
him
playing
and
with
the rest of
Rupture.
Incendio Supremacy.
Most
who
players
have
are
already
choosing
secured
between
themselves a spot,
Surreal
but still looking for some
and
dominance
Swift.
here in this
He's
tournament.
taking Rupture.
Yeah.
Okay.
TNZ played great today. On the Joy, it was convincing in game number 2. On the Hayabusa, he was also quite happy. I think it's a 5-0-5. And again, with a perfect performance on the Soyu. And it really just comes back to how Incendio sets up their draft. But enough about this last series, a 3-0 convincing win. We have our beautiful host Liz joining us back on the desk.
I mean, what a series, guys. Turkey has won today. Winner, winner, turkey dinner. Turkey took the dinner. I mean, Private and I did vote for
What's the
Birthright.
top 3
They
best
were
match in
so
your opinion
close
for
to
solo
taking
rank?
game 1, but it seems like with that loss, the momentum kind of fell apart.
Bro.
But their journey
Barca,
still,
Sicilian.
just starting. So let's find out how they do in the lower bracket. But
Okay, let's move
guys,
Zuxin. Just
in a
Zuxin is
shocking
auto pick. I will not tell
tournament, The
Zuxin.
stream that was not broadcasted.
Zuxin is
Team
auto pick
Falcons
mage.
actually lost to Papara SuperMassive,
I know.
1-3. So Papara
Linux,
is now in the
Sicilian,
upper bracket, and what
Barca.
does that mean, guys? Are we going to see? Are we gonna see Birthright face up against Team Falcons? Oh my god. Bracket private.
As we take a look here, yeah, you're absolutely right. Papara SuperMassive going to be moving on. They have secured themselves a spot right now to the Mobile Masters. Still a lot left in this road here for the upper brackets as they're going to be taking on Incendio Supremacy. I want to say...
Oh, they qualified already? What?
All of the casters got wrong there. I think a lot of us were going for Team Falcons to
But
win
why?
that. So a big hats off to Papara SuperMassive, proving a lot of us wrong here and continuing their winning ways.
Yeah, it's a friendly fire match.
I don't
in the
understand.
upper brackets here.
So if Sub wins,
this
if
just shows
Papara
that
SuperMassive
Turkey
wins,
came
they
out,
gonna be in grand finals.
with a bang, with a lot of
They still not gonna
practice
be
here,
top one,
right?
they're gonna be in
Birthright and
grand
Falcon,
final.
They do have
There's
to
something wrong.
compete
Why is
for
it all
the
like...
last spot. However, we have to give credits to Turkey. They're able to set Supermassive up for a lot of success, along with Incendio. Both are quite convincing in their series. I'm excited to see what level they have brought to the table for the upper brackets here.
And I'm kind of nervous.
I
Does that
don't
mean that
understand
we
something,
have
I'm too sleepy.
Caster's curse. All of us casted a curse onto Papara SuperMassive that actually brought them straight into
Dazai
the
make a
Mobile
giveaway for
Masters.
then
none
sets
of
a skin
us
carrier
believed in them,
Lancelot.
but they're the first team
I give
to
the
make
skin.
it to the Mobile Masters. Their match finished before
Maybe you just
the match that we just saw on the broadcast. So
donate me a
hats
little
off
bit
to them,
more
indeed. Hats off to
diamonds,
Turkey.
and I will
But this
gift a
also
skin.
means for the EU and Meta fans,
With my
you will
diamonds
say
that you
goodbye to
donated.
one of your home teams, and Birthright
If
versus
you want
Team
a giveaway.
Falcons, that's going to be hard to watch.
I am reading chat, guys. There is a delay of 1 minute. or even more.
Will be facing up against the Meta Giants.
They understand
Can
this?
they prove themselves that they're still worth it for the Mobile Masters? Let's take a look at the MVP leaderboard from the last games.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see some of these stats here. Ooh, Zhao
Xiao
there,
face missing.
when it comes to Papara SuperMassive leading the charge. And interestingly enough, there, Wicked, it feels like it just kind of deals more with when the teams are successful.
What is this?
Are
Xiao.
the winning reasons
Look how
for
he's
it. And
looking
it
at
seems like
us.
the same answers always usually come out when it comes to Papara SuperMassive. When it comes to Birthright, it's always the same answers when they're able to be successful and when they're able to be beaten, like we saw with Birthright, able to hold Wicked down, take away some of his take that prio away from his lane, and he's gonna have a lot of trouble working his way through those games.
Yeah, and I mean, it does show a little bit of versatility in the side of Incendio. Not only do they rely on their marksman, that they also rely on their mage. So it's definitely something, a force to be reckoned with, something that they should be quite scared of.
And I don't know, guys, I am scared of saying goodbye to either teams in the next series coming up, but it has to happen.
So, okay.
After a short little break, we will see Birthright versus Team Falcons. Which team will
Birthright
just move on
versus
to
Team
Mobile Masters?
Falcons.
We'll
Someone
find out
loses,
after
right?
a quick
Okay,
break.
let's just imagine this. Birthright will play versus Incendio. Incendio or Papara? Yeah, and if Birthright loses, then Papara gonna be top 2 or Incendio top 2. So basically, Birthright or Falcons will play right now, and who wins gets the spot to Indonesia. I really wanted to be a Birthright, not Falcons, because I know players from Birthright and I cheer for them, and they're from Europe. That's cool. Okay, Kel, we can talk about giveaway in Discord, and we need to decide on giveaway requirements, and also make a video about this giveaway, so you don't waste your money for free, right? For nothing. You need to be prepared for giveaway. It's not that easy. Wicked wasn't in extremely slate. Don't mess up the tournaments. Wicked was in extremely slate in MESL tournament, but he's in Birthright in Snapdragon tournament. Ah! Or am I wrong? The explainer is bad in Birthright. My lobby? Is he explainer? I don't know. Right now we will see games. We'll decide who is bad and why who he is bad. I don't care. You better drink some vodka to wake up. I don't think vodka helps you to wake up. Do some stream game where everyone can participate. You mean like custom game? I mean, Mobile Legends game? Or just some, I don't know. What, Among Us, Minecraft, I don't know. CSGO. Or some other stuff like that, I mean. There are plenty online games. Dazai, why don't you play for a team for Europe? Because I was not playing qualifiers, they happened like 2 months ago. I was not playing in teams, in any teams. I already create my own team, I'll play in tournaments right now. Maybe I'll remove delay from stream. Wait, can I remove delay, all delay from stream? 2 seconds, guys. I can't remove delay from stream. Magic chess game? What is max players in Magic chess game? Dazai, how much for 24-hour stream? Sorry, my health will die. I will die. I know I have too much right now. Stress in my life. I can't do more stress with those 24-hour stream. Good luck. I played in a few tournaments. The feeling of a win is really nice. Bro, I played like 20 tournaments already, I know. I don't know what is MTC and I'll be right back. When there is a break, I can have a break. A $1K 24-hour stream. For $1K, bro, I can. I will heal with this $1K, but not less. Wait, how many minutes should I wait? Oh, 14 seconds more. Come on, let's go. Do you see yourself as a winner of Snapdragon series in future? Yeah. I just need to eliminate one stress in my life and I'll be good.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
And we're back for the second series of the day, the series that determines who our last spot for the MOBA Master is going to be. I'm Liz, here joined with Private Dancer and UA.
Yeah, excuse me, I just had to wipe away the tear. It is going to be a sad yet exciting event here for this next matchup because we are going to unfortunately be saying goodbye to one of our teams here. Whether it's going to be Birthright or Falcons remains to be seen.
I don't know if it's time for that yet. I'm not sure if the up there is what it is. But
is that stress called Miron? No, this stress has another name.
Issues can be used later on because it might just be a parade for one of these two teams. Two Turkey powerhouses, right? Two strong teams. This is definitely the region to watch out for, especially since they have such a strong presence in the international stage here. Excited to see what these two teams bring to the table.
Yeah, so it's actually going to be
For
Incendio
1K, I
Supremacy
hope you're
versus
gonna up
Papara
global one
SuperMassive. So
on
Turkey versus Turkey. Today we will
Three
share tiers
heroes.
tomorrow, but today we will have the
What?
upper bracket
You want me to get
finals.
global
so
first with 3 heroes
will be making it
in
out, and
24
one of the teams
hours?
will be
It's
dropped
impossible.
to the lower bracket, and that is good news for us today.
Yeah, and as we take a look at both of these guys here, especially that
After playing for 6 hours, I will die all other 18 hours.
Right now, as we take a look at the head-to-head here, average team kills, average damage dealt, going over to the side of Incendio Supremacy, while Papara SuperMassive seems to.
Personally, I didn't think MLBB was that popular in Europe.
No, they don't. It's all on the side of Incendio Supremacy. It's just my vision playing a trick on me. With
Before
that.
war in Ukraine, there were a lot of tournaments in Russia and Ukraine, and because I'm from Ukraine, I was playing these tournaments before.
These are two teams that really do know.
But then war
each
started,
other.
and I stopped
They're
playing
from the
Russian
same
tournaments.
region. They have played in their own little
In
Turkey
Europe,
league
where there were like 0
Fireflies
tournaments,
or
almost
Incendio Supremacy has
1
kind of
tournament
held that lead
at 6
on,
months.
pretty much since the beginning of time. So Papara, in order for them to kind of get through this stage, they really have to make sure that they come up with a strategy. And so far, it really doesn't seem like there is too much of a strategies that Incendio Supremacy has not.
I'll do like
against.
that.
Yeah, but on the other hand, we did see Team Falcons almost taking a game up against Incendio, almost losing to, Incendio Supremacy did really, really well, but Papara SuperMassive actually took out Team Falcons.
Friends
so
tournament is
we get
that
to
all?
see
Oh, by the way,
today how they face up
we
against
can
each other.
maybe
But on the lineup,
join this French
we see Papara
tournament.
SuperMassive, we have Wasso, Moji, After Dark, some very interesting names. And
What do you
Xiao
think?
is
Why
the
pro players
man staring into our
prioritize Hilda
soul just
pick
now.
or ban her? But we don't see her often in ring.
Here. I mean, Papara SuperMassive, one thing has a lot of momentum going for it. Not just
because in ranks these stupid monkeys don't know what explainer does.
Established teams here at Snapdragon.
Hilda can win 1v1.
Teams being Falcons. I think
Hilda can
S2G, and now
kill even without damage items. Kill damage dealer.
Let's find out
If
how
it's
they do up
marksman or
against the
mage,
rosters
she
of the
doesn't
Euro
care.
region. Turkey versus Turkey.
Can
You
show
take us
unlimited
your way.
vision.
Thank you, Liz. Beautiful, beautiful setup coming from both of these teams.
So basically heroes that will win all early objectives.
Papara has
Yeah, she's useless in late game where you need to enter enemy base, but she'll just suicide if you need a fight. Block damage, suicide, whatever. If you win all objectives, you'll be so fat that you don't care if your hero can jump on their towers.
MPLs. So they did lose 1-3. They also lost in the upper brackets finals in the Turkey region for the SPS Open Finals Season 6, which leads up to, you know, the last SPS that we casted. However, Papara SuperMassive is a team that was invited to the SPS, which does really show that they have what it takes to, you know, represent Turkey. They've won matches against S2G. They are able to come out ahead against Team Falcons, which convincingly was the team that I felt like was closest to Incendio. But they got the upset, and now they're looking for even more blood here.
Yeah, we're going to see if they can stack up, if Incendio Supremacy are going to be able to duplicate
How many dollars
against Papara SuperMassive, or if Papara
you win per
SuperMassive,
month
especially
with
off the heels of a victory
YouTube
against
stream
Falcons,
donations?
off the heels of a victory against S2G, other great teams here are going to be able to bring that surprise.
YouTube stream only and donations?
I mean, it feels like
maybe
sometimes we get a little
$200
biased towards some of these other teams that are not Incendio Supremacy, but that's because Incendio's already proven themselves. You look at them, it's hard to kind of look at them and be like, I mean, or
not always.
not know that the history behind them.
Sometimes
how well
less.
they've done. What we just saw from them in our last series of how consistent they can be and what they do with some of these great drafts, and that's going to be one thing that I'm going to be looking for in Papara SuperMassive to kind of take over where Birthright may
Nice,
fall
they
in
ban
these
Fanny here.
drafts and getting that prioritization in these
Because they
lanes.
know
Get these
TNZ
winning
is
lanes
playing
for
Fanny.
yourself to set it up, and then after you have these winning lanes, have the execution. to
Even
be able to
here on
protect your
Snapdragon,
jungle,
they
to
don't really
protect
pick
some of
her.
these rotations and get
I
the
was
IO on
watching,
these objectives.
Yeah, and
What was that game?
I will say that
Team
both of
Falcons
these
versus
teams really
Papara,
do
and
know
they
of
pick Hilda
each
every
other.
game. And they even banned Hilda
They
one
played
game.
each other
Or two
over
games.
and over and over. So I don't think anything is a surprise, at least for both of these teams coming into this draft here. Fanny gets taken off the board, along with both of the gold laners, Harith and Granger. Incendio's, stable ban of Matilda continues on. And also the Louis that dominated in game number 1 for Incendio gets taken out as well here. The Zushin off the board. We don't want that. It tells me that the Eve is going to be a high prio. After the Eve, maybe the Assassins come in for the counter with something like the Hayabusa. And if Papara does not take the Eve themselves, expect Incendio to pick them up in this phase.
Yeah, and Asuyu going to be the first pick up there by Papara SuperMassive. Definitely looking for that Haya, possibly to come out there. Hilda's still on the board too as well. I wonder if you pair up a Haya with a Hilda just to kind of take that type of aggression and early game away from the enemy, because Haya really can be susceptible on those first and early cues when it comes to kind of trying to clear out that jungle. We talked a lot about Hylos and what he's been bringing to a lot of these teams. It's very surprising. I guess 47 is kind of accurate. It seems like, I want to say, almost that the jig is up. Hylos isn't as strong now just because we figured out the counter for him when it comes to having a Cho out there that can kind of be able to help isolate him out. Oh, we've seen this before. The Eve and the Hylos that
And they ban Louis here every game
the
as
real
well.
world manipulation out there.
So
It's gonna be
different
very
drafts.
interesting engagements coming from Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, it's expected opening, big ults with big ults. So just
okay,
a lot
banning
to deal with, a
Matilda
lot
and
of
Zuxin
range,
is still here.
a lot of CC, right? And Papara actually opted to go for the Gatot, which does well against the Eve and holds good against the Hylos. Another option that they could possibly take would be the Cho. However, Cho, not necessarily the strongest pick. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, but this is a small surprise here. They decided to go for the Moskov early on, meaning that they're looking to have a lot of pressure, a lot of map rotation. And Xiao, again, one of the core back members of Papara SuperMassive. If Xiao has a lot of success, usually Papara is going to have a lot of success as well. But an early pick with a Moskov blind in the first phase either is forcing Incendio to pick up the marksman, and Papara and it's going to be even matchup for both, or they don't pick up the marksman. I mean, Incendio has to choose between a marksman and a jungler. They pick up the Hayabusa, or they pick up the marksman and they get their jungle banned out here.
I was about to say, whatever they pick up, it's going to be the opposite that's going to get banned out. They go with the marksman, which means you're going to have the Hayabusa banned out. You're going to have the I don't even know what else, Alpha potentially, or I don't even think that's Alpha to my books. Is actually
I think it's Joy. It's Joy Haya.
Joy Haya makes sense here. And then Incendio Supremacy. So I want to say a very good draft. Both teams here right now, very flexible, very fluid right now as we move into this next banning phase.
Hello, Wilden.
I'm wondering, where is Incendio Supremacy going to be focusing on? Yeah, that mage pickups. You got the Vexana taken out, possibly the Aurora next on the docket as a potential.
Hey, I like Incendio draft.
It's a little bit harder to ban out Papara because
I like
their
Incendio
mage is
draft
so
more.
flexible. Has won quite a few games with the Sicilians, so I'm expecting the Sicilian's going to be knocked off the board here. Vexana also a little bit annoying. Incendio had to deal with it, dealt with it perfectly fine. However, they just don't want that annoyance on the map. If it was me, I would.
I so
take
hate that
out
Suyo
something
is
like the
still
Valentina,
OP hero
which
here.
can copy the RWM, the Glorious Pathway. I would also take the Sicilian out of the option because it's just a lot of magic damage that they have to deal with towards the end of the game. They do take out the Valentina, so the Sicilian is going to be an option. We have seen on After Dark take something like the Faramis or even the Farsa out for a spin. So still a lot to be expected. The Joy is available here, so you know, I think Incendio is just going to take that with a smile on their face.
The only problem for me with the Sicilian pickup is it doesn't have anything to kind of answer in that early game. If Incendio Supremacy win at these objectives, you're going to be looking at a huge opportunity for right after the objective goes for Incendio Supremacy to lay down a glorious pathway and chase down Papara SuperMassive through their own
Yeah, I
jungle,
also
which
like
is where
Incendio
this
draft more
composition
right
is
now.
really gonna shine. All these closed in
Bro,
areas,
Dazai,
you
you're
lay down
playing
real-world
tournament or what?
manipulation, you lay down a
No,
glorious
I'm
pathway,
watching a
it's gonna
tournament
cut
right
off
now.
Papara SuperMassive's escape.
When I play tournament, I
Especially
will
if
not
they're losing
stream.
those
It's
objectives
forbidden.
in the first place, and they're not gonna be able
You
to
cannot
answer it. So it's
stream
gonna be
when you
very
play
interesting.
tournament.
Either we go with something that can combat the early game.
I am
get
new
those
to the
objectives, or
competitive
maybe
side of
something that we
MLBB.
can help
What
to
teams
try to
is the
get to
streamer
these
rooting
other
for?
lanes to maybe answer with a gank or two without even
Hello.
trying to go for the objectives.
This is Snapdragon
maybe
ESL
like
tournament.
an Aurora that provides that,
Challenge
you know,
Finals
AOE
part of
early
this
game,
tournament.
that, like, back off
Top
my
3
objective
teams
type of ultimates that has the impact
will
that
fly
you
to
may be looking
Indonesia,
for.
Jakarta for main
And
offline
also
event.
kind of anti-dive
Basically,
against
Incendio
something like an
Supremacy
assassin
and
heavy comp
Papara
that Incendio
SuperMassive
likes to set
already
themselves
proceeded.
up with, right?
They already
The
won
Joy could
their
also be
tickets to
available for that
Indonesia.
charge here. And a very
I'm not really
surprising
rooting for any of those
pick. So
teams.
you're
I'm
right,
just
Private.
watching
They do go
to
for that early
see some
game
drafts,
pick
see
up
some
on that main
rotations,
position,
fights.
Anti-dive.
I'll
It's
learn
gonna
something
protect
from
himself
this.
against the Badong, against the Glorious Pathway, and a little bit of the RWM. But this Cho pick,
If
is
I was
something
asked,
that's a little
if I
bit more
was asked
surprising
who
to
I'm
me.
rooting
Not
for,
many teams are willing to pick
I would
it
tell
up
that
because
I
it
root
just
for
hasn't found
Birthright,
the success
because Birthright is the
that I
only
would
team
say
from Europe I
in
know.
the,
They're from Spain,
international
yeah, but
group
from Europe.
stages they had over there.
Incendio and
Still a good
Papara are
pickup,
from
does
Turkey,
well against the high-lows.
and Team
I do wanna
Falcons are
see
from
when
Egypt.
Incendio is going to complete the draft on
So yeah, I'm more rooting for
Yeah,
Birthright.
It's going to be the alpha pickup for
But
Incendio
Birthright
there.
Team Falcons will play tomorrow, I guess.
From what we've seen
Not
so
today.
far, especially from Incendio picking up the Cho, I mean, they've been a pretty standard, pretty lethal with it, able to get in, they find the right targets. And that's the biggest thing for Cho's, is getting into the back line, finding the right targets, and kicking them in the right direction to be able to have your team.
This is
really
upper
pop
bracket
on.
final right
It
now.
sounds
But both
easy,
these
it
teams,
sounds great,
Incendio
but
and
as
Papara,
a-
already got tickets to
when it comes
Indonesia.
actually doing
They
it as
don't
a
even
Cho
need to
player,
play
it
this.
can be very hard, especially in the midst of team fights.
There is
there.
one last
We're gonna see
place
Papara SuperMassive
to
are gonna be able
Indonesia,
line that up
either
and,
for
make it
Birthright or
successful
Team
from where
Falcons,
we've
because
seen
both
Incendio
these teams are in
Supremacy.
lower
I mean,
bracket right now.
They've done it. We've already seen it in the last series how well they're able to manage with the Cho.
So the most
Are they gonna be
interesting
able to
game gonna
play
be tomorrow.
against it?
Yeah, and
Here we can just see two
again,
strong teams
two of these
playing.
powerhouses from Turkey already know of each other, so I think there's not going to be much jittering. There's not going to be much unexpected. Both teams are going to be quite comfortable in this situation. Yes, Incendio has took care of majority of the matches that they played on the stage, but could this be what Papara needs to get over this hump? This is going to be a best of 5 series between Papara SuperMassive and Incendio Supremacy. Game number 1 action. We are here.
Yeah, and for me, as we start into these early seconds, the big question for me is Papara SuperMassive going to be able to withstand the early game pressure that we've been known to see from Incendio Supremacy? Speaking of early game pressure, they're already, After Dark, going to have to utilize a flicker to get away from the onslaught of damage coming out from Rosa and Apex 487.
Yeah, with the flickers being popped and some of the spells being used, this gives Rosa a pretty big advantage early on in terms of just having a lot of presence and lane bullying, right? Look at Rosa. He's just standing in between the minions, just trying to deny some things away from After Dark. Take a look at the gold, a little bit of advantage for that Arithal. So, you know, Incendio is actually quite happy with the early game. It's a little bit of a gold lead here after dark is getting denied away. You know, things are looking a little bit sunnier for the red side so far.
Yeah, after dark, really kind of getting. And the thing is, too, is
I like the way how Incendio is holding mid lane.
Only 10% health
Like they do not just
So,
push mid lane creeps and go.
is going to go ahead, proc that passive
They
coming
keep
out
that
from
Aurora on
After
mid
Dark
lane
does
and
not
make
get the
her
kill,
lose
but
creeps.
does push the wave a little bit forward there. And After Dark going to go ahead and find a
Hey, what's
clean
this
and
here?
quick ride home.
This is it's gonna put a target on.
Or maybe they
After
get
Dark's,
Apex right now,
head,
yeah.
But before that, Apex gets taken off the map here. First blood actually going towards Papara.
Oh man!
Oh!
Avatar the Guardian goes out, lands on a nothing. We do have a Chikundo coming into the back line. Blotsfet not able
Nice
to find
gameplay
a
from
target or the
Papara.
pop-up on the
They like
numbers that
warmed
he
up
wanted.
when playing
Now
versus
puts
Team
some pressure
Falcons.
onto this purple buff. It's about a 3-on-4. They
Vasa
might wanna think
finding
about,
kills
taking
almost
an
every
escape
time.
from this, but it's going to allow the time for Mohi to go ahead and pick up the first objective.
You know, the side of Papara, they can set themselves up with a extremely beautiful team.
Ooh.
They could skill layer and make sure other CCs hit.
Oh,
But,
nice ultimate from
After Dark
Aurora.
getting chunked.
Oh, a great
The Enzi
situation.
dead.
Just 3 members allows his team to be able to
Chu
take
gets
down
blue
2
buff.
Rosa running for the hills, trying to get the speed boost, but there is Blotsfet to pop him up and find another
Nah,
kill
GG's,
for
GG's
his
from
teammate.
Papara.
4-0
They're playing
right
better
now
and
for
better every
Papara
day.
Supermassive. And if the question was, can they
Who
match
won,
the
Falcon?
early game
Nah.
aggression? The answer
Falcons
is a
lost
firm yes.
1-3.
An
Papara
objective,
SuperMassive won.
3 and a 4 here, but Mohi does get
Ah,
poked out
Mohi
quite low.
died.
Is going to be the one that picks up that kill. A nice, glorious pathway and a good response.
You look high as
coming out
fuck,
from
bro.
Incendio,
Trust me, I'm high as
stopping
fuck.
Papara in their tracks.
I'm not trying to hide it.
Continuing on with this aggression up on top, not trying to get this taken down. TNZ does get taken down by After Dark, Malali, and Apex 47 going to disengage from this fight. 5-1 right now in favor of Papara Supermassive, looking to
It's
turn
quite
the
cold in this
tides
room, by the way.
where in past
That's why I'm
tournaments
sitting
they
like
have
it.
failed against Incendio Supremacy. It seems like they have learned from those past encounters, able to have a very dominating early game. But if we've learned anything when it comes to EU, when it comes to MENA, that these teams, the early game is just one tiny part of the success for some of these teams. You need to be able to carry that same type of synergy, that same type of confidence into the late game.
Yeah, and you're completely correct. The early game, it's definitely like a pick-offs heaven, right? You got the Cho, you got the Aurora. If you're able to land some of your spells together, it's almost a guaranteed like 5-second CC into a kill. And Papara is pretty much just betting on that right now. But Incendio, they do have a team fight-oriented comp. These long cooldowns like the RWM, Glorious Pathway, Fish Crack, if they can stack those skills up, it could be something that's hard to deal with. The Spear of Destruction does come. Shao does.
Oh,
Yeah, and then they go ahead, find the
nice
pick off
ultimate
onto
from Chu.
47 with the Way of the Dragon now landing up onto Alien, looking for an escape. Is going to be able to use that ability to create.
But Halfa
the
is not
distance
even
between
coming to
him
Turtle.
And Blotsfet and the rest of
He has
Papara
no
Supermassive
items, he knows it.
return back to
No level
their
diff, no items.
lanes.
Again, jungle level diff.
6-1 right now with a very great early game for Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, Apex not having the best time of his life. 0-3. TNZ also getting picked off over and over, and it's really due to the amount of CC that Papara has. Not only do they have to pick off heavy Cho, but before that, After Dark pops the flicker
Yeah,
here.
nice flicker.
Another escape being used. After Dark seems to be getting picked off over and over.
It's becoming an issue. 4 members now looking for the gank up at top. Rosa gonna join in. RWM is laid down. Blotsfet comes in. Gonna look. The Frigid Glacier is out. A great Avatar. The Guardian comes down as Zhao able to find the kill onto Rosa.
Ooh, nice stomp from Alien.
Alien creates the distance. Fist crack. Is it going to be enough to find a kill? Getting slowed down by the enemy.
There is no
Blotsfet
damage without
jumping and
Rosa, of
diving.
course.
Gets a little bit of a bait there as the rest of Incendio looking for a disengage. Oh, they're looking for a sandwich on the Blotsfet. A Alpha Charge comes out, and they do find the kill onto Blotsfet, maybe biting off a little bit more than he could chew there. One tower going to the side of Papara SuperMassive. I believe a trade there. Two towers down for each, or one down for each side.
Yeah, Incendio, even though being down in so much kills, they're really not scared to take some of the map into their own favor and potentially even creating an advantage of their own here.
Yeah, Apex 47. Oh, Avatar the Guardian comes out. Oh, does catch Rosa, so they're going to go ahead and try to launch onto it. Wasa gets taken out there for his efforts, and down goes the
Moki, a little bit too much of solo gameplay, a little bit too much.
Of the towers to take a hit on. 7-3 still for Papara SuperMassive, but Incendio Supremacy looking a lot better as they get this next hurdle.
Yeah, there's definitely
like, even though Papara has level diff of jungler, but jungler is not using the level diff when contesting objectives.
Looking quite good, right? RWM, Glorious Pathway, Fish Crack, again, spells on spells. It just depends on who gets the spells off first.
Oh, nice way of the dragon, followed by the Frigid Glacier. A great combo coming out from Papara SuperMassive to answer back as they lose a Zhao at the top lane. Alien keeping Wasau at bay, using those pushes into the wall, trying to stun him out.
And you know, Incendio's not scared to fight, but Papara's response is, I think, what's taking them onto that next level. You mentioned having a great early game mage may set Papara up with a little bit more success against the early aggression that Incendio always puts up in mid, and you're exactly correct. Having this Cho with the Wave of Dragon paired up with the Aurora spells and damage, it's just enough for them to 100-0 essentially any front line that Incendio sends up to defend here.
Yeah, and right now it does look like the biggest problem right now is Incendio Supremacy when it comes to the small amount of kills and pressure that they're able to put out there. They're able to transition those small kills.
Moki a little bit lost map control with his jungle gameplay.
Is starting to bleed.
He was doing too much solo moves.
Front row towers already gone for the side of Papara, and Incendio Supremacy continuing to move on. Oh, nice Avatar the Guardian catches two members there. Frigid Glacier is out as well. In comes Zhao, trying to put on the damage, and we did see the RWM laid out for Incendio Supremacy. One down in the name of Wasau. That's a big, I want to say, big beefy, tanky character taken down for the side of Papar. They're not going to have it.
Nice flicker by Lin.
After Dark in trouble
wasted a little bit.
Procking that passive, gets taken down. Tienzi with the kill there as Alien creates the distance. Now manning up against three members, gets pushed away. That actually might have been a little bit of a mistake. He gets taken down. Tienzi finds the kill, and just like that, we have almost tied things up. Incendio Supremacy come back with a flurry.
I think
Papara has extremely good early game gameplay, but Incendio shows that they do not forgive any rotation mistakes.
They have the Cho, so it's a pick-up heavy
and
hero.
they showed Moki, if you wanna be AFK for 1 minute, we're gonna take everything in our hands and come back this game.
A target, and especially with such an early pick like the Moskov that was in the first phase, he excels at split pushing, right? So maybe consider doing like a 2-0-3 split where they have 3 on the objective, and then they have the Cho and the Moskov working on the corners of the map. If the Moskov gets a pick off with the Cho, then great, they can get a lane split push. But however, Incendio is just forcing it down the throat with this bully ball strategy. A 5-man group up early on is giving them so much success here.
Yeah, and they're continuing to push this advantage. Lord knocking down at the bottom tower, and with the rest of the minion priority going through mid. Now starting to turtle up Papara SuperMassive, trapped in their base, unable to answer right now. Ooh, in comes another fistcraft from Alien with that dash, and the damage coming out from the rest of Incendio Supremacy. Sunshine,
they will even get tower.
Just doing a huge amounts of chunking onto that tower, and that is one high ground down for Papara SuperMassive. In comes the way of the dragon, followed up by the RWM. Big damage coming coming out from the Avatar of the Guardian, followed by the Frigid Glacier, but who's going to come out on top? Wasso gets taken down, Alpha Charge takes
not
down
enough
Loki,
damage.
and Sunshine finds a kill onto After
Sunshine.
Dark, just like that. 3 members of Papara SuperMassive are down. They're looking for a defense here. Can they do it? It's only 2 members left. Glorious Pathway is out. The damage onto the core. Is it going to be enough? The first game. Ooh, they don't have it just yet. They need the minions onto the base. Mid-high ground tower is going to be next on the docket as the minions come in there. They're going to take that down. Now moving their attention onto the top tower. All high grounds down and the base is wide open. Incendio Supremacy are going to, looks like they might actually have to back up here as Papara SuperMassive live to fight another day, but they are not going to be able to take another push like that.
Yeah, I mean, it was the best case scenario coming out from the side of Super Papara here. They were able to get the kick off of the Badang. And you know, in terms of like the glorious pathway and the real world manipulation, it was great that it was put in, but Papara, it felt like they had that advantage in that team fight, unfortunately being down in terms of the gold and maybe not the right target. You know, allowed Incendio to kind of come out on top on that. And it's due to these big ultimates, the Glorious Pathway, the Eve. These are 2 picks that the side of Incendio are so good with. The Lords coming down half health. Doesn't seem like the side of Papara has the ability to respond to this.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead. They do find a way of the dragon, but Rosa does. And RWM gets taken down. Zao with the kill there on the backside. Apex 47 has locked on the Moki, but he's split up from his team. TNC finds a kill onto the back line. That's a big damage dealer taken down in the form of Zao. 2 down for the side of Papara SuperMassive. A Lord and 4 members of Incendio Supremacy barreling down the mid lane. In comes the flicker and the fist crack, and that is going to be
Incendio have just so good rotations. Team rotations, not just solo rotations.
Dominating performance for the side of Incendio, but they have surprised me here. This is a very convincing.
Yeah, Rosa is here. It's Fireflux. Incendio is Fireflux.
Bad early game. When I say bad, it's a little bit subjective, right? You could call 6-1.
His
bad.
eyes. You really need to go to sleep, zombie.
You know, losing objectives bad, but taking the mid tower, trading opposite ends of tower, snowballing, and still going aggressive into the enemy jungle while you lost 3 members.
Are you high, bro?
On the very first rotation of
Caroline, hello.
Incendio comes
I'll be right back when they start next draw.
Back 12-10 with a 13 minutes. Again, it's quite convincing here that Incendio played that late game way better.
Yeah, well, and then it kind of comes across is that the game plan needs a bit of an adjustment as we move from early game to mid game, from mid game to late game. In the early game, you could get that Way of the Dragon onto a Hylos, and After Dark on the Aurora would be more than enough to take it down. However, as we move into the late game, getting that Way of the Dragon onto a Hylos, you're asking your team to expend so much energy, so many ults to try to take him down, that by the time you do take him down, the rest of the team there has been putting immense amount of damage on you, and there's nothing left for you to answer that call.
Yeah, and I still feel like Papara played that quite well. You talked about the early game. I don't think the Aurora was more or less the issue. The Moskov was an interesting pickup for me. Unfortunately, we didn't really get to see his.
Даруйте подарунки коханим з Розетка цілий місяць. Розетка щоразу поруч.
Game plan. They're able to win out from picks to picks, and they're able to find some of these counter engagements quite well. But when it comes down to that 5-7 minutes, especially after this moment, you see the side of Incendio just groups up as 5. They're not scared of just finding fights throughout the whole entire map, and they're able to find the better pickoffs, the better trades, the better towers, and even when they get kicked themselves up here with a great setup from the Gato Kacha, it just still was not not enough to deal with the sustain and the frontline focus that Incendio has set themselves up with.
Yeah, and I want to say,
Zombie eyes
when you're
guy
watching
is
these
here.
replays, I don't think I've ever seen.
Let's
a
continue
Dazai
watching
land
tournament.
So many Avatar of the Guardians, as was done here for the side of Incendio Supremacy. So he executed his job correctly, and what he was trying to do, it's just the sustain, the damage eventually from Incendio Supremacy was too much for them to deal with.
You know, this is tough. I liked Papara's draft.
TNZ with Rose Gold.
You look at a lot of the tournament
Fighter emblem with Swift and
Supremacy.
no, I don't like this emblems for Alpha though.
If you take a look at the drafting wise,
But build is interesting. Build is just for team fights.
Incendio grabs the Hylos that they always like to have, especially with the Eve. The Eve was kind of like that free target. And yeah, it was still
They
good
changed
coming
Gold
off of
Laner, I
these teams,
think.
but
No,
Incendio was
Sunshine is
just
still
able to
there.
group up as five
They just
and
don't
use
usually. They
themselves
can
up
change
early.
names
It's a
during
5
tournament.
versus 5 here. The picks
It's still right
the pick
Sunshine.
comps kind of get less
in some
and
ups
less
of
when it
game,
goes into that mid and
but
late
in-game
where
name can be
enemies are just
different.
grouped up as 5. You can't find the picks, and when you do find the picks, it may be on a low priority target. You said the Hylos gets picked off over and over. Then we saw the Badang getting kicked over and over. But it's just those two heroes are fine. You have Rosa in the backside just smacking them. You have Sunshine just having the life of his, the day of his life, just being able to free hit. And I think that's the real issue that the side of Papara has to target.
Oh man, as we take a look at the top 5 kill leaderboard, TNZ and Sunshine far. Yeah, I was going to say the gap between them and Mohi and Zhao is pretty amazing there. Almost 30 kills just from second to third place, and then when you get
This
to first
because
place,
TNZ plays Fenny.
immeasurable. They're just showing what we were talking about earlier. Is just the opportunities that these teams allow their junglers, allow their marksmen to take here and get for them. Papara SuperMassive, a great early game. However, the opposite problem of what we've seen from other teams when it comes to some of this, where some teams are usually waiting. They bid too much into the late game and they don't have something to secure them into the early. Here, the opposite problem. A very great early game, but things started to fall apart because they didn't have that scaling damage at the end to compete with the sustain and with the matched up damage as the power sparks started hitting for Incendio Supremacy.
You could argue that this is a showcase of the flexibility that Incendio has. Even being down kills. Convincing kills, they're still looking to go aggressive. Being down the turtle, they go invade the purple buff. They get killed and completely demolished there. And then they find a pick onto the top side with the glorious pathway. And then they're able to trade opposite towers, have the faster rotation into the mid lane, have the faster group up. It seems like whether they're down or up, Incendio has a pretty confident strategy that, you know, they could rely on. It's like they could just rely on some of their macros, especially when it comes down to rotation and micros of the skills of the players that they're able to perform.
Matilda,
well.
16
Game
bands,
number
nice.
2 in the draft here. Some expectations coming out from both of these teams here. I expect the Matilda, the Badang, and the Phoveus being taken out, especially as the first pick of Incendio.
Yeah, and that's what I was asked. I was gonna wonder, like, what type of adjustments do we make? Incendio Supremacy, they've been showing just a wild and varied.
Now there is no
flexibility
Falcons,
that they can
only
kinda throw
Falcons
onto that Papara
Philippines?
SuperMassive.
What?
They just need the.
There is
the only
Falcons
thing is just
Philippines team?
That late game needs to kind of be secured for them. So we need something that can
You mean
kind of
AP
help us
brand?
get into. Because I mean, playstyle, synergy, rotating. They were doing such a great job against Incendio Supremacy in the early game, able to match out that that early phase aggression that we've seen, that we saw them dominate Birthright with. The only problem here right now
Sup,
is
YouTuber?
what
I might
usually
need a
happens here
YouTuber help.
is we start focusing
What
too
do you
much
need?
onto that late game because that's where our home was,
Playboy.
and we ignore what made us successful in
What
the
do you
last
need?
game, which was that early game, which was carrying us. So it was just little adjustments need to be made for Papara SuperMassive to be successful here, I believe.
I think you're correct, and with the bans being put out, the Hereth gets taken off means that there's a Granger Prio ban for the side of Papara, because Incendio is definitely going to pick that up with a very happy face, and it has to be a Granger ban here from Papara, right? That does leave open the Eve if Incendio.
No, I know that PH is Philippines,
It's Papara can
but
also trade the Granger for
is
an
there a
Eve.
team
There's
Falcons
also the
Philippines,
Louis
or are you
element. So
talking
there's
about
two
AP
big
brand?
mages available. The Hylos Gato Kacha matchup, you know, the side of Papara probably has the ability to pick them up themselves. The Hayabusa is also up and running. The Soyu, which didn't have a lot of didn't have the success he was looking for, is also available here. Yeah, it could be a Louis opening. It could be the Eve opening. They go for the Louis. So Eve can be here, but I think Papara is going to go for a roamer. They get their first pick either on the Gatot or the Hylos. And potentially, I think the jungler should be the option here.
Yeah, I was about to say assassin jungle preferably for me.
Haya.
Yeah, Hayabusa.
We can't move. No dash.
It's gonna be very interesting here. Man, I was. You have two very strong picks here, especially with that last ban there. It's like, yeah, Granger, Lu Yi, who are we giving her? Especially with the game we saw, the second game we saw with Incendio Supremacy on that Lu Yi. Rosa just did an exceptional job getting those diversions.
I can check DM in Discord, okay?
Not a moment is wasted. As soon as the objective is down, as soon as they get those little shields, they immediately looking for a gank, looking for an engagement. And then after that, every single time the diversion was up, they're looking for another engagement, looking to kind of cut off the escape. So it's going to be very interesting to see, do we have something to battle that with? Can we shut down the Lu Yi early enough and get maybe a winning lane against Lu Yi?
This Ritho is aggressive for me.
Now there is no AP brand.
In terms of the marksman after
Falcons
the Granger
fully
and
bought
the Hereth.
AP. Really?
This Cho is something
Nice.
I actually expected. Cho does well against Hylos. We've seen that.
I didn't
matchup
know
today
that.
over and over. And Cho also
Who
does
is
well
in
against
Team
Suyu.
Falcons right
Suyu
now?
is a very mobile hero.
Philippine Falcons.
However, there is times where he needs to be able to cast his spells without getting interrupted, and Cho is great at interrupting that. So great setup from Incendio. However, now they're prone to a lot of jungle bans. Papara decides to show that I mean, do you want to call it show? It's a double flex between the Hylos and the Badong, so it's going to keep us guessing. But if it's, you know, what we see in the history, it's going to be a Badong in the XP position. Bans should go towards the XP and jungler for the side of Papara, and Incendio is definitely looking to take off some magic damage.
Yeah, very interestingly enough. Yeah, do you have the jungler pickups still? And I'm kind of wondering, we still don't have, I'm wondering if Hayabusa is going to probably be one of the prios to be taken off the board here.
I agree.
Check Liquipedia for AP brand and
Papara
new roamer or
Eve for
something.
Incendio.
I'll check right now.
Maybe I don't think it's Eve Valentina. I think it's like Eve Aurora. I think they had a lot of success with the Aurora. They could also go for the Vexana, which was taken out, but they don't go for the Eve ban early. They decided to take the Valentina away. There's not much that Valentina can take in terms of the ultimate, so
It's Falcon Esports now.
that does leave open.
No, this is
either
not Falcon
the
Esports.
Vexana, which is so good against a lot of the dives, or the Eve, which the RWM paired up with the Glorious Pathway.
Team
We saw
Falcons
that in game one.
DH.
It's a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm actually kind of surprised
What
we haven't
the
taken
fuck?
down the Hayabusa yet. That's one of those strong ones that's going to be able to kind of get to that back
Okay.
line. But do we have the early? The thing I'm kind of looking for is what do we have in the early game?
AP
for the side of
brand,
Papara
MLBB.
Supermassive. I mean, Mohi, I guess. will be able to kind of protect it. Just we've seen this before where the Hylos was on the team and you still had Suyu getting ganked out there early by Incendio Supremacy, and that came because of those matchups at the mid lane. You talked about the mid lane and then the XP lane as well. So for mid lane prio, something that's going to be able to kind of clear waves. I mean, Aurora still can clear very succinctly as well. I'm not even sure what else we're kind of looking for as far as clear, but we definitely need something to be able to kind of match up with the Lu Yi and that clear speed, or you're going to have enemies in your jungle right from the get-go.
I love how you mentioned the early game, and I think the Eve would have been a solid pick. However, they don't have the early game, so I was like, you know, maybe they're gonna fit an early game marksman like Bruno.
Uguen,
they doubled down, Private.
Pandora,
early game,
Q,
we're just
and
going to rely on the
Supermarket.
Hylos and the Soyu. Right, it's a fighter jungle which typically does decent in early game, paired up with the Hylos, which is almost one of the strongest early game roamers. They're double downing on this. They pick up the Claude, which, you know, does shift towards getting that Aurora, which had a lot of success in game number 1 to fulfill the early game, or they could go with the Eve, which Eve Claude is, you know, very risky. They have to
but
make
there
sure
is info that
they can
AP
get
Brand
some sort of
ended their
early game
partnership
advantage.
with Team Falcons,
Incendio
returning their brand back to
coming
AP
out.
Brand.
The Alpha
on
was
January
banned out.
17th.
Hayabusa is something we've
And
seen
on
TNT
February
go over
1st,
and over
February
and over.
1st,
And then now we get to see the
Liquipedia, Pandora, Kaltizi, Few, Supermarket, and Uguen,
against the Badang.
and their coach Trebor, I don't know,
could just
left,
want more front
and
lines
by left,
set up because the Cho just isn't enough so far.
Yeah,
It's not the Eve anymore. I don't think they could pick the Eve. No
they
way.
mean left to Team Falcons PH or what?
You got the Akacha out there. As soon as it
Got the
goes
Haya.
into RWM, it's pretty much you're a sitting duck for that. And even Lu Yi. I mean, yeah, Goose be cooking.
I don't understand what's happening with those teams here.
Oh, it's gonna be a Veil. I don't hate it.
I do. 0% 2-pick rate. I do. I'm sorry.
Oh, by the way, what about draft?
I
Last
think
game with Birthright. Birthright where they picked Veil. Was it the Veil's fault for the loss?
I think the Veil made great plays. Right? When the Louis
Maybe I'm sick, I don't know why I feel so bad.
Maybe this is the matchup. Maybe it's the Veil against the Louis, where Louis, yes, can teleport around the map fast.
What is that?
But Veil has a faster and further wave clear. Veil also has the passive that allows him to run around, while Louis doesn't have any mobility here, so they could be playing some 3-4D chess here, Private, and we're just not seeing the whole picture yet.
Yeah.
Kind of what
AP
my point
brand
was.
is still the
I feel
same.
like the game where Veil
Just
has
Pandora
lost wasn't Veil's
and
fault.
Liquipedia
Veil
are
was
both
kind of a shining
explainers.
star in some of those matches, just not enough to carry on the deficit that his team was going in. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on to game 2. Looking at Papara SuperMassive can answer back the initial matchup from Incendio Supremacy and the victory that they took from them as we lead into these finals here
What?
for the Snapdragon Pro Series, and just like that, after dark and Apex
Veil already
47
died. It's like
gets
me on
taken
mid lane.
out.
Yeah, grab your popcorn, call your family, tell
I
your
like
friends,
Incendio draft more.
come out and watch this, because this is pretty much the tip of the top, the turkey versus turkey.
You can see how Rosa tries to dominate mid lane. Every game he does that.
One is just
He's just staying
supermassive,
in mid lane and
the
zoning
other
you.
one is looking for the reign of supremacy. 1-1 is the overall scoreboard here. 1 minute in, already some blood is being spilt over by both
I
sides.
like it, I
and
like it.
some utilities being traded. That means Apex not gonna have that flicker, but the Badang and the Veil are both not gonna have that utility as well.
I was really hoping to kind of see this Veil kind of like at least answer, not make a liar out of me. And then right from the opening seconds, they find a pickoff immediately onto him. Not that that really matters too much. I mean, it sets the tone, but I mean, that super early kills don't do too much. They get a little bit of gold there for that first blood, but it's not like it's going to be a game ender or like completely taking this game out of the sides of Papara SuperMassive. They have some good positioning here. Quad shadows out as Mohi trying to slow play this Lord. Avatar the Guardian slams down Mohi, does find the turtle. Now trying to put the damage on. Rosa finds a kill onto Mohi. Quad, or actually Shadow kill onto the back line. Apex goes in, finds a pop-up onto After Dark, but Wasau there to secure his escape. Incendio Supremacy do find a kill, but the turtle ultimately goes to Papara.
Yeah, a good setup by Alien with the AOG, able to force Mohi to use some of his escape skill early on to get into a better position for the retreat. He does pick up that objective, however, it does get taken off the board. And, you know, as a jungler, when you die for the objectives, yes, it's great for your team, but it's, you know, it pushes you back quite far because you need to have level, you need to have damage and gold to be able to jungle faster, right? So it just slows your jungle speed down. However, if Xiao is Supermassive's, you know, main backline, then it's going to be quite good.
What a play there. TNZ able to find the kill onto Blotza. Looks like they did have the jump on him. Came in with a pop-up and able to take Blotzfed down. It is a 3-1 lead for Incendio Supremacy. It just feels like Papara SuperMassive are having issues when it comes to the map pressure and presence that Incendio provides. Every little mistake that Papara makes, oh, they're going to come in there. Mohi does come in. Avatar the Guardian slams
Flood is so miss. I sent to the Discord. I'll check right now.
Kicks him under the tower. They do find a kill onto Apex 47. Maybe a little bit of a greedy way of the dragon, but still able to find the jungler is Incendio.
I will say this though. Last game when the roams were reversed, the Cho was getting the pickoffs early, and
I saw this.
Also getting the pickoffs early against some of the front lines that Papara has. So this is for me expected, but they look to go for the backside here. Potentially gets one.
Ooh, Glorious Pathway has been laid down. Zao does find a kill onto TNZ. That means the enemy jungler is down. They have no retribution for it. Apex 47 fighting. Does find a pop-up onto After Dark. Oh, and is going to get taken down with an auto attack as well. Tying things up with a blazing duet. Sunshine in trouble. Waso on the back end looking for a kill. Blotzfed in trouble. They might be a little too deep into enemy territory right now. They're going to go ahead, charge into this tower, but get caught up. Down goes Zao. Waso in trouble, down to 10% health there. In comes the Quad Shadow. They're going to go ahead, take down Waso as well. 6-4 right now. When I feel like Papara SuperMassive had the lead, had a great amount of kills under their belt, but decided to linger too long at the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, they were looking for a clean dive onto the Rithel. However, Sunshine was able to use the AOG coming out from Alien and to defend and get a trade onto Zhao. So a little bit of a miscommunication. And I would honestly have to say that Xiao not taking the Purify may hurt him in this match. A Cho with the flicker, the AOG, the stun coming out from the Lui. Only time will tell if that is a mistake, but it is going to be a lot of CC to deal with.
Damn, boss ultimate is wasted.
Followed up by the combinations coming out from Rosa on the Lu Yi. A Glorious Pathway has been laid out there. Alien in a little bit of trouble there. Apex dives over the ledge, back and forth. So Papara SuperMassive not able to find anything just yet. 6-4 and a tie game for all intents and purposes, and just one tower down on the side of Papara SuperMassive.
Yeah, this is not bad. This is better than game number 1. in terms of at least it's being even on both of these teams. It hasn't snowballed into a complete landslide here. And
Nice
Incendio,
reaction by Moki.
Yes, they like to they like to put the pedal to the metal in terms of this like 5 to 7 minutes in where they really try to group up quite early. And Papara not really scared. They have the Claude going in for the late game, sends him on the opposite direction, gets a tower push, looking for the objective here.
Ooh, Mohi does find a kill onto the end. After Dark does find a kill onto the Turtle. Blazing Duet from the back line. Apex 47 in trouble, gets stunned and taken down. Mohi with the final touches there as well. Finds himself a double kill. Finally able to answer back. Papara SuperMassive looking for some kills onto these towers. Threw them in. Start pushing their way to Incendio Supremacy's door.
You know, I did not expect the Claude to look so good in this matchup.
It's because you don't have enough sleep, you get sick easily.
But he's gonna get taken off, punished.
If I don't allow any human being touch me, I will not get sick.
But again, the Claude has done quite well. He's rotating off from the opposite side of the map. He has some impacts.
I just need to isolate myself.
And Xiao, again, is the leading MVP of Papara SuperMassive. It means that Papara puts a lot of resources to put Xiao in a good position for some of these team fights early on.
One thing I wanted to point out too, just seeing that diversion from Rosa and that kill they were able to get kind of points out to me. I almost forgot they had diversion on the team because usually like Rosa's kind of spamming those out. And here, I want to say maybe a little bit more heavy or lighter handed when it comes to that diversion, when it comes to finding an available angle to be able to get there. I'm not sure if that's a plus for Papara SuperMassive or if Incendio Supremacy may be playing this one a little bit closer to the chest, a little bit more safer because they don't know what they have in these, and they don't really have that dominating lead just yet where they can just appear anywhere and be guaranteed a good team fight.
Yeah, it seems like even though the scoreboard is 7-7 in terms of the towers, it's not extremely convincing on one end or the other, but Papara definitely has a game plan that is executing quite well. You can see the gold leaderboard, right? Xiao and Mohi up ahead, and Mohi was actually the one that fell first in that turtle pit. So Papara doing quite a good job, you know, with defending, with farming here, and especially with the marksman like Claude, the mobility is going to be a little bit tough to deal with. Incendio really have to put some players on to that marksman.
Ooh, glorious pathway there. It's laid down to kind of separate the rest of Incendio Supremacy.
Whoa, so much damage from Eerie.
Alien in trouble onto the back line, has popped his healing. Mohi does find a kill there, and now they're returning to try to put some damage on here. Rosa getting chased down by Wasa. Tienzi coming in from the back end, does find a kill. Shadow kill is onto 3 members, but Blotsfet finds his own kill onto Tienzi. 2 down for Incendio Supremacy, 1 down for Papara SuperMassive. And a Lord on their side.
That's what
comes in with the way of the
what
dragon,
was that,
and
Mohi?
doesn't even get the license plate of that car before he gets taken down.
Yeah, a small facepalm moment, at least for me, but the damage coming out with the Rithel here, Sunshine, with the burst, with the scaling, picks up a kill here, a very crucial kill. Not only do they get After Dark, they get Mohi, which is, you know, 2 big damage dealers from the side of Papara. They should be able to defend out this objective here. A little bit of a misplay, I would say, from the side of Papara SuperMassive. They played that objective so well. I thought the glorious pathway that was shot but in that Lord pit was a little bit too early, but Tienzi's position was just too late. He didn't get to the fight until the Lord came down. Great AOG by Alien as always. However, the retribution on Mohi, the amount of skill and mastery that he has on that hero, it just really shows in these turtle fights.
Ooh, big taunt goes on to Wasa. Blazing Duet, they're going to go ahead and wipe down the floor door with a sunshine. Big pop-up lands Apex 47 in the midst of the fire, trying to get away, gets taken down. After Dark finds the kill there as well. Blotsfet next on the list, gets taken down by Tienzi. Blazing Duet not enough to answer back. Ooh, After Dark takes a lot of damage. Tienzi finds a kill onto
Drink
Rosa.
beer, save water. I like drunk driving. Isolate yourself, bro. In fact, all people should be isolated from each other. Highly recommended.
Threw out some damage, but it wasn't enough. 3 down for the side of Incendio Supremacy, and we are just answering back and forth and back and forth. And I want to say, man,
I don't know. What are these advices, guys? Can you give me good advice?
Needs to be tighter on.
What to do if you are tired?
Picked off before the Lord comes down.
Your ideas. Without drinking and drugs.
By taking 3 or 2 deaths because you guys were out of position and pushing forward without the help of your teammates.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely some blundering that the side of Papara kind of did here, and it looks like there potentially might be another one. He goes aggressive, Mohi, onto the backside here, gets taken off the board, just like you said it. Just some blunders and some mistakes coming out from Papara is holding them back for convincing an early game in the second game.
Yeah, Papara SuperMassive, they're not... They're playing like they're 4K behind, and they're trying to look for an opportunity, or they're trying to force opportunities. Ooh, AOG comes out and does find a kill.
Drink vitamin C. Okay, that's not helpful at all.
This possible lore trying to come in. Quad channels is out. Wasso in trouble, getting knocked down. Rosa finds a kill there. Blazing Duet with the Winter Crown. He still is able to get away, but it doesn't help. Lord still goes to Incendio Supremacy. And on the back line, ooh, Rosa looking for an angle here. They don't find anything. This is where we're talking
and
about. And
Incendio come back again. Oh my god.
They have a lead. Oh, they don't actually have a lead. They're just tied up right now. 40 to 39K, 15 to 12 right now, and a Lord in their pocket.
I mean, I just want to show appreciation to Alien. On every objective, every little skirmish, he's looking to trade spells like Flicker and Dashes with the AOG. And
is your hairline Dazai? No, my hairline is fine.
When those spells, those escape dashes are on cooldown, the rest of the members can follow up
normal.
Quite well. And I think Alien is the one that really sets the team fight.
Beat your meat, working method that prevails even in military.
Looking to get a little bit more. They get the teleport on the top though.
It will make me even more tired, no?
An early win there. TNZ dives under the tower, gets caught up. Alien in trouble here too as well. 3 members of Papara SuperMassive looking to take him down as Sunshine finds a takedown onto the tower. Alien is down. The rest of Papara SuperMassive in tow, looking to possibly answer this back, but the great suppressive fire coming from Rosa to match up those yin-yangs, force away.
Rosa is so good mage, like he's using skills always in the right way.
Into those tight
always hitting his skills.
Where Rosa's going to be able to match up those yin-yangs so well.
You know, it's crazy that the Rithel is building crit and he's going for a DHS and he bursts like that. I don't know what an Rithel build is supposed to look like.
It works. I'm student and for studying with pressure I need something like vitamin C.
With a great
bro, I can understand if you tell me to
but all the kills,
drink
all the
magnesium
goes towards the marksman, goes towards the mage. They're both having a great time.
But vitamin C
overall spread across the 3
drink energy drinks, bro. Energy drinks don't give you energy, they take your energy.
Happy position, and with something
what the fuck are you talking about, guys?
When it comes down to this mid-late game, it's gonna force Papara's position to be quite awkward. Do they have to group up as 5 to deal with the divergence? Do they send 1 to split across the map and deal with the Hayabusa? The side of Papara has to make some tough choices that I think Incendio might be able to take advantage of.
Helping form and maintain bonds.
To the proving times. Only
Car-
a tiny 1K
Cartilage?
gold
What the
lead
fuck is that?
for the side
Skin
of
and
Incendio
blood
Supremacy.
vessels?
I want to say this next fight, this next objective is really going to tell the tale of where the advantage goes. Does Papara SuperMassive have a composition that they can use to be able to kind of match up some of these objectives, to be able to take these back as Sunshine starts on this Lord? Alien checking through the bushes, getting as much information for his team. The rest of Papara SuperMassive coming in from the side, getting caught up there. A big flicker into a fist crack.
Vitamin C is not about less stress, I don't know.
Taking down Blotsfoot as well. This spells disaster for Papara SuperMassive. 3 down and the diversion into the back lines. Clean. Oh my god. That is
Only Apex alive.
on each team. At Apex 47, they tried the diversion into the back line. The diversion ended up working out against them. This means that you have a Lord. The jungler for the side of Papara is up. They're going to be able to get this Lord.
Imagine Apex taking Lord right now.
Can't find a way to be able to counter this. He's not going to be able to. There's only 5% left
Not
there.
time.
The diversion play, I wonder if we can get a replay of that. It looked like it was going to be able to wipe out Papara, but it turned against them.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely just a little bit too much here. And, oh, Apex popping this flicker early on. Not gonna have the flicker wave, the dragon combination for this next objective.
Magnesium, vitamin D3, yeah, this is what helps with stress.
On the front side, they're not gonna be
Vitamin C is for like skin, bones, immune system,
doesn't go
some other shit.
And you know, we thought Incendio had that team fight convincingly, right? It shined in their favor, but the double-edged sword of the Divergent, it's just sometimes a little bit hard.
It's a big bottle.
And Gulak onto Zhao, able to get the kill quickly with the
Oh, Zhao died.
Whoa,
got Mohi. They will kill Mohi right now. Yeah.
Right to answer the call and create that distance. He needs to find himself an escape. Shadow kill onto Wasa. Maybe a bit of a mistake there, but the rest of the team coming there, putting the CC, slowing down Wasa, who will not be able to get an escape. Alien with the kill there. Only 2 left on the side of Papara SuperMassive, and just like that, Incendio Supremacy able to turn around a Lord that they lost with some great positioning by TNZ.
Anyway, a sleeping stream would be fun as well if you're that tired.
TNZ picks Xiao up pretty much.
They want me to do a sleeping stream? I can go sleep right now, guys.
Lots of damage coming out. The reinforcements from Papara picks off the Gato Kacha, looking for a little bit more. Blotsfed might be in dangerous position. Incendio has to back out here, but the side of Papara able to pick up Alien. That's a huge priority target that has caused a lot of headache, and it gives Papara a little bit more map pressure to push Incendio back into their cave.
Just like that, and that's the value. This is where this greatness from Badang has been coming from. Is just he's like a mage when it comes to those one-hit combos, but he's got the tankiness that he needs to be able to
adequate sleep will solve most problems. So, yeah, I guess so. Leah, hello.
Great, answering right back to Incendio.
Yeah, this is good matchup. Why not?
They just threw at them, which is flanking from behind them. And speaking of which, you can still see TNZ is not done with that playbook. He's still on the backside. He's looking
only CEO versus Hayabusa is quite hard early game, but
he's going to be looking for an angle to try.
Everything else is fine.
See if he can, turn it in. It looked like After Dark was walking right into the range too.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely playing cat and mouse here. It's quite smart in the kick.
Ooh, they got After Dark.
Rosa does find a kill onto After Dark. That is Big Mage taken down for the side of Papara SuperMassive. Wasau trying to find himself an escape. 1 down for Papara, but that's a huge damage dealer down. Mohi. Oh, he's not able to find the target that he wants. Instead, he's going to have to put some damage onto Alien. Now, not in the best of positions to be able to try to come into this turtle. It looks like Supermassive might have to let this go. Wasau in the front lines. He's putting on the damage. Rosa on the front lines. They're trying to dodge. Either comes to quad shadows.
Ooh, nice ultimate from Badang.
The blazing duet gets popped up immediately. Zhao in trouble. almost gonna have to use that BMI to get out of harm's way. Mohi finds a kill onto Rosa. A double kill. 2 down for Incendio Supremacy, and their jungler is down. 24-21. Papara SuperMassive find themselves in a path to be able to take this Lord, but Mohi does not like what he sees so far, so he's gonna decide against the Lord until his team can be in a position to back him up.
You look like you've been playing with Crocodile.
Targets. That's exactly what the side of Papara is looking for here. Alien and Apex
I was playing with Red Bull.
Potentially might get it, but they might be the ones that get taken off themselves here. Apex is gonna be the first one on the chopping block. Rithel pops that Purify here. They're looking for more. Shao comes in with a flicker. Plays into it, cleans up the whole entire
Damn.
Supremacy lineup here. A 5-4-0. Papara going
Imagine
crazy.
TNZ and Rosa defending this right now.
And now Zhao looking for another angle there. It's just Rosa, well, Rosa and TNZ right now. Big shadow kill is out there, but they find the kill. Zhao takes down TNZ. Wasao on here. They want Rosa. Rosa's a low, but it's not. I mean, it's a Lu Yi. As I say that, she gets popped. This, ladies and gentlemen, could be the final blow here. That is going to be a game 2 answered well by
GG's.
Papara SuperMassive to tie up our series.
Really nice last fights.
Papara
Destroyed.
here with some convincing plays, just one after the other.
Hey mama,
the
hello.
second that we thought Papara was going to be completely out of the team fight, they find
Sleeping
a way
stream
to
when?
turn
I can go
things
right now.
around. I think Xiao had a great game here. I also think the Veil played its part, but also the Badar.
I can
think
sleep like
all
this.
the members of Papara SuperMassive played a great game to be able to turn things around here, right? Incendio had a small lead early on. You know, they were able to take care of business majority of the time. They found some winning team fights. Rosa was able to get some pickoffs as usual. However, Papara with 21-minute game, able to come out just a little bit more on top.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you could probably fill a highlight reel with all of these players. And
Nah, I
everybody
can't sleep.
who did their job and had a major factor in the success of Supermassive here. Whether it's the damage and Zhao being able to get to the back line.
How many of
with
those
blazing
bottles
duets
do
after
you
dark,
finish
being
in a
able to
day?
find the damage, especially with his abilities with the windstorms, the wind
I
blows.
drink
things
this
like
bottle
that.
like
Blotsfed, even
3
able to
days,
find
I
the
guess.
angles, whether it's able to counter a
It's
push
close.
by the side of Incendio Supremacy, or able to use that flicker to get to the back line to find Rosa with that fist crack, allowing his team to the time they needed to close
Ruben,
the
hello.
distance onto there. It just every single member
How
did
did
what
the
they were
first best of
supposed
5 go?
to have
Oh,
this huge
Papara
point
won
into
Team
these
Falcons,
fights and a major
and
role in the success.
Incendio won Birthright.
Now the question is this Claude an issue?
The MLBB players
Because
sleep, yeah.
Papara has played
If you don't
Claude
sleep, you will be
in
like
almost
bullshit,
every
like
one
shit, like
of their series.
Uh,
It's a pocket pick for Xiao.
I don't know.
That he excels at, and when you look at
Like
the rotations,
underdeveloped
when you look at the way that
amoeba.
he's using the blazing duet and he gets onto the
Not
backside,
amoeba, but
it's
amoeba.
convincing that he knows his role on the team. Look at this. He goes for the flicker, gets onto the backside, doesn't find the pickoff, but is able to clean up the rest of the members here. And even this, right? They're able to get a few hits off just enough.
I don't know, I
where Mohi's
slept
able
like
to take care of
3
the rest of the
hours,
business
then I
here.
woke up
It's
and
like
slept
one
3 more
thing
hours.
after the other. The side of Papara is just able to get the dominoes to
And
fall in
I
their
just
favor, especially in the
can't.
late game, and it just snowballed into that win.
And I want to say it's such a good job being able to kind of counteract even the diversion. We just saw back there the diversion went into
Who
the back
sleeps
line.
holding a
They
bottle?
tried to find the jump
I
onto
can
the
sleep
side of
holding a
Incendio Supremacy,
bottle.
but they were able to turn it around, which is maybe the problem and the reason why we didn't see as many diversions like we did in the last series, where they were just all over the map, surprising the enemy. Here, they tried it and immediately were shut down and got the game turned around onto them. So, I mean, just the amount of CC, the amount of burst damage that can come out, it seems to be like that is the counter for the diversion, is if you give them enough time, if they see the diversion coming, if they
Okay,
have this
guys,
type
do
of
you want
conversation,
me
they're
to
gonna be able
sleep
burst
right
you down.
now?
They're going to be able to CC you down to where
And
it's
then
not
wake
gonna be
up
an effective surprise. We
and
look at the
stream
MVP here,
games?
Mohi here with a 12, 5, and
Or
a 6. A well-deserved MVP.
don't sleep
and a
right now and
well-fought
stream
victory
games
for
tomorrow.
Papara SuperMassive.
Yeah, and you know the stats don't tell the full story for Mohi's MVP. You take a look
But
at the
you
first
should tell
objective,
Snapdragon
right?
moderators that I'm a really good
Non-stop
streamer.
AOGs right
Okay?
on top of the retribution timer.
When
And
they
you
come and ask what is
have
Dazai
this
doing,
Soyu just
you
able to
should
get the
tell
frame
that
perfect,
we like his stream very
iframe
much, we
and the
like
retribution
Snapdragon
over
tournament.
and over. The first
They
objective,
understand
the
it.
second objective, he's there every single time, starting the objective, getting those Lord Dances pull, and finding even that winning team fight with the Louis teleport that we saw in the highlight, right? And it transitioned their team into an objective, into a Lord. Yes, it didn't really, you know, siege the way that they were looking for, but you know, the Soyu was able to find the objective, and you know, again, the MVP, I just feel like it's well deserved there.
And they did so much, and there was so much. I mean, this doesn't take away. I don't want to say that this was like a dominating victory for the side of Papara SuperMassive, because this was so much back and forth. There was even a point where Zhao came in with the blazing duet and immediately got caught by Cho with the pop-up, immediately shut down the blazing duet. He had the BMI himself back away. There's just each player on the team was able to answer back and forth. It turns out this time that Papara SuperMassive just had it in their favor that one last time, and he's just doing such a great job. You can take a look at the win rate here. The best win rates here for Suyu, the top one there going to Mohi, a 77% win rate. 9 times it's been used here. Maybe something we might want to think about taking away from him.
Yeah, I mean, the Sui has had a lot of success in the SPS tournaments, and especially in the meta nowadays, he's considered, you know, one of the stronger junglers, especially when you talk about the Soyu, the Joy, and also the Hayabusa, right? These three are kind of like the staple here. Of course, the Fanny comes out in the picture. I'm wondering, right? Do we have the opportunity to bait a Fanny pick out? Especially with so much success that both teams had with such a big hero pool in the jungle, right? If they ban out the Hayabusa, there's still the Alpha left to be played. The Soyu, you know, is being blind pick prio by both of these teams here. You know, I'm wondering if we're gonna see a Fanny come out, because there's just so much opportunity in every other lane. There's so many picks, heroes, and bans that both teams are looking to go for. It would be an excitement for me to get a Fanny game.
It would be exciting, but I feel like they already understand that, especially at this point in the tournament, these teams are not the ones you're going to be allowing the Fanny about. Yes, Hayabusa is a threat. Yes, the Joy can be a threat, but imagine having the kill potential that you do with these normal assassins with the map coverage that a Fanny provides. These guys, I just feel like these guys are too good, and they understand, they respect that these dudes are too good to allow a Fanny out there, with how well that these guys can manage. Like, there's sometimes when you're at the beginning of tournaments, you're at a point where I don't think he's that good on a Fanny, so we're gonna go ahead and throw that out there. I think we've gone through that phase here where people have let that. We've seen TNZ on the Fanny, we've seen a lot of other people on these Fannies, and they have absolutely crushed. There's just no reason to let that out there in favor for a Hayabusa that we've already shown we can do pretty well. Suyu did all right against him. Hayabusa was having a big problem trying to find the angles, and that's another problem too when it comes to the assassin versus fighter. I've talked about it before. The objective fights, there's just so many boxes as an assassin that you need to check, that you need to do correctly to be successful in an objective fight, and your team needs to be present. Your team needs to be helping you. You need to find the angle, get in, get the retribution, find an escape without getting killed, without getting CC'd, whereas somebody like a Suyu, he's got the tankier. He can get CC'd a few times. He can take a few punches. He can hang out there and then just get his retribution and walk himself out. So there's some games to be played here, but as much as I would love to see the Fanny, there's just too much on the line.
No reason. Yeah, SPS Pro Series top picks here. Hylos 50%, 28 picks. Granger 51%, 27 picks. And Soyu with a pretty significant win rate at 26%. Incendio, very, very big Hylos user, and if not, I would say the strongest Hylos user in this tournament here. Granger, we've seen the performance off of Sunshine so extremely well. We could expect the same coming out from Zhao. Top picks, pretty self-explanatory, Soyu, and you know, it goes with all the mages picks, but I kind of want to sit back and talk about something in the more overall scale. In terms of some of these best of 5 series goes, Incendio has lost game 2 multiple times. This is not the first time Incendio has lost game number 2s. Against Elevate in their opening match in the group series, they lost game number 2. In their match against Team Falcon, again, another game number 2 loss, and then their decider match, another game number 2 loss. Does Incendio drop off a bit and relax after their first win and then come back stronger? Or is this a performance that Papara SuperMassive has adjusted towards Incendio's performance and able to kind of prevail and maybe take the momentum into 3 and 4?
I guess we're going to find out there. I feel like there is something to be said about kind of like the back and forth when it comes to
skirmishes,
being successful in the first game and then getting comfortable with that, with the win conditions that we set forth there, and the enemy being able to answer back for it. It might be telling for them, whereas maybe we need more than. Right from the beginning, we need 2 plans, because we can't just lean on the same thing that made us successful in the first game, because it's going to allow the enemy some time to be able to counter back and answer back with something that counters what made us successful. Here, I'm actually kind of wondering, like, especially when last series, it was immediate. Lu Yi needs to be banned out because they were so successful on it. Here, Papara SuperMassive showed that they can deal with that. They can deal with the Hayabusa. They dealt with it very successfully. I honestly still kind of believe it needs to be banned, just because I feel like it's almost like that fake out we had from the first series. Well, she did all right in the first game. She didn't do great. And then on the second game, it was like, oh my God, where did Rosa come from on this one? Now that was able to get that map presence everywhere else on there. Now, focus down onto some of these marksman lanes, the gold laners. We do have Granger taken off the board, Harith off there. Very familiar banning strategy that we've been seeing from both of these teams already.
Yeah, and what's interesting in this matchup is both the Lu Yi and the Eve are open, which we've seen traditionally are high pick priors for any of the teams in SPS. Papara going with their bread and butter. Still a little facial expression. I'm quite happy with the pick. I think you're quite happy with this pick also.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that they've been successful with that actually needs to be addressed by Incendio Supremacy. I was almost at the point where I was just like, maybe we don't go with the Lu Yi. Maybe we go with something like an Aurora or something that can stop that in-your-face play style and take down that's the side that Suyu can provide for them with the engagements there. They do take away the Bedang from the side of Papara SuperMassive, so maybe this is going to be the adjustment that they need to be successful against this composition.
For me, I would go with the Claude. I think Xiao played a great Claude, and SuperMassive has picked up the marksmans early on. Game number 1, they picked up the Moskov. Didn't really work out in their favor. So I like the Claude being blind pick here, because the only option that I think Incendio is looking to go for is something like the Rithel. Now, this Phoveus is something that Incendio has banned out over and over and over with a good reason. We've seen massive Phoveus has come out and just dominate from that level 4 position and onwards, paired up with the RWM. Ooh, this is a opening coming out from Papara here.
Yeah, this is interesting too because you want something. We saw how well that Incendio Supremacy can deal with a Phobius alone. When it's just that flicker, they don't engage unless their a mage has that flicker available to be able to kind of get them out of harm's way. However, this is different. This is not a Sicilian. This is not the tankiness that he has with his Bat's Feast, with the Clock of Destiny. This is going to be a Lu Yi that is very susceptible, very squishy. So it's going to be very interesting. Add that to the fact that you've got an RWM on your team where you can box in the enemy team. You're going to cut off their escape.
I don't know, guys, why you're
It's
still
gonna be
watching.
very careful. I want to say you're going to kind of be looking for Incendio to try to set the tone for some of these engagements, because if they allow Papara SuperMassive to get these engagements, they're going to be looking at quickly losing the ground around you for as well as they can initiate from these.
Although
Okay,
I like
wait.
the 1-1 ban because, you know, Alpha can't really do too much, and this is something Xiao has picked up before. What I'm scared of is if you have to ban out the 1-1, it means your lineup is already susceptible to a lot of these range
it's only drop?
characters like the Claude, right? They're not going to be too much action.
It's only
If the
drop,
side of
dude.
Papara is able to pick up something like a carry or a Claude, it's going to be a headache to deal with, right?
Face the other side while you sleep.
The Lu Yi, the potential that the Badang can't actually find the peel necessary, and Alpha, after the Alpha charge, doesn't have that much of a dash. So I think
I just can't
might be
imagine
a mistake because it just feels like Incendio
what will
has a
Snapdragon
lot
moderators
of
tell about
holes
my
in their
stream.
draft that
So I
they're
stream their
really
tournament
unable to
and they come
protect
to my
themselves
stream and the
against.
guy is just
I
sleeping.
like where Papara is going with this so far. They take out the
it's
Gato
fun.
Kacha, is a good flex and something that Alien has really done well with. But Papara still is looking for that roam position, something like a Tigreal.
How to
comes
stop
mind
stream when the tournament
when it
will
comes
end
down
if
to
I'll be
locking
sleeping?
the targets down for that Eve to be able to just dish out tons of damage.
Who can stop my stream instead of me?
Yeah, especially, well, they have when it comes to Rome, yeah, there's that. I'm actually kind of curious why Minotaur kind of fell off. I was kind of thinking of that maybe.
Oh, by the way, don't forget to like the stream. At least Snapdragon moderators will see you are liking my stream, so yeah.
In that early game, and is not as dependable that what a lot of people like. And then it's just the setup time. It's like you
Do watch me sleep live stream. I guess it will have more views than your usual one.
There. Here,
Really?
yeah,
I'll just
you're
sleep.
gonna have
You will go
the
to my
Wrath of the
stream
Dryad,
and
as
watch me
well
sleeping?
as,
That's
Older
all?
Baton's coming out as well, and we're gonna go back
It's easy.
to Old Faithful, 67%. So
Shao.
that's a bad win rate there, Zhao.
Yeah, all Zhao there, all Shao there. This Bellerin,
I'm not joking, I will go sleep
there's
right now.
things to love and there's things to not love about it. Things to love is that it does well against the Alpha, where he goes in, he gets taunted, and that's like a 3-4 second combination.
Okay, then
that the
I
Alpha
don't know.
has to deal with.
Share the stream because
You can't really run
20
phase four
people,
against the
20,
Louis.
30
You're
people
gonna
on
get
my
hits,
stream,
and the
that's not
Riddle does
much.
have some mobility,
I need
so,
more people watching my
it
sleep stream.
may give Papara what it's need. I still like Papara's draft a little bit more. Incendio is still missing a key factor here, and they go with something I would say is a little bit crazy here.
I was about to say, when it comes, I mean, you're not going to be able to kind of run straight at the Lu.
It's not about Europe tournament, it's about how you sleep, bro.
Is the side of
Let me-
is Wasau diving into the back with the demonic force, already starting to zone out the side of Incendio Supremacy when you come in with the Wrath of Dryad? Like on paper, yeah, I don't like it against the Lu Yi, but it really depends on the angles in which these guys come in for some of
I'll
the
do like this.
attacks. The Akai, don't hate it. There's a lot of boxes to check successfully, especially when I do like it when it comes to objective fights, because you're gonna have that heavy spin. You could potentially pin.
Where is
Suyu
that
against the
pillow?
wall
It has
while he's trying to get the
potential.
retry off. It gives
Pillow?
you an opportunity,
This
a
one?
bigger opportunity than you had before to kind of get in there, get that retribution, and get yourself out of harm's way.
Ladies and gentlemen, game number 3 between Incendio Supremacy up against Papara SuperMassive. This is game number 3, a 1-1 overall score coming out from both of these teams from Turkey, representing their region. Both of them have already made it to the next stage, but fighting for that top position here. Standard openings.
Is that
a little bit
anime
more
one?
aggressive from the side of Incendio, but it's something that, you know, we've seen already before. The side of Incendio love to take priority over the mid bushes due to just Rosa's positioning and lane clearing. TNZ should be able to pick that up with no problem here.
Yeah, great protection there from Apex, and Rosa kind of putting up this nice little wall in front of that Lethal Wanderer to make sure that TNZ is able to kind of get his rotation, and he's going to be able to get that potential early gank up onto the top lane. But it does appear that Sunshine is already kind of pushing Zhao away. Zhao kind of knows what's up. He's going to back off, and then now we have pressure at the mid.
Yeah,
Snapdragon
I'm
stream is
excited to
over,
see the
guys.
interactions between the Bellerics, but before that, Alpha Charge coming through, a quick flicker from the Belleric. I would say a little bit preemptive, but maybe they want to keep the HP high up before the objectives here. Again, when you get these flickers being popped and these utilities being popped early on, it's just one less that they have here. An Alien looking to get away, holds onto his escape spell, and should be able to come back into the objective soon enough.
Oh yeah, they look like they actually might have gotten a kill on there, but they weren't able to. 10% of health left on to Alien, so he's still going to be into this fight. Wassa coming up from the side, big pop-up lands on the Blotside, who's looking for an escape up at the top. This is going to allow a great moment for Mohi to pick up this first turtle and get that first objective under the belt of Papara SuperMassive.
Yeah, I was wondering where the Belleric was going, but it seemed like he wasted enough spells from the side of Incendio and attention where TNZ was just like, you know what? The tree is just in front of me. I'm not going to deal with it. Let's go for our usual strategy. And they always go for this invade after the objectives. This is what, you know, separates a good team from a great team here. Incendio, even without getting the objectives, they have a game plan and they always look to go aggressive onto the opposite side. They get the deny on the green cap on the top. It's a small win, but it adds up over time.
Yeah, and you see a little bit of a back and forth. Wassa does go ahead and hit that demonic force, and they miss the stun onto Alien. He emerges from the bushes. They don't find the kill here, but still, I want to say pretty dominant here on this bottom lane for Wassa and Papara SuperMassive. No kills on the board just yet, and especially with this aggression that we've been seeing.
Yeah, as a girl on this pillow is just no one.
Killed game, but as we move on further and further into these games,
It's just no one. I don't know who is that.
The movements, understand the rotations of each other, and are trying to keep a distance from being that first blood.
Oh, the teleport comes in onto the backside, does get Wassa here. He's chunked dangerously low, but he's looking for a possible kill. Does not get Alien and gets taken off the board. He had his flicker available, but
this freaking Lois is so annoying.
Utility, and I think it may be a correct decision, right? The turtle is coming up in 15 seconds with the flicker. Wassa should be able to make a little bit more aggressive plays to try to get onto the backside. But Incendio picks up the kill.
I can set a pillow on my chair and go sleep.
They didn't get the objective the first
Pillow
time
will
around,
be
so
streaming, I will be sleeping, okay?
But this time, Blatzfett is going to have that that ultimate available, potentially disrupting the side of Incendio Supremacy.
Ooh, heavy spin is out, pins two members against the wall. TNZ able to pick up the turtle. Down goes Mohi with a turtle, with a kill under their belt. well, Incendio Supremacy are able to take this.
By the way, Incendio are winning right now.
It did look like Wasau was kind of saving that flicker. He immediately ran for the objective to try to get that.
Told you, Louis, so cancer hero.
To the objective fight, but as soon as he got in there, he immediately got
Okay, so when I
blindsided
really
and,
want to go to sleep,
Apex 47 pinned him
I place
against
my
the
pillow
wall
on
to
my
where he
chair
wasn't
and I
able
go
to do
sleep
nothing.
and pillow is
Almost
streaming
kinda
for you.
figures that maybe Papara SuperMassive should have left. Oh, Rosa finds a kill on the Blotsfed. Maybe Papara SuperMassive should have left that, maybe pushed onto the bottom lane and potentially taken a tower with right now there might be trouble here. After Dark flickers too late and gets taken down. 4 kills unanswered for Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah,
Also, could you sleep having your
love
socks
that.
removed
In
first?
terms of, you know, that
What the fuck?
recalling, it's definitely a mind game, and if you're able to pick off a kill on top of that, it's just even more entertaining to watch here. Tenzi able to bait his
Anyway,
way
it's
into
uncomfortable
a
to
kill,
stream in
a pick
socks,
off
so-
onto After Dark, and it connects
I don't care.
with the mid-game tower. So, guys at home, pressing recalls a few more times may just get you a little bit of an advantage sometimes.
Yeah, as Blotzer had a little bit of trouble getting chased by 4 people, is able to find himself a little bit of an escape from the side, sandwiched in between him and Wasau, who's looking to get some information before they push onto this top. They decide not to go ahead, put the damage up there.
Stay like that,
Towers
bro, I'm
and
about to
Macro
finish.
firmly in the
You
position
better
of
learn how to
Incendio
play a
Supremacy
game.
right
Watch
now.
Snapdragon.
They're just making more out
Motherfuckers.
of these few kills that they have, able to push onto the towers, able to kind of push back Papara Supermassive. And I'm wondering if there's even too much late game assurance on the side of Papara Supermassive, or if this is going to be like a slow chokehold from the side of Incendio. They're starting on the turtle. Blotsfed
Guys,
on the backside, Wasau on the front, a big fist crack.
I have an idea, guys.
Just yet from Alien. Here comes the alpha charge. Blotsfed gets taken out with the turtle going over to Incendio Supremacy, but Mohi finds a kill of his own. TNZ finds one, and Incendio Supremacy able to stack up the deaths onto Papara Supermassive. 3 down right now. Mohi, the next one in line. It's just After Dark, who's already run back to base to the safety of their towers.
Wait.
Yeah, getting the Eve and the Claude sets themselves up great in the late game. If they can't get to the late game, though, it is a very big disadvantage. Claude needs a few items, does have the DHS, looking to go for the Golden Staff. Now, the amount of time that Xiao is going to need to be able to get online is going to be a little bit while. And same thing with After Dark. And right here, Alien looking to clash a little bit. They do get some teleports. Some of the members are coming through. TNZ should be able to get an alpha charge on to the Belleric, and that is going to be a kill secured. Blazing Duet coming out from the backside is going to be able to get hit. And with the spin, with the roll, Apex 47 gets something out, but the trade, Xiao does get taken off the board, and TNZ here with another convincing fight 8 minutes in.
Ooh, just like that, Mo. He tries to go in and gets taken down now. It's just 2 left against this push right now. And you can see a 7K gold lead at the 8-minute mark. That was what made them successful in that last game. They have been out-countered here in this 3rd one, as Incendio Supremacy seem to have an answer for everything. Even with the Blazing Duet coming out from Zhao, great positioning there. They caught him on the back end of his BMI, able to take him out. A 2-12 game here at the 9-minute mark.
8 minutes, 8K lead. This is not something that I expect with an opening draft of the Soyu, Phobius, and Eve, right? I think the Belleric and the Claude just made Papara's comp just so prone to a lot of early game aggression. And when you got a jungler like Alpha, where he can, go around in objectives quite early on, and then you also got Rosich teleporting around, it's a big headache for the side of Papara to deal with. And especially if they
I can change it. I have better picture, right?
Team fights early on, they're going to struggle just like this right now to be able to find a groove in any of these objectives.
Oh man, an Alien right now doing such a great job trying to zone out the rest of the team. He's done a great job too, not just kind of being that pressure coming in with the fist crack, but also to withstand some of the ganks that came out from Papara SuperMassive, and they didn't really have a target in the early game to help them get fed. Great job by Apex 47. Ooh, Blotsvet comes in, does find himself a Wrath of Dryad, followed by the RWM. Do they have enough damage? It doesn't seem like it, as Rosa and Tienzi laying down the law. As Zhao comes in with the Blazing Duet, it is not enough, and he stands alone against 3 members of Incendio Supremacy. The rest of his team has been taken down. Rosa comes in from the backside, finds the kill onto Zoe with that diversion. I was just about to say, like, where is Rosa coming from? Has a diversion from the back end, is able to take down Zhao. Not that it allowed too much for the team. That's more of the icing on the cake there from that push.
It was a great set from Blotsvet early on in that team fight. He was able to get the ultimate down onto like 2-3 members, along with the CC followed up onto that. But it also was a little bit desperate, right? If Papara was able to do that a little bit earlier on, maybe on the second objective, get a decent team fight and a decent set, maybe it would have given them a little bit more time to build up some of the items that I think Xiao desperately needs. Now we're at this like 11-minute mark. You're talking about an 8k goalie. That's an item or 2 extra on the enemy carry, right? So Xiao is struggling to be able to output the damage that he's looking for. Yeah, you're talking about a whole item on the jungler.
Yeah, and right now they're looking for an opportunity. The problem here right now is you're about 8k deficit. Any team fight that is organized is going to be at a deficit to Papara SuperMassive. You need a pickoff before you start, and you can't get baited into any of these fights, especially if you catch somebody like Apex 47 on the Sakai, or even Tienzi, who's got a pretty decent amount of sustain. So you're basically you have these stars that need to align. Sunshine needs to get caught. Rosa needs to get caught without the rest of the team in tow. An Alien finds a kill on the Mohi. RWM is out, but it's not enough to make them pay, as Zhao gets taken down as well. Alpha charge onto Waso. They're continuing on the damage. After Dark trying to throw out the damage as well on this Eve, and gets hit with that alpha charge. Heavy spin against the core. This could be it, putting them against the wall. 50% onto it, 10%. This is going to be game 3 going to Incendio Supremacy.
Woo. Incendio Supremacy here with a turnaround in game number 3. We've seen this story being played over and over, and it just shows you the dominance that Incendio Supremacy has, the control over all these opponents that they've had so much success with. Yes, they are still missing one more game in order for them to progress forward in this tournament. However, they've shown a very convincing win here. 12 minutes and 25 seconds, 22-6. From the beginning to the end, Private, it was just a one-sided show.
Yeah, and not much to say on the side of Incendio on the side of Supermassive right now. I mean, taking a look here, MVP 10 kills for Tienzi on that alpha, able to match up fighter with fighter. And we kind of questioned the Akai, but I felt like the Akai did a decent job of kind of creating these openings for the domination through a lot of these objectives.
You know, I'm actually more impressed by Tienzi, just because that a lot of the alphas typically like to be paired up with a Matilda. That's where I think Alpha shines, because in terms of the mobility, Alpha, it gets dominated by something like an Eve or something like a Phoveus, and even things like the Claude, where there's just so much mobility that he doesn't really have too much that he can do with. And I think you're correct. Apex 47, he was able to take care of so many front lines early on. He has a lot of the stuns. He's always in great position. The front line that the side of Incendio really relies on, you take a look at some of these heavy spins, it's always there available for their team.
Yeah, even there, pinning Zhao against the walls, they take him down, and then Mohi running for the hill before he eventually gets taken out by the
Okay,
rest
guys,
of the
I have a
team.
question for you.
Great
Look, tournament gonna
planning,
end soon, yeah?
adjustments here made
Maybe
by the side
Incendio
of
gonna win,
Incendio.
maybe Papara
It's a
SuperMassive
very
gonna win, but
dominating game
what I
here,
need to ask you
for them.
is,
And,
do you
I was
want
wondering
after
kind of what you even
games
do
end
against it, because this was a
me
great
to sleep
answer.
on stream or turn off stream? Because I can sleep here,
Definitely, if we're talking about
It's not a
game
problem.
3 transitioning to game 4, is
or I can
that
end stream, go sleep, and then start new
we
stream.
don't want to focus our draft onto the late game so much that we lose our early game. The side of Supermassive, when they were winning,
By the way,
that
well
early
played
game,
by
they were
Incendio.
able to take things kind of onto another level.
I like their
especially when
gameplay.
team is
I
a
was
little bit
watching
more
the game, I
balanced.
was just
When I say
standing
balanced, it could be like the mid lane is early,
there.
and then let Xiao play that late game force
Next to
of the
my
Claude
PC.
and the Moskov, right? So early game mid mages, things like the Eve, maybe just let it go. They had success with letting go the Eve in game number 2, which I was pretty surprised of. But in game number 3, they decided to pick it up themselves, and it backfired here. Tenzi, 10, 0, and 9, 86% KP, dominating performance.
Well, and this is something I brought up during the draft before, is that you make these little adjustments, but you cover down a hole, and then you forget what made you successful in the other games. You have the early game, which kind of got ignored on the side of Supermassive. Incendio Supremacy did a great job right from the
So
get-go.
if Incendio win
And
next
they've
games, they're
shown
gonna
what
win
I wanna say,
3-1.
A lot of these other teams have
Because it's
not,
best of 5.
sometimes when it comes to their existence through the early, mid, and late game, where a lot of teams, they start falling apart in the late game, or they start questioning, like, what do we do now? It feels like Incendio does not make as many of those errors that we've seen here in the late game, so you can't always really this
Show us
whole
how you sleep.
idea of,
I
let's
don't
sit
even
to
know
the
how I
late
sleep.
game
Maybe
and then
I
hopefully
talk
we
when
have
I
a power
sleep.
spike by then. It's not
Maybe
really
I
gonna
talk when
work
I
against
sleep.
a team like Incendio Supremacy.
Who knows?
Because
I
they
don't know how I
make,
sleep.
The same amount of
I was never
mistakes
recording
that
myself.
allow that type of composition to be successful.
I think it also does show that a lot of these long drawn out series, these best of 5s, do really play an advantage for teams that have the depth, teams that have the experience and the histories dealing with this, right?
Do you see, by the way, you see the alpha rotation? Do you see ganks somewhere? Do you see ganks? All these lows that want the gank from jungler. Do you see him coming gold lane on or X lane?
Better and better almost every single
No way.
game. Of course, game number 2, it does feel like it is still their weakness.
You look
They
like
did
life
have a
is
clean
fading out
sweep
of your
against
eyes.
an opponent that we thought would give them a lot of trouble, and this time around, Papara is a team that has won against Team Falcon, a team that took Incendio on to a best of 5 series, and is proving to have quite a bit of trouble even getting their gears going in that mid-early game.
Well, we're down to the line between these two teams. Papara Supermassive needs a victory here, while Incendio Supremacy
get a
sitting kinda
close up
pretty
on your
here. They've
eyes?
got some wiggle room. They've got room to test things out if they wanted to, but I don't see them doing that. They're going to come on hard and fast here onto Papara Supermassive, who they need to have themselves a plan.
It's like showing up to like a basketball court and you're just wearing like normal shoes, and the enemy's got like 6 feet giants coming from Europe, and they're just gonna dominate.
I
the
look like
performance
I'm
here.
dying.
Papara doesn't seem that massive just in game number 3 here. I think they have a chance just because this is Turkey versus Turkey we're talking about.
By the way,
This
next
is
draft
Papara
started.
Supermassive. That, you know, took care of business in the
Every
game
time I
earlier
stream
today.
Snapdragon, some
It's gonna be
unbelievable
down to,
bullshit
I feel like,
happens.
how they match up against Incendio. We talked about how Incendio is so good at
Rossi,
choosing
hello.
drafts that win their lane. It could come down to like the mid lane, where you could see Rose and Apex 47 just having a great time, level 1, level 2. If Papara is able to find things that match the wave clear, match the clear speed, match the
Episode 6
rotations,
is
it
best of
may
solo leveling.
give them success, but
I still was
also
not watching.
Incendio great at
Still
drafting
waiting.
in the very first picks, right? Right here, Harith and Granger both left available. You also got the Phoveus in game number 3 that didn't really work out themselves. You also got some assassins, so I do want to see where Incendio goes with this draft.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll go
especially,
sleep when I will
what
just
are we gonna leave out here?
not be able to
especially
stop
taking
me
in
from
two
sleep.
that were kind of left open last time. So now we've got the Bedang that's on the ban list. Huyu's on the ban list. Granger, Harrod still out there on the board.
No,
man.
don't spoil it.
Eve,
Don't spoil it.
Yeah, Eve, Lu Yi.
Hylos.
Lu Yi. I'm just on a. I know how strong Lu Yi can be. I just don't feel like Lu Yi has been the game changer for Incendio Supremacy. And I'm wondering if you even ban that out, or if maybe it's just been one of those really subtle things that you don't really see because she's not getting the big numbers, but she does have the suppressive fire in the background that really makes people think about some of these engagements. And we did see, I mean, we saw a couple kills from that diversion, especially that diversion inside the tower. But yeah, Marksman Gold Lane wide open right now as far as picks are concerned. Is that going to be a Granger priority for Incendio?
Yeah. I think it's a no-brainer. Is a Granger first pick or a Granger on Papara SuperMassive? There's not much to be expected here. You should
My
get
sound
the
buttons on
Harith
my phone not working
before the
again.
first phase ends for Papara, but they have options. I thought they would open the Hylos so they could pick it up themselves, but with the Hylos being banned out, it does show that the Gato Kacha could be a prio here. They also have the first pick onto the jungler. They want to go for the Hayabusa. Papara hasn't been the one that's showing their mage pick early on, because I think After Dark is comfortable with a lot of other picks on top of something like the Eve and the Louis. So yeah, they decided to go for Phoveus is great. I like that. Joy, we haven't really seen the Joy come out and play that much today. Maybe only one time, right?
Yeah, it was only once so far that we've seen here. It was on the side of Incendio Supremacy. They were very successful with it. Here, I think it was with the Granger as well. So
Guys, we should all cheer for
cheat code when it comes
Incendio
to
right now, because if they win, I go sleep.
They're gonna go ahead and pick up the Hayabusa very
You understand this,
quickly
right?
outside of Incendio Supremacy, and looking for what we're gonna answer back with.
So cheer for the right team.
Gato, Louis deals with some anti-dive aggression coming out from Joy, so it's going to be the option that they decide to lock that in. And I think Incendio is quite happy with the Hayabusa. It does decent against the Joy, and it's assassin versus the assassin matchup. I think this is what Incendio loves to have, versus Papara, I think is a little bit more skilled in that fighter role, especially with the success that they had with the Soyu. Papara, last one, should be the Harith, unless they really want to play some like Harith, Arithal, bounce ball and see if Incendio is going to ban one of them out. Like, do they really want to play that route? I think it's going to be the Harith, but Harith and Joy, that's... Harith and Joy is 2 magic damage, Julia. That's the disadvantage that's the weakness of that draft. So going with a chip gives them a different angle to potentially bring in the physical damage dealer. And Papara, Xiao, definitely that
Can we have
guy
a custom
that is
match?
not
If you
scared
win,
to bring
I
out
will
the
give you
Moscow, to bring out
$50.
the Bruno,
And if I
to
win,
bring out the
you
Claw.
have to give me the skin. Only marksman.
My only thing is, do we
Bro.
have potentially?
Let's have
the
a
CC or
sleeping
the
match,
burst to
'cause
really
I
get
can't
it,
play right now.
To bring this chip to fruition.
If I sleep
when it
more
comes
than
to
you,
some
you
of
give me
these,
$50.
These ultimates that are going to come out. These.
If I sleep
portals.
less than you, I give
We're
you
gonna
skin.
try to match out the Lu Yi with that map presence.
Start the
which
stream,
is not bad.
we're gonna contest.
Chip for me really shines in that early game where he can catch those rotations, the lackluster rotations possibly coming. how do I say this? I feel like Chip takes advantage of teams that can get lax with the rotations in the early game. My problem is I don't
Nah,
feel like
Papara
Incendio
took
is a
Chip.
team
Oh
that
my
is
god.
lax in their early game rotations. I don't think you're gonna find many
Cheap
opportunities that
and
somebody
Joy,
just
holy
lollygagging
fuck.
through the jungle.
It's gonna be
and
it's
is
gonna be
get
really
caught
hard
by
to win
Chip.
this. Like
Because
Incendio
they're
already have
just
problems
so
right now.
pristine on a lot of their synergy,
I don't know what
especially
about
in
their
that
gameplay,
early
but
game.
it's gonna
It'll
be hard
very
to win.
interesting. What it does have is the
Yeah, it's easy to
potential
play
turn some
Hayabusa
of these
versus Joy,
engagements,
okay, but
especially like we saw before, the every single objective can be turned into, now we're gonna have all 5 members here to be able to kind of push into this early game, which can turn the tides potentially for Papara.
yeah, people watching mainstream, like official
early,
stream,
so look for Papara to kind of
and
have a
it's
small
fine. That's what
advantage,
should I
although we
do? I
don't really
should
know
tell people about
what
Snapdragon
role that
tournament.
Incendio has here.
That it
They
exists.
could pick up something like the Gato Kacha, which I think is
No,
going to be,
Zero Franco picks.
their pick.
Zero.
Now Incendio does have a weakness in their jungle and their marksman position. And
I mean,
you
people
brought
who
up this
stay on my
item
streams, they usually want just to talk with me,
earlier,
right?
in the pre-shows
Yes, some
when we were
people
just kinda
watch
talking,
here,
and it's the Dreadnought
but most people just
option
want to talk with me.
against skill damage like Hayabusa and Granger. I
See
think
me,
that
talk
is the
with me.
route that they decided to take. I think Papara denied the Joy pick early because you said the Joy and the Granger pairs up quite well. It's magic and physical damage. Forcing them to be on a
It's
Hayabusa
fine.
or Alpha means there's going to be a lot more physical damage that they could easily protect themselves up with the Dreadnought. So I think Papara
We just want
has
to
set their
fuck you.
draft up quite well.
Thank you for being
Incendio
honest.
is baiting for that Harith. I don't think Papara is gonna bite. Besides the claw,
It doesn't
and the
hurt. It
Rithel,
doesn't hurt me.
The Beatrix and the Bruno
Anyway.
comes to mind for me.
I'm actually wondering, if you don't go with Irithel, where do
Moss?
you go here against the Granger? Possibly Moskov, he gives you a lot of split push potential, but do you want the split push, that type of split push against like a Hayabusa who can answer that right away with the shadow kill? Then there's not much that a Moskov can do against that. And then you've got a pretty tanky front line. I was gonna say maybe a Clint, but not against.
Okay, in 5 minutes I'll try to sleep again. If I fall asleep, guys, please don't leave my stream until I wake up.
So I mean,
This should be a
possibly you've
deal,
got the
okay?
Beatrix out there that can. It's got great clear.
And if Snapdragon moderators come, tell them
I
that
think it's the Moscow.
Dazai has problems with
They
network. I don't know why he's sleeping. Tell them something. I don't know.
Game number.
Does I wanna do the
don't know
trade?
which one,
What
but
trade?
Game number 3 against S2G had the matchup between the Granger and the Moskov, and they won that in 17
Eddies?
minutes.
Yeah,
It wasn't
Eddies.
interesting. It's not the Moskov. This is. Ooh. Before I have nothing to talk about for that. That's just crazy. But in terms of the XP,
Yes, we want your lips
Incendio
moving. That's why we are here.
has a winning
Yeah.
win again. The
Moving lips.
Edith does so well against the Phoveus, and I think we're gonna see that in action. Maybe you can shed some light onto that gold lane situation.
You said I have no words for that because we're off in space. I deal with ground, I deal with earth, I deal with what is logical. Right now, we've just thrown out everything here for this Hellcurt pickup. I think this is a case of us reaching outside of the box and hoping that this surprise is going to be more than they're going to be able to deal with. Granger, especially in a match against a Granger, he does. I don't see anything on a Hellcurt that, like, especially in the early game, that's going to really be.
No,
a
Edis is
Granger.
not
That's gonna
that
be
hero. What do you
something
mean?
That's going to be able to kind of really.
He's really good at initiating,
do something
dealing
against him. Once
damage.
he gets that darkness falls, yes, potentially he can go on to the Granger. He can kind of shut him down. But before that, I don't really see it making a difference there. As we start on to the possible final and fourth game of Incendio Supremacy, looking to shut down Papara SuperMassive and throw them into the lower bracket.
Whoop whoop. We get to see an alien on the gold lane. Dude, are cockroaches considered aliens? Are they? They're considered the oldest form of life that survived a lot. And talk about survival. Shao able to get an early advantage off. Picks off Tianzi in the jungle. A little bit of an unexpected opening from the side of Papara, able to find the pick off quite early on, and even an advantage on the bot side. Pops the flicker here. Ooh, this thing is something new here, Private.
Yeah, and I'm actually kind of wondering how Zhao is actually able to be so successful. Like, even before they came down to match up on to Sunshine, Granger was having a few issues against the Hellcurt in the lanes. It was already getting pushed off. And speaking of which, Apex 47.
Damn, there is Hellcurt gold lane.
This does not bode well for Incendio Supremacy at all. They're losing the bottom lane, which Granger should be winning. They've already taken 2 deaths, and now Zhao is starting to get fed on this Hellcurt. That is an immense amount of damage that you can have, especially when it comes to a point where like the synergy of these teams is tight enough to where if you call out a target, they should be able to
Hellcurt gold lane. I don't know what is that. I just saw that Hellcurt is gold lane. Now I'm interested to watch this game. I was playing yesterday Hellcurt gold lane, and these monkeys from Spanish server told me that I'm troll. Watch here, amigos.
The side of Incendio is just gonna build Radiant or Athena's, and there's just not gonna be that much physical damage output. So Xiao is forced to have a very successful early game, or else Incendio is just going to walk through them. However, Incendio, they have physical damage dealers, they have magic damage dealers, and they have 2 of each. So even if one falls, there's still another that's backing them up, and I think that's the strength of Incendio. However, an early game advantage, it seems like Papara has found a little bit of a light and potentially looking for more. They have Blasvet here with the teleport, has the potential to take the cockroach into the team fight whenever they need to.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised. I was watching the bottom lane while all this was happening up there, and Sunshine seems very
Hellcurt, because they have
very careful
about
even moving forward.
Chloe and Hayabusa. Maybe it's hard to play marksman versus his draw with their draw.
We do have a little bit of engagement here. Ooh, big back and forth there. Rosa putting on the damage. Pop up on Apex 47, and the back line comes in. Pop up Mohi able to find the kill onto the turtle, which allows another kill for their side. 0-4, completely unanswered by Incendio Supremacy.
1.7k gold lead, 4 minutes in. That is not a bad situation that Papara SuperMassive wants to be in. They get these objectives, they get these early pickoffs, and they're looking to even get tons more damage onto the marksman. They get the shutdown on to Sunshine, a high priority target. One of the issues that I think Papara has is the range from the Granger, but they're able to deal with it swiftly and early on. 4 minutes in, it may snowball into something unbelievable here, Private.
Yeah, I'm just curious as to why or how the Hellcurt is winning against Sunshine, because on paper I just don't understand. Is the fear of Hellcurt landing on and silencing you so much that because I've been watching the minimap, is that Sunshine isn't even pushing into his lane unless he has eyes and knows that he has the distance from Zhao. And that's really shutting down the early game where a Granger likes to snowball. Bloodspec comes in there. We do have the Dark Knight Falls comes in, looking for an angle. Is it going to be enough? Big heavy spin comes out, pins him against.
So guys, Monix wrote to me, and Monix is that guy that we played yesterday rank with. Kyle, he is Kyle in chat in YouTube. And he told me to buy pizza and he will pay for it. I don't mind if I will not fall asleep though.
Returning the favor from the last game.
Top side. The shot gets taken off the board here. Sunshine able to take one back for their team, but it just in terms of that whole entire skirmish, you had the Helker almost dying, pops through the portal and gets away here. Papara, you know, it's 8-1, but I feel like these team fights are a lot closer. And if Incendio is just able to get a few more trades, I would say Incendio is just right back into this. They have the late game potential, they have the range. However, Xiao here, it's something dangerous, something we have not seen before. It's hard for it to work, and in order for it to work, I feel like, you know, Supermassive has to catch Incendio off guard.
Yeah, well, I mean, that depends on, is this going to work in the mid and late game where you no longer have that surprise element there? Alien gets popped up there, Demonic Force out and alive as Rosa comes in to put on the suppressive fire. Apex 47 comes in from the side looking for an angle. We do have portals out right now. Alien dashes his way to safety. Heavy spin is putting Zhao against the wall. This might be it. If he can find himself, oh no, he's not. He is going to be able to get away. Rosa gets taken down deep into the back line is Wasao. I don't think he's going to be able to get out of here with that shadow kill out and gets taken down by TNZ. A little bit of a forward kill there from, or a push there from Papara SuperMassive. They're deep into enemy line just like that. Granger gets taken down and a pause out on the board. 2-10 for Papara SuperMassive.
I will say this, the chip early pick prioed in the very first phase of the draft gives them some interesting options to deal with, and paired up with the Dark Knight Falls from the Hellcurt, it's like a teleport blitz, right? You saw in that last team fight, Blotsfed was able to get on top of Rosa, and then Xiao was able to teleport in. Now, Xiao did not get the focus that I think he was looking for, and, you know, right there, you see Rosa almost got taken off here. Waza gets the finishing touches off in that little skirmish here. It's very interesting how the side of Supermassive was able to get some of these skirmishes off in their favor. It's an advantage for Papara, but the question again is it going to work? Do they have the late game potential? Can they clean these team fights up consistently throughout the whole entire game?
The thing that's funny too is, as you brought up, you've got Chip with the portals that he can put out there, and you also have the Dark Knight Falls. Literally, there is nowhere safe on the map. You have no idea where anybody can be coming from, and then you lose vision, and it's like, all right, I don't even know if my buddy's being attacked right now because they could literally be anywhere. Hellcurt is playing. It's working here, and it's doing a decent job. This is something I was talking about earlier during the draft. Is you have the chip, you have the portals, but did we have the burst damage to be able to kind of after you get the stun, after you lay those portals down? And with Hellcurt, he does provide that answer.
Okay, Kyle, I ordered the pizza.
Well, I feel like this is more it's a surprise for the side of Incendio Supremacy. They weren't expecting this at all, and I can probably guarantee that he's probably never faced a Hellcurt in his lane as a Granger. So like, he doesn't know how that matchup goes. Can I beat him? Can I take him on early game? You could see him playing a lot more safer, and safer is just definitely not what you want as a Granger, just because you really want to steamroll into the early game, which will take you into that mid game, getting you all of those stacks that you need, where all of that damage boosts start to come from. As we take a look at the kill leaderboard here, TNZ 129, dwarfing his own teammates by 20 kills, and then his teammates over by 10 kills.
I mean, in terms of kills leaderboards, it definitely shows a story that the jungler is now part of what they call kind of the core and the carry, right? And you want to make sure that your jungler is doing well quite early on. And I think the reason why Papara SuperMassive and Incendio is having so much success is that they're setting their junglers up with great success, right? Traditionally, at least a year or two ago, we were talking about a lot of utility heavy junglers like the Akai
And the Gabi, hello, by the way.
Nowadays, it feels like the carries go into the jungler's favor. A lot of the junglers, they like to be a lot more damage oriented and kill heavy to have the opportunity to not only get objectives, but go across the map and get some kills.
We did see a little bit of a diversion. We tossed Apex
So
47
Papara
to
is
the top
winning
of the
with
map. He
Hellcurt? No way.
immediately turns around and I'm watching Zhao on the map trying to figure out like what is his plan here and why is this so successful? Dare I see a bunch of Hellcurts in the gold lane in ranked matches soon? Blotsvet does get caught on. We do have some portals out there. All four team members from Papara SuperMassive.
Oh my god.
Are they looking for a disengage? Looks like they maybe have kind of caught out of position as Rosa was still able to kind of rain down a lot of damage onto them.
I do have to mention this though. A Hellcurt in the early game has the opportunity to like 1-2 hit people. Now, a Hellcurt in the late game is a little bit different. You may be able to 1-2 hit Rosa or maybe Sunshine and maybe TNZ.
Can we have pizza too? I will show you pizza, guys. When it will come, I will show everyone pizza, okay?
Anywhere else, you're not gonna be able to kill the Edith. You're not gonna be able to hurt
Priya,
Apex
hello.
47. He's not gonna have that many targets that he could really go for, and the side of Papara might just have to rely on that Joy. And it's 2 assassins. Is it gonna be enough here?
Ooh, so we do have the demonic force coming out there. I think, well, for me, I think it's not just about leaning on the Hellcurt. It's on the ability of a Joy to get to the back line unimpeded. It's on the ability of a Phoveus that can get to the back line. If they synergize those ultimates, I mean, all Hellcurt needs to do is kind of just close the distance. And as we have coming out here, Zhao able to find a kill on to Sunshine. This is going to go ahead, set the tone for this Lord pickup, which you can see right now, all the damage. Mohi able to cleanly pick it up while the rest of the team is getting zoned out. Apex 47 even has to run to the safety of his tower.
Man, the Dark Knight falls into the portal, just like you're
How much does it cost in Ukraine?
don't see you.
A big
And,
pizza,
you know, the back
like
line just
30
completely gets melted.
centimeters
Sunshine
pizza,
didn't even know what hit him
good pizza,
before
not just
he
some
ended up
pepperoni.
into the base. And I think that's
Costs
the advantage that Papara has.
$11,
Good setup, and with a good
and
early
that's
game,
with delivery.
they're proven to
If
able to
without
find
delivery, it's
some
gonna be
sort of
like
success
$10.
here, even without a marksman. However, the question still stands with me. Unfortunately,
Red
I'm
line,
still not
Nilai, hello.
100% convinced. It's a 6k gold lead 10 minutes in. However, it is still a no marksman against a Granger, which has the late game ability to just clear lanes and carry the match.
This is amazing. I never in a million years thought I would be seeing something like this for a composition like this. But I love it. I love seeing something interesting, something new, especially to counter something that has been so dominant in that gold lane. Shadow kill up at the mid lane while the Lord is starting to push its way through the bottom. It does look like Papara SuperMassive gonna put some pressure onto this mid lane to leave us at the high ground towers while Incendio is kind of spread amongst the map looking for an opportunity there. Blotsman back and forth there dodging strikes from Rosa as Mohi comes in there with that electrifying beats as well to clear up some of the lane. Right now, the pressure, the map pressure that Papara SuperMassive has is immense. Almost an 8k gold lead for them here. And as I say that, TNZ finds Zhao.
Sounds hello, yeah. No music, it's tournament.
And that was kind of the danger. I was wondering how well the split pushing was going to work.
It's not even
between
about
them.
copyright right now, it's just tournament. I don't turn music here. Mr. Dimas, hello.
They noticed Zhao down there by himself and they
Waiting for my pizza, guys. I want to show you my pizza. I want to show you my pizza.
3 and 11. This game
I want to
is
show
not
you my
over
pizza,
just
guys.
yet, and I feel like Incendio Supremacy Supremacy. As this gets a little bit later and later, it will be a little bit further in their advantage. I just saw Blotsfed here come in with the portal on his own. Oh, we have the whole team here now. Apex 47 in trouble. Big pop-up from Alien. Wassail finds a kill onto the back line. Rosa is down. TNZ finds one onto After Dark as well. Wassail deep into enemy territory. Nobody here to help him. He's gonna go down, bringing the kill list to 5 for Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, that's a backfired portal. They do pick up Rosa, but they lose 2 members. And the interesting thing about that Hayabusa pickoff onto
TNZ is playing really well with Assassins. It's like MOBA Zane, but Zed knows how to play Assassins. I don't know.
Opportunity where Assassins can't really do too much without
his shadows with Hayabusa are good as fuck, and his Fanny gameplay is crazy.
That's supposed to be the matchup that is in favor of the Cockroach.
Yeah, he's not Asian, he's not some Filipino or Indonesian, but he's playing really well.
With
professional.
Of that Hayabusa. And I think that's something that Papara SuperMassive has to be able to play correctly, or else the Helker, you know, the usefulness is just cut significantly more.
Yeah, and you can see right now, Blotsfed kind of waiting. I'm almost kind of like, I feel like he's like a non-moving Angela right now. It's like, take advantage of the fact that you can get all over the map, clear out some lanes, push around, instead of just kind of sitting in a bush, like just waiting for the mini-map to kind of go off for you right now. And then now you're not taking advantage of it. You can see 2 members now starting to close the distance around Blotsfed at the bottom, and he's got minions at his tower down there. Right now, Papara SuperMassive got a good lead on to this Lord Alien on the backside. Ooh, TNZ finds the shadow kill onto After Dark. That's going to go ahead and set it up, but Zao finds the kill onto TNZ. The trade looking like it is definitely in favor of Papara SuperMassive. Heavy Spin is out as the rest of Papara SuperMassive in tow, looking for an angle here, but all they need to really do is go for this Lord. They realize that, now turning their attention to the objective, while Apex 47 looking for an angle, looking for a way in, but he has 2 members down, and it's not going to be a fight that he's going to be successful with.
I honestly love how these teams are utilizing the chip so well in all the series. The 2
it's gonna be
that
fire if they win
today,
with Helker
right?
Gold Lane.
Here 2, 0, and 8. Yes, it's a double-edged sword, but especially
But Helker Gold Lane has a lot of problems in late
like
game.
Using some of these big ultimates and just making enemy teams scramble. Don't know, like it's just hard enough to deal with good teams already when you're going up against them. Now it's even hard enough where the good teams know teleports, have portals, jump across the map, yada yada. It's just a big headache, and Incendio Supremacy is the one that's on the receiving end of this. The Lord marching down now, 15 minutes in. It's still kind of a small Lord. It's not going to, you know, potentially knock down their base towers. However, Papara SuperMassive has been in a great position, finding good team fights that can potentially give their team for an advantage.
Ooh, now that we have, I want to say they're lining up the bottom and the top minions to kind of crash down at the same time. Ooh, it does look like Mohi might be in a little bit of trouble, sandwiched in between. Blotsfed dives deep into the enemy territory right now, while Alien trying to lay down the damage. Pop up there. Mohi does find himself a high ground tower at the top. They returned the favor as Sunshine finds a kill on to Blotsfed. Down at the bottom, Zao finds himself a tower on that Helker as he's able to go ahead and find himself an escape as well. Quad shadows are out for TNZ. I wouldn't exactly call this a successful defense.
Whoa, nice ultimate from Rosa.
Dark in trouble. The diversion comes out, is successful. Heavy spin pins Wassail against the map.
But Sunshine will die.
Sunshine. TNZ finds one onto
Mohi will die as well.
Mohi is
Incendio really come back to?
4 down for the side of Papara SuperMassive. This could be the advantage that Incendio were looking for.
Yeah, Loyi is really worse ban.
Oh, Incendio's quite happy with that trade there, right? um, they're able to grab up key members. Wasa dies, After Dark falls, and same thing with Mohi. I think Mohi's probably the highest priority target there. It's, you know, in a well-balanced team comp like what Incendio has drafted, they're gonna have damage throughout the whole entire fight. They're not just based off of one burst here and there. Yes, they have some burst characters, but if the Granger lives, he's gonna be outputting damage from far away quite often, and he can get away with some micro mistakes. However, if Xiao goes in, he's done. If Mohi goes in, he's also done.
So I thought I saw a TNZ down there on a Hayabusa, but that must have been a figment of my imagination because there is nothing left down there. Diversion comes up as soon as the Lord is of Wasa walking into the bush of pain here. He notices that they were in there. He does have to push them out of the way. They don't have TNZ
they'll go
for
Lord
this
right
push,
now.
which puts Papara SuperMassive in great position to be able to pick up yet another Lord. Zhao sitting at 4, 2, and 6 right now. This Hellcurt doing some work out here for this composition. 10-16 in favor of Papara.
I am shook, Private. This is not in the calculations of any statistics, any homework, any studying. This is something that is pretty much, I would say, is unbelievable. Right? This is kind of like the statistical errors. This is something we just don't see. The Dark Nightfall does come through here. Wasted spell. So now it's one huge utility that Papara doesn't have. This should allow Incendio to be able to defend this with no problem.
Yeah, oh, and I saw
And died, yeah.
As we say that,
Probably Papara will win right now.
Is it gonna be enough? Taking
Yeah.
Sunshine does find a kill in the zone. 10% left, and Papara SuperMassive tie up the series.
I'm speechless.
Hellcurt MVP.
This is crazy. Papara SuperMassive.
You stopped drinking chai coffee, bro. Yesterday I drank Red Bull
Incendio Supremacy,
and I still can't sleep.
Very convincing fashion.
Did you play tonight? I will sleep first and then I'll play.
This is
Okay,
and convincing.
because right now, if we go ranked with you, we will both suck so many dicks. We're gonna be bronze, Dazai, bronze Monex 1 game, bronze, Dazai, bronze Monex 2nd game. We're gonna suck so many big dicks that we're gonna uninstall game after.
Whether it was Rosa on the Lu Yi to find a good diversion,
besides
or
skill,
it was gonna be the fact that Supermassive
and
yeah,
it doesn't matter how skillful you are. If you are feeling bad, you are tired, you don't want to play right now, and you go play, when you are sleepy, tired, whatever, you will lose anyway. It doesn't matter how skillful you are. You will lose. You need to be healthy, concentrated, and be ready to try hard to go play. Another way, you just waste your time.
In the professional scenes. And an 18-minute game is no joke that they're able to close it out, right? When you go past that 18 minutes, you're looking at full build.
Yeah, Hellcurt
MVP.
MVP.
These teams, and a lot of the early game advantage teams, they do fall short when it comes down to like these 18, 19, 20-minute timer. So Supermassive able to take care of business convincingly. It does show that they have what it takes to play cleanly here. And most importantly, I think picking off Sunshine over and over was kind of like.
By the way, Dot, you tagged me in Discord, and this tag is not working because you placed it inside a link or what?
The side of Incendio was
You
able
tagged
to
me,
kind
but
of
this
in the
tag didn't
draft.
work.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
These fights were back and forth. It just felt like there were more options on the
A
side
guy
of
without
Papara
sleep giving
SuperMassive,
speech on
whether they're
importance
here,
of sleep.
whether you have the
Reasonable.
portals coming out and they're able to come in and
Yes,
very
it's
quickly
reasonable
find these
because
kills.
I
The
know
entire
this.
team there, including
I know this from my
having
own
Dazai out
experience.
there. That
If you don't
one-hit
sleep
potential
well,
out there was something
you
huge.
go
were
suck
talking about
dicks.
this as you moved into the later and
When
later into the
when I
game,
see
it
Miron
wasn't
was
gonna
not
be
sleeping
as
well,
effective, but you combine that
I tell
with
him,
the damage,
like,
of a Vexana,
hello,
the
Miron.
damage from Wasa, the
Why
damage from
didn't you
Loki,
sleep well?
it is
I will
a
not
lot
play
to
with you
try
if you are
to
tired.
overcome there.
And kick him out of trio.
You mentioned
Because that's stupid. I know Miron can play really good, but why the
Vexana
fuck he
ults.
goes play when
The
he is
funny
tired?
thing is,
The same shit
there
with me.
is
I was
no
playing yesterday,
DPS of, like,
last
damage
game with
over
Monix,
time
and this
coming out
6
from the
games
ult.
after
It's a
Monix
one and
left.
done deal, typically.
I was tired.
Normal
I know I'm good
range
player. I
marksman
understand
that does a
everything.
lot
Why
of
I lose,
damage
why I blah blah
over a
blah.
long period of time in a fight
But my brain is just not
actually came
working.
from the Vexana
I'm
ult
just doing
and
like
also
a
the
deep
Phobius
blow
ult.
job. I don't know
We're
what
able
the fuck
to
is that.
stack over and over and over. I'm not
So yeah,
sure
listen, go sleep, go
if
eat
this
well.
was intentional. I was kind of curious.
Fix
to
all
see
your,
what Papara SuperMassive is
psychological
gonna
issues and
find
then
the
go play.
DPS that is missing from, let's say, a typical marksman where they're auto-attacking consistently. But Vexana, Phobius, they both fit the role quite well here.
What? I mean, honestly, I could not be more impressed. I like I said before, I love
We're gonna have
seeing
this
something
game, though.
changing to the norm. Some of that just in the heat of the moment, they're like, Helker works here. Helker goes.
That's
I don't know
why.
what the
That's
conversation-
actually
I would
why
love to
every
know
time
what
I
the
go
conversation
stream,
was between
I
the
tell you
team.
guys,
The
I
rest of
need
the
to
team was
sleep.
like, "Are you
I need to wash my
sure?"
hair, I
It
need
sounds
to
like,
take a
"Trust me,
bath, I need
trust
to
me,
eat right
Helker
now.
works here."
I
And
need to
they
do
made it very
that because
successful.
I literally
The
can't
Dark Knight,
focus on
combination of the Dark
gameplay
Knight Falls,
until I
the
do
portals,
everything
you had an
right.
immense amount of threat on the map
I
to the
need
point that
to
in the early
have
game,
everything
Sunshine
done.
was afraid to even get
Because
further
when I'm
into
tired
his
or
lane to
something
try
is
to
not
get
done,
some
I
of
can't
those
even
minions,
talk
'cause he didn't wanna
properly.
get, thrashed on.
I
And then
forgot
in the early game,
all the
that
words.
damage coming from
I know.
Helker, coming from his stingers,
I
was
forget all
way
the words
too
I know.
much for them to kind of overcome. Great game.
English, Ukrainian, it doesn't
a
matter.
great
My
game
brain
there
is
from
just not
Papara.
working. So
That's
yeah,
all I can say. Just it was a great game.
don't play when you are tired.
It's
It's just a waste of time. You shouldn't even think about games with bronze, silver.
Now that they've
if you were
Papara
playing
has
tired.
dealt with the
If you were
100%
not
pick
feeling
and
good.
Granger.
It's
Has
just a
dealt
troll,
with
yeah.
the
Just a
Granger
troll.
that
Forget
went,
about the
13
game.
and 0 in the very first series of
Are you gay?
Incendio.
I'm gay for pizza.
This opens up many doors. This opens up a potential Granger first pick opportunity that Papara might have themselves. And, you know, it's something that Incendio
no,
can't
I'm not gay.
replicate.
But
Yeah,
for
I don't
pizza,
think any team can replicate it.
who knows what I can do for
I
pizza,
don't think
guys?
Any team can be like, okay, we give Granger first, and then we pick up the chip and the Helker to deal with that. Like, there's nothing to it there. So, it gives Papara a very interesting lead. Now the MVP leaderboard, TNZ and Xiao neck to neck. We've known these two to be kind of the
Nice game from
backbone
TNZ.
that both these teams do rely on. Xiao with the crazy Helker and TNZ with that Hayabusa that has been so consistent, just fell slightly short.
The thing is now too, okay, that works, but are we talking about it working like a cheese pick where it's like, okay, that worked first time, but second time it might not, especially because this was the last pick, first of all. Helkert, it was a surprise for both of these, or not for both of these two. I don't know, maybe it was a surprise for both of them. But it definitely was a surprise to Incendio. Is that something that completely changes the draft?
It's the last game for today, by the way.
Okay, where now Incendio Supremacy has to
And I go
worry
sleep.
about picking up the Granger, or is it just one of those one-time things that kind of flew just because it was
Why
that
are
big
you
of a
gay?
surprise?
Who says I'm gay?
think it adds
You are
a
gay.
different dimension in dealing with the Granger. It gives them an interesting out. a
Shall I call you
niche
Mister?
Out where if the stars aligned, it works.
Mr.
At the
Pepper
same
Julian
time,
on
Papara
them.
did have a decent early game, right? They picked off TNZ,
We are
I
happy
think
to see you
level
here.
3.
Why
with an
are you
assist on Zhao, and they just
says
continue to
I'm gay?
get pickoffs over.
You are.
So it may work, however,
My schizophrenia
I do
is
think
getting out
giving
of
up the
control. I don't
Granger
know.
could be a little bit of trouble. They do take out the Phobius, which I think was also one of the issues. The
Maybe
Phobius was
private hair
dealing
is kind of
so
green because
much
of
damage, was the one initiating, and Phobius is one of those
because
heroes
of
where it's like,
green
you could
screen
send
behind
two, you
him.
could send 3, you could send 4. I'm still gonna be able to just Goomba stomp and deal tons of damage and just waste your time. Incendio
Hello.
with a perfect opportunity to pick up the Granger first pick
Dobra.
again, and I think that still
Okay,
might be
guys,
the option.
delivery man came. I go take my pizza. Be right back.
Especially because last time when we saw Papara SuperMassive, they answered it with not allowing them to get the Joy pick. They don't want them to have the Joy and the Granger because they're just going to have too much mobility there. So, and what we saw before was because of the Joy pick, it kind of tied our hands on whether we wanted to pick up that Harith to challenge the Granger in the pick. I don't think that this kind of, I don't... For me, it's like if I'm Papara SuperMassive, did that last game, for me, tell me, we can allow the Granger now. I don't think so. I think the Granger still has to be marked as a threat. I don't think that the Hellcrits can really... it's not the answer that we think it is. I think it's one of those that can go below.
Hylos first, Joy first.
Yeah, we're gonna see.
You mentioned Granger first not being let go. What if they decide to? What's next? Hylos, Joy. Okay, we don't even need to go in that conversation. Granger taken away. Just from what you stated, the Joy should be denied. Boom. And I do think the Hylos Prio is gonna come right after.
And there it is, and we're wondering, do we go the same routes? Do we get to this third? I think we get to this second banning phase, and we see the Hellcurt ban potentially. if we
Well, Incendio, they definitely want Rosa on a great pick, and Eve is possible, but Eve does not do good against both Hylos and the Joy. The other option is going to be the Lu Yi, which also doesn't do good against so much dive potential. Rosa, I mean, them picking up this Belric is that counter matchup that people like. I think you have something you want to say about it.
I don't know. I like that because if Dark Knight falls, Belric just needs to make sure he's near his team. Throw down the Wrath of Dryad so that it can kind of, as soon as things clear up, you're going to see a Hellcurt kind of like caught in there and maybe be able to take him down potentially. I mean, everything's up in the air right now. We're way above where logic and reason sometimes stand for a lot of these picks right now. I think we're at a point in here where we're just seeing these guys kind of exercise some picks that they may have practiced, may not have actually kind of done. I mean, can you imagine that they've been scrimming with a Hellcurt in the gold lane? I kind of doubt it. So I think we're just seeing some new things right now.
I, unfortunately, Private, if I consider the Hellcurt, everything just turns into some crazy mush and it just doesn't make sense anymore. But what does make sense is a Hilda pickup, 67% win rates, and I think Incendio is actually the team that has the most success with it. Now picking it up against them, Papara SuperMassive is a team that definitely can do that. However, is there a response? Do you think Incendio has the ability to challenge it? The CC is also an available slot to deal with the 3, quite tanky units here that Papara has set up. I would like to see a CC, but just like you mentioned in the pre-show, that Dreadnought factor is going to be something that defends against a lot of the members so far set up by Incendio.
CC, I mean, it's been one of those that I've always been kind of questioning about how it does so well, but it does good against some of those front tanky lines. And especially the maneuverability. It's just, for me, it's always been that one that focus on the one hero always kind of left me kind of taken aback, because I feel like there's just better options that can get the setting potential, that can provide more in the team environment. As far as like CC setting potential here, we're kind of focusing down. Both teams have kind of sat back. Oh, looks like they read your mind. They're going to take out the CC pick there. So now I'm wondering what is left in that lane. Oh, Lucas is still available. I don't even know how Lucas does against the Hilda. I imagine it can kind of be a little bit, especially in the early game, probably at Hilda's beck and call there, since she's got a lot of that regen that she can do from the bushes, and Lucas takes a little bit of time. He has some items he needs to get before that regen is really kind of coming online for him.
Thank you, guys. This is really tasty
I do
pizza.
agree. I think the Lucas is going to be the next available option for the XP. However, just with the Dreadnought option, I feel like if they lean towards something more magical like the glue or even the Gato Kacha, it could be a possibility. However, Gato Kacha feels kind of slow with the Belric, so I actually think the Lucas works out a little bit better. Now, mages are being taken off the board here. Papara, I don't think they're really scared of picking up kind of a utility mage, right? They could go for something like an Eve, something less damage, because they do have the Joy being backed up for it.
Claude is open too as well, which they're gonna go ahead and take away the Louis from Incendio Supremacy, which leaves open not much. I mean, you still got the Farja, you still got the Sicilian on the side of Incendio Supremacy, so they've got a decent amount.
Yeah, guys,
I don't hate the Sicilian here too as well, just because I like his survivability in the.
Don't take everything. What the fuck? I want to eat too.
And I'm kind of wondering what we have in that early game. Oh, Valentina taken up there. So, I mean, even with all of these mage bans, still some pretty basic picks kind of coming out from Incendio Supremacy, but kind of looking for that gold lane from Papara.
You know, I like the Valentina. Glorious Pathway does well, has the dashes to be able to just run away from Joy if there was a fight there, but the 32% win rate is a little bit of a jump
Any soft
scare,
drink?
for
I don't know, I have cola.
Valentina. Here we go again.
This is that for me, it is that prototypical, is this because it is so successful, or are we dipping our hands too often into that well of something outside the box?
Well, the difference is there is no consistent damage coming in from Wasp at this time around. And there
Wait,
is
I go
not,
take cola.
I guess, as consistent damage as a Vexana with the ultimates compared to Louis, where he has to actually be in position. So I think in terms of the draft and also the chip, there's no chip setup. So there is a difference between game number 4 and what Papara has set up with game number 5. However, the element that the Helker is going up against, the Hayabusa and Granger, stays the same.
Ladies and gentlemen, this will be the deciding match of this series on who moves ahead and who drops to the lower bracket. Incendio Supremacy taking on Papara SuperMassive, and a game that will decide if I start using Hellcurt in the gold lane in my ranked matches.
Yeah, do we root for the cockroach and see it being open now, or do we go for something more traditional with a little bit of less headache? I think this game is going to determine something quite interesting. However, Helker has
Coke with pizza or Coke with pizza. Both are good combo.
Quite strong. The Dark Knight Falls is a global ultimate similar to, you know, a Louis teleport where it's like it's always kind of overpowered. Similar to maybe Chip's ultimate where it has like a global dash, or even a Moskov ult where it's global, but After Dark taken quite low here.
Oh yeah, Wasso there with the backup. Blotzfett in trouble, gets taken down by Tienzi. The early kill this time. Oh, might actually. Oh, After Dark got the
Poke
scare
as a cold
of
drink
his
or
life there as he was trying to go back there. Alien in trouble as Wasso trying to find off 3 members of
Cold
Incendio
cola
Supremacy.
is the best thing ever. I don't
In
know.
comes Mohi to try to help out with the electrifying beats, but 3 members in there. He does
Cola
find
can
the
be not
safety
cold.
of his bottom tower.
Good start from Incendio. Again, I feel like Papara SuperMassive's comp does rely on the physical damage that the Hellcurt needs to be able to snowball through, but they do get the pick off early here. But the counter engage coming out from Mohi, able to chunk Rosa quite low here. It is a trade, but will they be able to get the objectives?
Yeah, and that's the thing too. If they do or don't get, a nice little tag along there with the cooldowns coming out from the side of Papara SuperMassive. After Dark doing a great job chaining that together, and Tienzi able to get the turtle. Now going on the offensive, trying to get the fight there. Blotzfett is able to find a kill of his own. However, while all that was going on, Zao was actually able to get the purple buff of Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, Zao gets the purple buff. I was talking about the DPS coming out from the Louis, and it's quite significant. There is a lot of damage being output by the Louis, but it's still magic damage compared to the physical damage. And I know you've always mentioned the matchup when it's a Hayabusa against the Hilda, and I think Wasa is doing quite a good job so far, being able to kind of put a lot of pressure onto Tienzi, to making sure that Tienzi doesn't have the best time of his life when it comes down to some of these objectives or just finding some jungle.
Ooh, Wasso actually locks on the Tienzi. He's going to have to use his quad shadows to get away. Meanwhile, they're starting to push into enemy territory right now. Incendio Supremacy seems a lot more fluid, a lot more relaxed with this early game. They didn't take those early deaths. In fact, they're actually doing very well here in the early game, which is allowing them some wiggle room, allowing the confidence that you're seeing from this Granger as well. Zao in a little bit of trouble. And they don't find the angle that they wanted with that diversion.
Yeah, I mean, that was a double divergent, I believe, paired up with the Dark Knight Falls.
Again, Louis in game. Can they ban this bullshit hero?
Point here.
It's literally second most banned hero in MPL.
I think Papara requires that Hellcurt to go online because that's the only physical damage that they have. Right, this is like a 3 magic Papara mid lane where if the physical falls, they just have to build Athenas.
Ooh, they do kind of set down that glorious pathway. Apex in a little bit of trouble. Rosa backing him up with some damage. Alien on the side too as well. The rest of the 3 members, Papara SuperMassive, go in. Blotzfett comes in.
That's not bad.
Front row. We do have a Wrath of Dryad onto the entirety of the team. Quad shadows are out as they're trying to seal their escape as well. And Blotzfett in trouble. Auto attack takes him down. Rosa with the kill there, bringing him to a 3-1. Wasau on the offensive, sandwiched in between 2 Incendio Supremacy members, gets taken down. That is a double kill for Rosa.
Yeah, double kill, 2 revitalize, crucial revitalize popped, and they get the objectives and a free lane on the top side. Sunshine even able to kind of push Zao away, you know, from that gank here. I think Incendio Supremacy is in a good position here.
Yeah, and I mean, I do like the early game here. The one thing though is I'm kind of waiting to see how will this diversion line up with the Dark Knight Falls. Are we going to be able to kind of get that diversion, get the jump on them, and then the damage that can come out from Zao, that one-hitter quitter that can kind of come out, is it going to be enough? Because right now, I feel like Papara SuperMassive, they're having a lot of trouble in the early game, even reaching that point in the game where they're going to be able to kind of test out that theory.
Yeah, I think the composition that Papara has set up this time around just isn't as great as something like the Phobius.
Okay.
And as we see Blotsvet in trouble, diversion is out onto the top lane. Ooh, doesn't find the angle that they want against it. And meanwhile,
It's so
on the other side of the map,
tasty, bro.
find himself a tower to answer
You
with.
say pizza suck.
Big
Maybe
damage
because you
coming
don't
out.
have
Watch out
money,
from the
huh?
side after dark gets taken. Wasau on the side, trying to go up against 3 members of Incendio Supremacy. In comes Zhao, finds the kill onto Sunshine. Alien answers back with the kill onto Wasau. And Mohi taken down by Apex 47. Now Blotsvet alone with Zhao to try to defend this tower. 3 were down for the side of Papara SuperMassive. Incendio Supremacy having a much better game of it. Dark Knight Falls is out, but Zhao deciding against his, I want to say, aggression against Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, and I think we're starting to get to a point where we really see the limitations of Papara Supermassive's composition, right? The Hulker, yes, he's able to get a kill onto Sunshine. However, that was it. It was one burst and there's no continuous damage. It's the same weakness that I felt like they had in game number 4. However, the Phoveus just worked out great. The Vexana's damage just worked out good. This time around, they have a Hilda which has not done what the XP lanes that they want to do. The last game, I believe Wasa was like 5-1 on the Phoveus. This time he's down 0-2. He's not having the time of his life at all. And Incendio, now they have the lead, 4K gold lead, looking for more.
Ooh, a big Avatar of the Guardian falls into the mid lane as they are chasing down Zhao. Up at the top, Wasau gets taken out by Sunshine after dark, trying to connect some damage onto them. Oh, does find a kill onto Sunshine. Apex 47 inadvertently walks towards him, connects the yin and yang, and takes down his gold laner. Dark Knight Falls is out, looking for an angle, comes in, finds some damage, is not able to find the kill just yet. They've locked onto Apex 47, tanking the damage. Zhao finds the finishing touches. Alien returns the favor, able to take down Zhao.
Yeah, the tree for the cockroach, I think the side of Incendio is very happy squashing that bug there. 10-4 is the overall. Take a look at the damage leaderboard. It's actually Rosa leading the team, 2-0-7. Definitely the MVP candidate. After Dark not doing bad themselves either, but Rosa is definitely having a good time in this match.
Mohi just narrowly gets away, tried to lock on to Sunshine. The rest of Incendio Supremacy came in for aid, and Papara SuperMassive just narrowly able to enable that escape. Ooh, actually a little bit of trouble here. Alien dives in with the Avatar of the Guardian. Rosa into the back line is enabling Incendio Supremacy to get that tower, and now they're diving onto them. Rosa in trouble, even with the Wrath of Dryad. It's not going to be enough. Wasau comes in for a kill as Sunshine finds himself. I believe that's going to be a double. After Dark finds, gets taken out as well. Was looking for that diversion to get him out of harm's way. All the while this is going on, Zhao at the top trying to push and create some momentum, create some pressure at that top lane. And I'm wondering if this might be a little bit of a mistake, because now you have one member that is never in your team fights, constantly trying to push while your team is losing these engagements.
Well, I think that's the strategy of the Hulker, especially when you come down to a losing matchup, right? You can still use the Dark Knight Falls across the map to try to add some pressure and then just go for some of the 1-versus-1 opportunities. Maybe they could get a pick off onto Rosa or even Sunshine or even Tianzi. However, in a team fight, Hulker, especially in this case, just hasn't found a lot of success besides just getting that one and done touch. Right, and however, Apex 47 I think has shined quite well. He can just stun up the 2 frontline targets, both Mohi, Wasa, and even Blotsvet, and just keep them stuck in their position.
Ooh, nice. Avatar of the Guardian does force out a flicker from After Dark. Now continuing the damage on Zhao on the back line, trying to help out. Down goes the mid-high ground tower. Blotsvet in trouble, getting puts the pieces down. Glorious Pathway is out. Sunshine finds the final touch there. Is it going to be enough? Zhao not able to find the damage.
This is so
time.
good, guys.
The Hellcurt not playing ball. minions at the core right
I don't
now.
even
In
know
comes the
how
quad
good it
shadows
is.
onto Wasau, who has to return to base to get topped up. Minions now at the core
Oh my
as
God.
Wasau trying to defend it with After Dark, who gets taken out. Zhao finds a kill onto Tianzi. Sunshine returns the favor, and Rosa and Apex are down. Mohi turns it around, but Sunshine, woo, he tried, and Zhao gets taken out. A triple kill for Sunshine. Avatar the Guardian is down. Blotsfet trying to take down Sunshine as much as he can. It's just one tank alone to defend against the marksman and tank of Incendio Supremacy, and it looks like barely Papara SuperMassive live to fight another day. One high ground tower left at their base.
Yeah, they do get the defend, but the damage has already been dealt. It's an 11-minute and 30-second defend that, you know, to the inner towers is gone. We're not even talking about the Luminous Lord yet. So I think Incendio Supremacy is in a great position. And again, the limitations of this Helker is just showing, all right? The weakness of just not having consistent damage, and especially that physical damage that I think Papara is lacking so significant. Now, if the Helker is able to get the pick off, potentially it could be good. It could be trouble, and see Helker is going onto the top side, but he has to sneakily be able to find the right target, or else it might just be trouble.
Yeah, he does have a Hayabusa hot on his tail. He's not going to go ahead and teleport from there. Right now, Avatar the Guardian slams into the back line. Alien trying to create space for his team to be able to take down this last high ground tower. It is not enough for them to be able to put the damage on, and they disengage from the base.
Yeah, and Incendio does a great job having Tianzi just clearing that top side, forcing Papara to just defend against that lane. They're waiting for that Lord to come down in a good position where they could get like a 5 versus 4 convincing fight, right? They don't have to take this that fast, and I think Incendio is going to be quite smart on that. They're going to try to bait Papara to use some of their spells, especially that Dark Knight Falls, disengage and re-engage for a second and better fight.
Ooh, yeah, Liquipedia almost locked on to Zhao. Glorious Pathway is out onto the top, trying to lock on to Rosa, who's being pushed out from the back. Glorious Pathway of her own. Avatar the Guardian falls down. Zhao finds a kill onto Apex 47. Zhao finds the Lord as Sunshine shuts him down along with Mohi. A double for a triple for Sunshine, continuing his killing ways here. Finds himself a maniac, and not, I believe his Savage was, oh actually no, his Savage is sitting right there at the core. If he can get it, does he have the opportunity to get in there? No, Rosa steals it away with this victory, going to Incendio Supremacy, or at least should be.
It should, yeah, no, it is. Coming down here, 14-minute match. Unfortunately, the strat, the cheese.
Thank you, Kyle. It was the best pizza in my life. You can even hear my voice changed because I ate a huge pizza. Right now I will sleep on stream. So guys, who wants to just do something and I will sleep on stream, then stay on stream, guys.
And here we go with a great performance in the series.
I mean, hats off to Papara SuperMassive for trying to create a standard. Unfortunately, Incendio Supremacy, I feel like their new and updated game plan held it well underlined. You can only surprise them once, and they were able to adjust it. And a very dominating game here too, as well. You could tell right from the beginning this was a completely different game, and that the Helker most likely was not going to be as successful. MVP here, Sunshine with 14 kills, 4 huge kills on that Maniac to close out the game.
And this really shows how close Papara is towards Incendios, right? They could throw Incendios off their balance with a pick like Helker and actually be able to find success in one of the games. Yes, it's not both games. They didn't close it out, and it just didn't work out at all in game number 2. However, I mean game number 5. However, they're able to find a little bit of a soft spot that Incendio may not have predicted here, but great early game coming out from Incendio this time around, quite convincingly throughout the whole entire game. The wombo combination of that Belric into that Gato Kacha, and they're just able to play this game out so well.
Yeah, I mean, a great game played by them, and I mean, a much firmer early game. They were well organized. The synergy was there as well, and then even with some of these fights that they were taking, they just are very meticulously.
Don't forget to play some music though. Any random playlist will do.
Where they weren't afraid.
Maybe I turn on some music for sleep. I don't know.
Was that early deficit, which means to me that the game before this probably could have gone either way if it worked for those super early kills that they were able to find in the last game, which really allowed Zhao the time he needed on the Hellcurt to become that force of fear in the side of Incendio Supremacy. Add that to the to having the chip on their side that wasn't there this time, and you had something that just you had some pieces, but you were missing some integral pieces that really made it work.
I mean, we're
let me find some music for sleep.
This team grow. I think Papara SuperMassive has come a long way since their regional, kind of like the MPL, right? They didn't go top 2, but they were good enough where they were holding on to like a plus 50% type of statistic. And this time around, they're actually showing up and representing their region quite well. Incendio Supremacy Sunshine here with the MVP. 14-2 and 2, 70% kill participation. Definitely the bright ray that Incendio Supremacy has set up that really showed and shined through their whole entire team.
Yeah, it's crazy. Looking at that build there, he didn't even have a BOD on the Granger there. Just kind of chilling with the Hunter Strike and the Sky Piercer. Really kind of it just kind of shows how quickly he was kind of coming online, able to kind of do that damage as well. Hats off to Sunshine, another great MVP for him on Incendio Supremacy.
Okay, wait. This is not a music for sleep, this is music for death. I know. Nice. Application. Tell me when my stream gets banned, okay? Let's wait 5 minutes if my stream gets banned. Isagi Yoichi, hello. I'm not handsome. I'm just underslept, underdeveloped monkey. Hello, Jimbo. Do you hear the music, guys? Guys, I'm waiting for your response. Do you hear music and is it good? Is it fine? And is my stream banned? Aliva, hello. Don't fucking joke about it, I want to sleep, monkeys. Okay, I can see that. There's gonna be one more game on Snapdragon, by the way. So, do you want to listen to stream or turn off stream sound and turn on music? What do you prefer, guys? Good night, Leo.
Cutie dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some of yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train.
Okay, guys, then I turn on. I don't know what to do. Please give me more feedback. Yeah, I'm sleepy. I'll go sleep right now. Just tell me, what do you want, guys? Do you want to listen to Snapdragon stream, or you just want to watch Snapdragon stream and I turn on music instead of stream sound? What do you like more? Tell me, everyone who's on stream. I need to know your opinion. Your opinion matters to me. I'm waiting. Okay, guys, whatever. I'll leave right now. Stream. Listen to stream right now. When I wake up, I will turn off stream, okay? Snapdragon moderators are on you guys. You are responsible for making me a good streamer. You like stream, you tell I'm good streamer, or I will be fired.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
And the Challenge Finals for Snapdragon Pro Series for EMEA and Turkey is brought to you by Liz, Private, and UA.
Oh man, an exciting matches that we've had so far, keeping us eyes appealed to the screen. So many different things going on, even the little things like a Hellcurt pickup there as well. Moving these teams forward, showing that they are pulling out all the stops here. But up next, finally, it's going to be the match where we say goodbye to one of these hard-fought teams.
Yeah, this is going to be Birthrights versus Team Falcon. Two different regions, Birthright from the EU side and Team Falcons from the MENA side. So this is going to be a tough series. We've had some of these before, but this one is definitely going to hurt a lot more than taking a loss earlier.
Yeah, and look at the team head-to-head. It does seem like Team Falcons has an advantage in every aspect. Average EPM is pretty much the same, but still average kills and average damage dealt is favoring Team Falcons. And now with the heroes, most picked Badon from Birthright is something that we saw a lot throughout this series. So we grew to love Badon. Hayabusa is picked a lot from the side of Birthright. And then for Team Falcons, the most picked is actually Hylos. You guys mentioned about Hylos in the first series today, right?
Yeah, Hylos has been a big factor for a lot of these engagements. We've seen it try to be countered out by the Cho. It's the Cho for me has been like kind of 50-50 when it comes to kind of countering out the Hylos as well. It comes along with a lot of player style, needs to be able to kind of have that skill level to take it, and then it kind of comes on with the enemy hero composition too as well. Hylos still remains one of those just sure pickups when it comes to the roam. It's nice to be able to kind of blind that one in as we take a look at Falcons most picked bans.
Yeah, this is interesting because Team Falcons actually opts to get the Badang being banned out against them the most. And you also have Birthright, who is extremely good at the Badang. So a high priority pick coming out from both these teams. Expect things like the Hylos, the Granger that has done so well, even the Soyu to kind of show up early on in the draft. And it seems like, you know, the Lu Yi, the Zushin, it's quite standard. No team's really letting those things go.
Yeah, and it does seem like Team Falcons ban out the Hayabusa a lot, and that's one of the prio-picked heroes for Team Birthright. So we'll have to see how it plays out on the battlefield. Now, predictions. I'm curious to see what our casters predicted. The road to MOBA Masters. Well, Birthright, you see happy faces for me and Private there. And for Team Falcons, we have UA and Weezy. I can't get over how Weezy sticker look. But yeah, once again, me and Private supporting Birthright. I mean, I think they got what it takes to see if they can pull through. What about Private?
Yeah, I definitely. My big thing has been onto Birthright. I like kind of going with those teams that have a lot of room that they can grow with, and I'm hoping that they can bounce back from that loss, especially against a team. It's nothing to scoff at facing a team like Incendio Supremacy, which has such history here on the international stage. But are you gonna be able to take that bounce back, especially against a team like Team Falcons?
You know, for me, Team Falcons definitely have shown that they are considered one of the top dogs in this league. And even with a loss against Papara SuperMassive, it's going to set them back a little bit. And I think this is where they're going to tighten up, make sure the screws are not loose, and just, you know, continue and try to prevail in this matchup. Team Falcon does start with the XP. Alpha, Kenji in the jungle, Smiles in the mid lane, Super in the roam, and Koba in the gold lane.
Yeah, we do get to see. I love how you mentioned screw in the screws. Make sure no screw is loose. I like it. I hope that is indeed the case for the next series. Both of these teams are representing their respective regions, and today one of these teams will have to go home. And casters, take us into the game to find out who that team will be.
It is the end of the night and the end of the road for one of these teams. You know, it's been a lot of ups and downs for these teams, and they have put everything they have to get to this point. But one more hurdle awaits. The winner gonna get themselves a seat at the Mobile Masters.
Yeah, I mean, this is a journey coming out from both these teams. It's a very big international tournament, and both teams, you know, definitely want to be able to go through. Birthright, unfortunately, yes, fell short. Incendio was able to sweep them 3-0, and you know, at some point, some of the drafts, it felt like they had some things going for them. It just never really worked out in their favor, and and unfortunately we did not get to see Team Falcons match. But just judging off of how Papara did, all of these teams are really just dead even. This match, I believe Birthright should be able to stand up against Team Falcon, where Team Falcon was kind of the team that I was looking out for personally. I thought Team Falcon was just going to sweep through. They did such a good job in the group stages in the last SPS, and I thought the momentum was going to follow forward. Falling a little bit short, I do want to see how Team Falcon picks themselves back up to get the momentum that they're potentially looking for.
For me, for Birthright to be successful, we need, there's a shopping, I don't want to say a shopping list, but there's a small list of things that need to go right. One of them needs to be those lane matchups need to be won. We can't just give away things willy-nilly. We have to respect what these guys are good on and what we can do into those lanes. Second thing is we need to be able to kind of control the early game. I cannot say it enough, this plan of just kind of starting at the mid game, starting at the late game. We're too far into the series. These teams are too good to depend on mistakes. You have to enforce your will from the beginning of the game, control the matchup, and not depend on being able to turn it away or steal it from the opposing team.
Yeah, and Birthrights definitely have to tidy up with the drafts here. Standards across the board, though. Matilda, Phoveus, Zushin, and Fanny. Both teams not letting either one of these heroes go across. They've definitely been watching the previous matches, so they kind of know what's going on through some of these drafts so far. However, this alpha ban, it might just be maybe Kenji's preferred hero, because we don't really see it getting taken out so often. Yeah, it definitely does mean that the Soyu Prio is going to be available. Now, I think it's going to be something like a Granger Joy trade. And then the Hylos is going to be that cherry on top, right? One team gets the Joy or one team gets the Granger, and then Hylos paired up with that. And no, the priority actually has shifted. Birthrights decided to go for a very, I want to say, neutral pick. It's kind of like I'm showing my cards. I'm okay with you choosing whatever Joy and I don't even get any of those two picks correct. It's a Badang versus a Hilda pick here.
I feel like both of these teams are trying to read each other, and they're not trying to be the first one that put their cards on the table. They're trying to get these neutral picks out there, these things that might kind of counter, which kind of like, I don't want to say you're wrong. I'm just saying that they're kind of trying to feel each other out before they put that type of logic out on the table. Hayabusa out there as well. We're kind of leaving open this gold lane, which is really, gold lane is open right now.
Joy Granger.
Yeah.
Hylos is still there.
Harith, it's very interesting. I would rather see Birthright kind of like take control here. All right, you see the Hilda and the Haya out there. What are we going to try to do about this early game that they're going to have?
I think taking the Harith away would be a possible answer, because if you give a magic, gold, and a physical jungle, it's hard to deal with, right? That's mixed damage. And now you're giving the opportunity for Team Falcon to be able to pick up that Harith. However, Birthrights, they don't even go for the Joy. It seems like with 3 jungle bans and the 4th one being taken off the board, that they're not really scared of not having a Joy. The Gatakaja gets picked up early here. We saw Alien do so well with setting up some of the great AOGs that, you know, turn things around for the side of Incendio. I wonder this time around if it's going to be my lobby onto it, or if Mark is going to be the one that holds onto the AOG.
Still waiting on that last pick from Team Falcons. And that kind of throws us out. We're going to go with the Irithel. Now, while Irithel, the term soft counter is used a lot because it's not exactly like super duper winning lane. It's just something that can kind of hold Granger at bay so that he's not just kind of steamrolling his way through that. I feel like you still need a front line. You still need something to be able to kind of keep keep the enemy at bay while you're launching off these these heavy crossbow shots into their vicinity. So, and that is something that we don't exactly have just yet on the side of Team Falcons as we're moving into the second banning phase.
You know, I think Birthright can set up for something, especially with not much damage junglers available. Maybe they could look for like a Fredrin Sicilian, where they set up 2 cores in the mid and in the gold position, and then they got that 3 CC front lines available, right? I think that's interesting. Team Falcon, on the other hand, do lack quite heavily on that mage department, but I think both teams don't really want to take out too many mages here, just because both still are lacking quite heavily on that magic damage. But Birthright is, I want to say, kind of out of options in that jungle position. Maybe they bring that Lucas in the jungle that we've seen once in a while.
I was actually thinking about that too, since Lucas hasn't been banned out here. I was wondering if we were going to see him there. He can't close the distance on something like an Irithel. It does a great job of that onto the back line here, especially because we've already got our roam picked out, already potentially got our EXP picked out on the side of Birthright here. I'm kind of wondering if I think on the side of Team Falcons, what we're looking at, like a solid Valentin is taken off the board there, so just throws what I was gonna put out there. So the only thing that's kind of there's a few things that are kind of left. The Vexana, still Aurora as well. I think that kind of fits maybe a little bit better for the side of Team Falcons. Aurora there to kind of head off the engagement type style that we have from the side of Birthright. It really kind of comes into play because for me, it's the things I'm kind of looking at, especially for Birthright, because that's a match that we just watched and it's still kind of fresh in my mind. It's not just about the picks too, it's about that synergy and it's about playing them well within their power spikes and stuff like that. Not making these kind of lackadaisical rotations, especially against something like a Hilda and a Hayabusa, who right at and now a Khalid, which at these are a lot of early game potential for the side of Team Falcons.
For me, Khalid is definitely a curveball. However, Team Falcon has been a team that has a lot of success with the Khalid, especially the MENA region. I think was the ones that were kind of like using the Khalid before even like the M series was happening. So it's definitely something comfortable for Team Falcons here, and I do like the Aurora being picked up by the side of Team Falcons too. I definitely agree. There's a lot of dive coming out from the Gato Kacha and the Badang, so definitely look to see if they're willing to slot that in. The Vexana that you mentioned does get picked up here, and something interesting. I did not think of this, however, I think it fits well with the current meta in the jungle.
My only problem is it suffers from the same problems that a Hayabusa would with an enemy Hilda on the team, where you're definitely going to need to be babysat because Hilda can just run in there and there's not going to be much that a Ling can do sans level 4 to be able to contend with that. Here, I do like the front line here. We do have, I feel like there's a good front line here from the side of Birthright. It's going to allow some time for Levi and Mark to be able to kind of launch off some of those abilities. The only thing, and we have back lines for both of these teams, as we see Sicilian picked up for the side of Team Falcons.
Yeah, Sicilian is a late game carry. As the only magic damage dealer on Team Falcon, it's a little bit of a risk. However, when you have early heroes, especially like invade heavy, like Khalid and Hilda, it really creates a lot of space that I think Sicilian needs to be able to operate quite well. However, Birthright has set themselves up with a pretty interesting draft, right? The Vexana can deal with a lot of the dive pressure coming in from the side of Team Falcons. So even though Khalid and Hilda is so good at closing the distance and getting on top of carry, they really have to be careful because the CC coming out from that Vexana can be something that they have to watch out for. But guys, this is going to be our last series tonight, a best of 5 between Team Birthright and Team Falcon here. Whoever wins this will be moving on to the next SPS, and the losers do go home.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's not just about moving on in the tournament as the winner of the lower brackets. It is also about securing yourself a seat at the Mobile Masters. Both these teams have been fighting tooth and nail for since last year for a position here. We're going to see who has the snuff to take it. Kenji going to go ahead, clean pickup of that Lethal Wanderer there as well. And both teams pretty careful about their rotations and about how they're managing some of these lanes.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely seen Mark and plenty of other roamers do well on this Badang pick. Like, you know, I can't take that away. This is something that has really been popularized and has shown significant impact in the roam position. Whether it's that flicker fish crack or just having that wall to be able to stun enemies, or even finding pickoffs and just defending and dealing a good portion of damage early on. You know, the Badang has had a lot of impact. However, is this going to be a good enough pick as a first blind? We definitely have to see here. Bot side, there is Falcons gathering, looking to see if Wicked is going to buy and make a mistake, but they do end up backing off, you know, playing passive early on. I think both teams just looking to see what they could do in this in the very first objective.
Oh, and already first invade coming in. Team Falcon's going to go ahead as we go ahead and exude that Tempest of Blades already. Fist crack is out, and the damage comes down onto Smiley, and that's going to be a first blood for Danny, allowing Levi the chance and the opportunity he needed to get the purple buff and possibly starts this next turtle. It does look like they're going to go ahead, distance themselves from that turtle. And a little bit of a turnaround as Team Falcons enter the jungle and Birthright immediately reply.
Yeah, a misposition from Smiles here. The combination of the wall paired up with the taunt from the Gato Kacha and Danny's Terrify. It was just so much CC. Smile could not even pop the flicker here. However, the Link does not have ultimate, which gives Team Falcon a potential opportunity to really take this objective uncontested.
Danny in trouble here, almost gets put down by Alpha. Does look like the turtle does go over to Team Falcons. A little bit of a mistime there from Birthright as they were not able to come before the turtle got taken there. And Alpha doing Hilda things here, just immediately becoming a presence for the side of Birthright that they have to deal with. They're going to try to take it down, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. They slow it down, trying to back up, and Alpha is taking down Levi. Birthright with 2 kills on the board right now.
Yeah, a little back and forth come out from both of these teams, just testing the waters out. Team Falcon, unfortunately, on the worst end in terms of the kill. However, with the objective being taken, they do have a little bit of a cushion. Now, Birthrights, they do have some kills on top of that Ling, and when the Ling is able to get a little bit of a snowball, he becomes an issue. My Lobby also having a great time. Both kills actually having the assist of My Lobby, so he's going to be doing quite well in that XP position. Expect him to, you know, hold a lot of damage early on.
My only question though is there's a lot of pressure being exuded from a Team Falcons right now onto that gold lane. It means detective, or it means that the Alpha on that XP lane is or not Alpha. The roam is putting so much pressure onto that XP lane or onto that gold lane that he's not joining the fight. So you've got the babysit at the gold lane, and means that all of these fights are usually about a 4v3. Once he starts joining these fights, we're going to have a little bit of trouble there as Levi comes in with the Tempest of Blades, just narrowly gets away. Avatar the Guardian is up and caught by Alpha on the back line, reads that perfect perfectly and finds their first kill for Team Falcons.
You know, that kill is great because it really fits well with what Team Falcon is trying to set themselves up with, right? They have these early, aggressive, damage-dealing heroes, and they have 2 of them. So that means Team Falcons, they really have to find ways to get some kills. While Birthright, if they just kind of manage to survive onto that mid and late game, they have so much CC coming out from the Badang, coming out from that Gato Kacha, that they just have a lot of late game team fight options. And ooh, Fish Crack coming in.
Yeah, Tempest Blades is also laid out there as Alpha takes a heap of that damage. Mark in trouble. There is able to get away. Big pop-up lands onto Super and Alpha. Wicked finds the finishing blow there while Kova comes for the backup. Gets caught with a little bit of a taunt. Is that going to be enough? They do find a kill onto Kova, and just like that, Birthright at a commanding 5-1 lead over Team Falcons.
Commanding lead does get a lot of the small skirmishes in their favor, but they still cannot find a way to pull away in terms of that gold lead. Team Falcon still holding on to dear life. A little bit of a shift in terms of the gold lead, but again, it's still even across the board. Birthright is able to find some wins in some skirmishes, and I think this is going to be a big issue for Team Falcon. When you bring in something like a Hilda or like a Khalid, you're expecting to win the early game, and it's already looking quite gray for the Birds here.
The only issue I find right now is the side that the fact that Team Falcons 1 kill on their side, but 2 towers, so they're able to transition into better objectives, better map presence, and especially if they're able to get this mid tower down too, that's going to open up the map and really kind of put the chokehold onto Birthright, because it seals off a lot of areas that they can try to run away to. Now they're going to go ahead and attack big. Avatar of the Guardian lands down as the Sandstorm comes out from Super defensively to get himself out of harm's way. Still a 5-1 game, but I would love to see more objective focus, more transitions into towers or turtles for the rest of this match.
Yeah, and you know, you could really see the aggressiveness coming out from the side of Team Falcons. They are the one that's being down in kills, but they're the ones that are actually kind of like initiating some of these fights. They're putting some of their front lines in kind of a dangerous position, and the Flicker Fishcraft gets on top of Kenji. He does use a shadow kill, but does get taken off the board here. That's another kill for the side of Birthright, and this time it's a very high priority target.
Yeah, Kenji is down. Is going to allow Levi some time up at the top. But meanwhile, at the bottom, a little bit of a skirmish going on there as well. Koba is trying to get out of there as Alpha fighting off 2 members. Mark gets taken down, but My Lobby finds the finishing blow there as well. Super in trouble, not able to help Alpha. Now an 8-2 games with the pressure of the top tower that was taken by Levi in the meantime.
Yeah, this is where I would say Team Falcon is definitely looking at the game and being like, yeah, this is a little bit of a trouble, right? My lobby 1, 0, and 7. You don't really see any XPs having 100% kill participation at 8 minutes in, but My Lobby does a great job not only rotating across the map, but being able to defend his lane quite well. Now he has a presence in, you know, essentially the whole entire team fights. Team Falcons here looking,
they put smiles into a coma after he came out of that bush. Just CC after CC after CC. In comes the quad shadows. Kenji comes in looking for the shadow kill, lands onto Mark, not able to finish the job, is going to have to quad shadow his way past them. It's 2 safety. First Lord out on the bench right now. 1 tower for the side of Birthright, 2 for the side of Team Falcons, and that bottom one looking to be on its last leg.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Team Falcon forced 3 back from Birthrights, but did not even attempt on the objective. Maybe they just don't want to risk it, right? Birthright still has the upper edge in terms of the gold lead and has the upper edge in terms of small skirmishes and team fights. And then, you know, if you look at the big picture, Birthright also has the ability to create good, big 5 versus 5 team fights. They have the Badong, they have the Gato Kacha, and we saw great knockup so far from Danny. So Team Falcons, they're kind of in a pickle situation right here where it's just not great for them to have good 5 versus 5 team fights. But in terms of pickoffs, they're not finding options there either. Yeah, and you know, it's just going to be a lot of trouble so far here. The Lord is slowly coming down, but that's how the Team Falcons do look to disengage here. Birthrights looking to engage. Mark tries to get a fish crack open, but he does have to disengage. My lobby chunked quite low underneath the tower, does get taken off the board himself. A little bit of an over aggressive move, but Team Falcon looking to close even more. The Raging Sandstorm paired up with the Flicker, picks off 2 members, and the Hilda Alpha finds the shutdown on Birthright. This is exactly what Team Falcon is looking for. They need to find these kills here and there, and it should be able to translate into objective. They're putting a lot more pressure onto the Ling, but the Hilda gets taken off the board here.
Yeah, Alpha's taken down there at the purple buff, but this is going to allow the time that they need to be able to pick up this first Lord. Now you're going to have that kind of crashing down, and especially with the pressure that they were able to mount onto these towers, it's going to be a hard thing to reckon with here. It's only 5 kills for the side of Team Falcons, but they've used this time that they've had so efficiently. So 3 towers right now. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4 towers. Sorry, my math is awful today. 4 towers for the side of Team Falcons. So they've just been so efficient with the small kills that they have to be able to kind of create some of the progress here. And this is going to be the 5th one. Almost down to high grounds, especially with Birthright, who was having, I want to say, a very positive game. The problem is, as we've talked about before, it's not just about the kills, but about what you can transition some of those into. Big pop-up lands up there. Danny in trouble there. Mark finds a kill onto Kenji, and Alpha is down as well. Levi able to find a kill onto Smile. Koba in trouble. Taps the blades. Able to finish that one off as well. Super in a bad way between 3 members of a Birthright, and just like that, able to turn this around. A 14 and a 15-6 game right now for Birthright. But as you take a look at the gold, only a 725 gold lead.
Hey, the gold lead doesn't always tell the full story here. Birthright able to clean and sweep here. Again, it seems like their advantages, they're able to find out winning situations in a lot of these trades, right? Like, they could find some small skirmishes, they could get onto the backside. Seems like they have a much better plan in terms of just finding and setting up a good team fight. However, Team Falcon, again, you mentioned it, it seems like their macro is on point. They're able to find trades even with losing members here and there. They're able to get some trades on the opposite side of the map. Look at the side towers, which I would argue is way much more important than the mid tower. The sides inhibitors are almost down. They're literally just hanging on to the edge of their life. Just one wave and it's going to be gone. And Team Falcons has done a great job in controlling the macro. Birthrights here, even if they're winning team fights, if they cannot take care of the macro situation, it might be kind of tough for them to defend.
Yeah, and right now what I'm looking for Birthright to do here is not to answer, not to reply, not to try to counter a fight from Team Falcons. They need to make something happen themselves. They need to be the initiator, the instigator, the person that is setting the tone for some of these, because I'm seeing them start to fall into these traps where they are waiting to answer. They're waiting to reply to Team Falcons, and you're giving them the advantage. I want to start seeing them start taking some of these lords as well. Find an opportunity that they need. Doing a good job right now. As you can see, Levi on the opposite end of the map trying to clear out, doing things that Ling is supposed to do with this clearing speed that he has and his amazing ability to use that Finch pose to get around the map.
You're correct. Ling doing Ling things, gonna be able to split across the map with no problem. Has the ability to just jump back into the team fight, but the flicker from Koba picks off the backside. That's a high priority target. That is the one you are looking for.
Yeah, and with Wicked down, I'm not sure what you're going to be able to do. This is going to be another Lord for the side of Team Falcons. My lobby over there going to try to get some information, but there's very little that he's going to be able to do. In fact, he might have put himself in harm's way here. He's going to get caught there by a super, but Danny there to enable the escape. Mark and the rest of the team trying to help out to get this purple buff for the side of, for Levi here, for the side of Birthright, but now you have another Lord from Team Falcons coming. And like we said before, I love that they're able to turn around these fights, and Team Falcons need to be on their P's and Q's when it goes to this next push. However, how many Lords are you going to allow Team Falcons to have before you're able to take control of this game, able to get a Lord of yourself? And then at what point is Team Falcons going to actually be able to have a successful push?
I will say this though. Team Falcon is going to have to fight kind of wonky. They want to make sure a lot of CC goes on to Alpha and they get a great Flicker Raging Sandstorm. That's the key to their success. And if they're able to get like a 2-3 man Raging Sandstorm onto the backside with the Flicker, then I think they're going to win. But it's going to be a hard...
Oh, nice little takedown there. They got the taunt onto the Hayabusa, and then we're able to take him down. We do have the Winter Crown. Tempest Blades is going to help Levi get himself to safety. Into the flicker into the background. Mark able to find the kill on Takoba. Is it going to be another trying to turn it around? Super in a bad way here is trying to make his escape, but the value that they are getting out of this Badang pickup here is can basically be counted here. Birthright now pushing their way to the core. Not able to do much. They're going to go ahead and start focusing on some of these side towers.
You know, it's great that Team Falcon is, you know, so strong in terms of the macro in this match so far. But Birthright's ability to team fight is just outshining Team Falcon's macro. When it comes down to a point where, you know, Team Birthright isn't even worried about macro anymore. They're just like, we're going to group up as 5 and we're just going to siege and just fight you to death. And they're able to do so quite well. They get the pickoffs that they're looking for, and it's like somewhat transitioning into a decent map pressure. However, Team Falcons still with 2 inhibitors down from both the sides. These are high value inhibitors. It means that Team Falcon is going to have kind of the whole map to play around. They're going to have 2 lanes that are pushing automatically in their favor. It technically should translate into a Lord. It's just that it is a Ling Levi that they have to deal with, and Ling is, you know, so good at rotating across the map, dealing with split pressure, creating split pressure on their own, and is good in terms of getting onto the backside onto Smiles, right? So Team Falcons win condition, rely on some of the macro opportunities, maybe split Birthright across, and making sure that they could possibly find a good pick off with the macro advantage that they have in Birthrights. They just have to be able to pick off the right targets when it comes down to a big team fight, because that's just their biggest advantage so far.
Yeah, and I want to say with something that you brought up, it seems like it is a typical micro versus macro type of game here, where Birthright really has the ability to outplay, to get those little nuances when it comes to the team fights or even the 1v1s. But when it comes to overall map pressure, Team Falcons really have the advantage for that. It's just that when it comes to some of the other games, Birthright have just really been able to bully their way ahead. Is the littlest bit of macro is needed, I want to say, for Birthright to make this huge amount of difference. My lobby in a little bit of trouble there. I'll shake off some damage. Both teams jungling around this Lord right now, vying for position.
You know, late game wise, Team Falcon does not have the front line set up, I think. However, they do have the damage dealers. Arithal, Sicilian, I think 2 reign supreme over something like a Granger and a Vexonic, right? So I think there's advantages there so far, but the sets coming out from Birthright might be a little hard here.
My lobby goes and he, Kenji in a little bit of trouble. trouble there. Gets a lot of damage put on them. Alpha in trouble as well. They do have Team Falcons on the run right now, pushing them away. And are they going to be able to use this? There's a problem here, and this is just the case in point for Birthright. They win these fights. They're able to push Team Falcons away, but never in a position to really get the authority on these objectives. And it allows Team Falcons to go back to base, get healed up, and now they're going to go ahead and lock on to this objective. One person down. Levi is down for the count, and it looks like we might be down. My Lobby gets taken out by Smiles. Pop up there from the Eternal Guardian is not enough to fend off Team Falcons as they score themselves another Lord.
Yeah, I think Team Falcons is now in a pretty good position, right? They have the Lord marching down. It's a 20-minute Lord. They have the Sicilian and Rithel backed up from it. And surprisingly enough, they're having enough damage where they could really burst down the Ling without too much CC. So Team Falcons have built a composition that does rely on their late games to go late, and it is a late game. So, you know, they're having a great time here.
Yeah, Kenji from the side all the way at the bottom comes in with the quad shadow, looking for an opportunity. Wicked trying to stay wary of it. Oh, we do have the Super does find a kill on to Danny. We have the Winter Crown as well out there. More damage going on to the core quad shadow, and oh, that was a lot of damage that just went onto the core. Team Falcons score the first victory in this trade against their opponents.
Macro versus micro. Team Falcon coming out ahead, trading kills for real estate here. You know, I think it's actually extremely smart, right? They lost their min inhibitor, but they did gain their side inhibitors, and those translated over split put pressure against a team that has a Ling built in, against a team that has so much CC built into the front side of Badang, into a Gatot, even with higher kills, right? This game, back and forth. It could have been anyone's game. It was a 20-minute close series. However, Team Falcon was quite convincing when it came to the whole entire map overall.
Yeah, and I just felt like the entire time Birthright was having trouble trying to enforce their will. It always felt like they were replying. It always felt like they were the ones trying to chase Falcons after Falcons made a play, got a tower, got an objective. Yeah, sure, they were able to get some of those kills. And the score, 17. It's not often that you see a kill lead by this much and still defeated in the match. And that just kind of goes to say how disciplined Falcon is when it comes to those objective files, those macro gameplays.
Yeah, and Super here was the one that actually took the MVP on a Khalid. Something we really don't see that often anymore. I believe Khalid had like a 0% win rate, 2 games played. This just was not looking good. However, Super played an extraordinary job, having great clean sets with the flicker. The impact was there. Didn't really die too much. And, you know, Khalid is one of those heroes where it's like, if you don't get a lot of kills early, you typically aren't that useful. But Super definitely proving that even without some kills, you could still create the impact that the Khalid can create himself.
Yeah, I mean, at one point we were at what, 9-2 lead for Birthright, and unfortunately, just it did not translate into the pressure on the map that it was needed to. Even, I mean, all of these fights, it's kind of crazy because we keep seeing these fights, and the highlights are basically all Birthright doing so well in a lot of these fights, and it just doesn't tell the story of how well that Team Falcons were able to kind of get some of these objectives, get some of these towers, and really turn it around, especially that they pretty much shut down Birthright from getting any of the Lords.
Yeah, it just feels like Team Falcon has, in terms of the macro, a good idea of what they could do to kind of abuse their knowledge, and they're able to do it quite well, splitting up the side of Birthrights, making sure that if Birthright is getting a few kills here and there, Team Falcon is able to find objectives on the opposite side. I think during the mid game, right, Team Falcon was dying maybe once or twice, and then they also had the Riddle just split pushing on the bot side, so they're able to just really take advantage of how micro heavy the side of Birthright is in that game, right? And it could be due to the draft picks, right? Late game heroes like Sicilian and Arithel do require a team to play it a lot slower, to play for that long run. When it comes down to trading, they're not really looking to fight as much. They're relying on some damage of the Hilda and the Khalid to create space, but allowing the marksmen, allowing the mages to farm up quite well. I think that's Team Falcons' strength in that last game.
If anything, for me, this kind of shows Birthright has the tools, they have the skill on the players. They just need the little adjustment of focusing on those objectives, and they can completely turn this around to a very dominating victory for themselves. Because, like, I mean, that's just one of the great things about the micro. I mean, you have the safety in that. I am kind of, I believe it's kind of like a common term when it comes to a micro versus macro. If you're talking about two even teams when it comes to micro and macro, macro's going to win 90% of the time, just because eventually you're going to be able to overwhelm the raw skill level that a player can bring if the entire map is beginning to close in around them. I feel like Birthright, they have the skill, they have what it takes. They're just going to need that little adjustment to bring this fight towards the Falcons.
Well, 1-1 private. Falcons did take the lead early on in this series so far. We are gonna be jumping into game number 2 eventually. In terms of, like, let's say the draft, because we already kind of established the play style. It seems like the micro versus macro, we know which team likes to lean on which. And, you know, when it comes to Birthrights, they just kind of have to maybe open up their vision a little bit more, making sure that they're not losing these objectives over 1 or 2 kills, right? And in terms of their team fight, it seems like they have what it takes. It's just, you know, they're missing those tower pushes, those split pushes, those pressure on the opposite side of map to pull apart Team Falcon, versus Falcon has a good idea. It's like they're willing to sacrifice a couple units early on to make sure that they have the time and space they need to create some advantage. Where does Team Birthright go from here if we're, you know, talking about like their draft? All right, what can they draft that orients them more into that macro sense rather than being so focused on the micro?
Well, and that's kind of the thing. That's why I'm saying, like, I don't, that's why I'm saying it's a tiny adjustment. If the problem is just macro, is it a problem with the draft? Or is it a problem, yes, you were able to get successful fights. Yes, you were able to get successful kills. So then we can just use this same draft. It all depends on the timing of those kills, the placement of those kills. We don't need the kills at the opening seconds as somebody's just rotating up the top. We need the kills up at the top so that we can push onto that tower. We need the kills right before the turtle objective. You know what I mean? So I'm not sure if that means that we need to actually do too big of an adjustment on the draft, as much as it comes to being wary of when and how we have these fights.
So, I mean, I think for me, maybe, you know, we're more focusing on kind of like the awareness, because both of these teams are powerhouses from their region. I'm sure they faced up against each other more often than not, and especially in that last game, yes, we did see micro versus macro, but maybe in other games it's really not that big of a difference. Smile and Danny here, both the mid laners, the leading support or the very front line of defense. In terms of the early rotation, I like to say it belongs to the mid and the roamers. And these are two great examples of two good players going down at mid trying to clash. It depends on, sometimes it could be the heroes that they're playing. It could be the draft. It could be even their roamers position, right? But it's extremely important that both these teams look to prioritize their mid and their roam combination. If they have a winning matchup, it means earlier rotations into the gold, earlier rotations into the enemy jungle, better vision for bushes and stuff, right? And all those teams add up and lead them into a more smooth sailing early game that can lead them typically to success.
An interesting thing too with Birthright has been I feel like their early prioritization can sometimes leave me scratching my head for some of the picks that they like to go with. They have, and that's why it's like, it's almost like playing with a handicap, you know what I mean? Because like when we watch how good they do with some of the picks that I'm not really liking, but they're still mildly successful with it. I'm like, man, imagine if they had gone with a Granger, or imagine if they had gone with something or they had gotten the Lucas, or they had gotten the Hayabusa, or something that has that priority. You know what I mean? It's almost like, you know, and that's what I mean by playing with a handicap, where they're almost kind of like the draft sometimes almost kind of leave it to where like, all right, you guys are gonna have like an uphill battle here. They still do all right, but it's like those little narrow margins that they lose by.
Yeah, I mean, I think you pointed out something quite good in their last game. It was, for me, it was that joy not being picked up in the first phase, getting like 3-4 junglers being banned out, and it's like, you know, yeah, we're gonna play with the Ling. It worked out. It had a lot of potential pickoffs onto the backside, but in terms of the handicap, I think you're correct. The Ling, it didn't win them the game. Maybe the Joy could have been an interesting option, right? And the Joy has been proven to be a lot of success. Now, game number 2, we have the Louis, Badang, and the Fanny being taken off the board. Matilda, Soyu, and the Zushin. So in game number 1, the Alpha was taken off potentially. Team Falcon. Birthright was the one that banned the Alpha against Kenji, I believe. So that might be a priority. There's the Granger Harith, which it seems like not many teams are really looking to pick for. That's an early Alpha. Birthright denying that pick away from Falcons.
Yeah, they obviously really feel like the Alpha is a prime pickup for the Tide of Team Falcons. I'm not gonna lie, I don't put Alpha as this high pick in my head as far as like the jungle prioritization, especially when I don't know. I almost feel like I can contradict myself sometimes here, because I'll talk about assassins and how they have trouble holding objectives when it comes to fighters here. And Alpha is one of the prime ones there that can hold an objective, whereas other assassins need to pick and choose the times and opportunities when they're going to try to come in. Here, again, we're going to go ahead and pick up the Hylos. I'm assuming we might be going on the other side, probably going to pick up a marksman here, and then looking for the banouts.
Yeah, I think a marksman could be an option. If you go for the Granger, there's the Dreadnought counter, since the Birthright has a lot of tanky units. So they do go for the Harith instead. That's, you know, a lot of dashes. And then on top of that, right, the Eve can be a solid option to kind of hold that Alpha and that Hylos in position. Yes, Alpha Charge is a dash, but most likely they're going to look to engage with that. And the Hylos Glorious Pathway does provide a lot of movement speed for Team the Eve to kind of get clashed on top of. But Team Falcons decide they want that front line against Birthright. They're not I think Team Falcons was the ones that, you know, always wanted either the Hylos or the Gatats, so picking that up early is gonna be quite nice for them. But now their jungle and their mage are both susceptible to some bans. Jungle, you know, for example, the Hayabusa is most likely going to be taken off the board along with that Joy. Joy. Birthright, wow. A little bit disrespectful for the Granger not being picked up anywhere in this draft.
Well, I was going to ask that. Do we ban the Joy, or do we let them stack up this magic damage that they're going to have the potential? Yeah, trap them into all this magic damage that you're going to have potentially on the side of Team Falcons. I think this kind of opens it up. We don't need the ban Joy here. We can kind of maybe goat them into taking it. Focus elsewhere. Hayabusa definitely needs to be one of those that's taken off there.
Yeah, for sure.
Suyu's already off there. Potentially Lucas maybe taken off of there. Oh, they do ban out the Joy. I guess, well, you had it right the first time. I just feel like the Joy probably wouldn't have been as effective with so much magic damage on the team already.
Well, I mean, in theory, right, the Joy is just considered the best. In that same tier as the Suyu, as the Alpha, and as the Hayabusa, right? Those are kind of like the big 4 stars. You pair up with the Fanny, those are the big 5s in the jungle regardless. And now it kind of goes into a separate tier list of not really being used, not like just a lot more niche, right? If we're looking at some of the assassins, you know, Lancelot can come into mind. We saw the Ling perform in the last game. However, Birthright, by taking off the Joy, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, does it leave open? I don't think it leaves open any more junglers that are on top of that tier list. Yeah, I think Team Falcons, they might, I don't know whether, Lucas?
Yeah, Lucas is still out there. But we haven't seen, I mean, I want to say we've kind of had a huge lack of the jungle Lucases so far here. And I'm not sure if it's something that EU and MENA really feel as comfortable with. I mean, he is pretty much top tier for a lot of people. Heck, I mean, you see him use the heck out of it in rank. People mostly feel more comfortable with him in that XP lane as well. Beatrix picked up. Oh, I mean, it's better than what I thought might have happened. Is they were going to go for the carry to try to counter out the Harith, so which didn't really play too well in Birthright's first series. So Beatrix, I like it a lot better. They've got a lot of clear, and especially when it comes to potentially having Birthright on the back foot, trying to defend. You've got an amazing amount of clear here with Beatrix and Cecilian.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree that Beatrix has the opportunity. I'm just a little bit scared when it comes to the Beatrix Gato Kacha matchup because it feels like the Gato is just gonna walk through it. But that's the problem for Wicked. He's done a great job on a lot of different marksmen so far. Team Falcon coming out with a Nolan pick up for their physical damage. It does have the ability to clear the jungle fast, has ability to do objectives fast, but that's a lot of CC and frontline that he has to get through, right? You talk about early game, the glorious pathway, the alpha charge, it's not something you really want to meet straight up. And in terms of the late game, yes, getting on top of the Sicilian is the correct decision. However, if you don't get that 100-0 burst, the Sicilian's gonna eat you with that bat feast later on.
Well, yeah, and especially the reason for me that Nolan has kind of fallen off is he's so dependent on that early game. Not just to hold them at bay, but you have to be amazingly successful. Get that ball rolling with him so that he's ahead and he's able to get to 0 to 100 people right away. Without that, he kind of loses his purpose on the team. Like a Hilda, if you're behind, it's very hard. Once the cooldowns start coming down, once the CC is out there, he's going to have a rough time trying to find those pickoffs, especially once the laning phase is over and you've got a grouped team that you're dealing with.
You know, minus the Nolan, I think Team Falcon have set themselves up with quite a good success. We've been seeing Phoveus get banned, get played, lose game, win games. And when Phoveus is winning, like, it's tough to deal with. It's like 1 versus 3, don't care, I'm going in. When he's losing, it is still a little bit tough. Like, he could still jump around. So, you know, I think Team Falcons is going to have a pretty decent time in this matchup as we head into the Land of Dawn, game number 2 between Team Falcon and Birthright. Falcon, the Eagles, are up 1-0 in this best of 5s, looking to potentially close out this series.
Yeah, and the one thing too here is I was kind of looking, they also have the Hylos on Birthright, which if Phoveus dives into the back line, my lobby has an opportunity to really separate Phoveus from the rest of his team. Alpha, you can throw down that glorious pathway. It makes it almost impossible for Team Falcons to be able to follow up. It's just going to come down to timing when it comes to some of these team fights, but we still need to be wary. Oh, was Kenji able to get that? Ooh. I'm actually not sure who got that gold crab.
Yeah, Kenji was able to pick that up. Is going to get that happy level 4 himself. Levi did use his retribution onto the cabbage, so he's still going to have a little bit more time before he finds that level 4. This is kind of the advantage of a Nolan. He's just extremely fast in the jungle, is agile, and has some impact and mobility to be able to deal with a lot. But Koba, top side here, pops the flicker early on. And I always talk about how the flickers early on, it does mean that there's going to be potential for people to just gank you. They're taking away an escape that is, you know, the get out of the jail free card. And Birthright is going to be one up in terms of that department. However, seems like all is good so far.
Yeah, so far there are a lot of rotations here, a lot of reads, and a lot of information going out. Great job by the roamers, so that since some of these ganks are pretty much read out right away. We're going to start with some pressure down at the bottom, potentially to set up this first turtle fight. As you see Smile and Alpha kind of hiding out around. Damage comes down onto Mark, keeping that information as Danny kind of hides out in the bush. Levi from the side is going to go ahead and pick up his purple buff before they start on this turtle.
I will say though, off map, it seems like Wicked is having a great time in that gold lane. I know at some point Koba is going to have the unlimited dashes, but before that, Turtle, 50%.
Ooh, nice glorious pathway to go ahead and split up the team. Kenji still able to pick up the turtle as out comes the Bats of Feast. Alpha trying to come down with that demonic force, taken very low. Danny finds the kill on his own there. First blood going over to Birthright, but the first turtle goes to Team Falcons.
I just want to say that the AOGs now, ooh, solo kill. Talk about Koba, full health solo kill, and that's the dangerous thing about the Hereth. You grab that 2 items, you grab the 3, right? You get your cooldowns available. I think it's 20 to 25%, and you're just, you know, on a good one. You could just dance around, get the cha-cha in, unlimited damage, unlimited dash, and it's a headache to deal with, and that's the reason why people don't want to go up against the Hereth. But the AOG nowadays, like, it's so significant. Yeah, look at Koba. It's not even fair. It gets like unlimited dashes, just free refreshes on that top side.
Yeah, and it's crazy because you don't even need a whole item. All you really need is like Azure Blade and like magic pages, and that gives you like the 20% cooldown you need to be able to spam that out right as soon as you get level 4. And really surprised the heck out of Wicked, who before that was having a pretty decent game in that lane. Now we're going to go ahead, and we do have a fracture coming out there. Kenji in trouble, going to use that dash, cornered by the glorious pathway, but securing an escape for their teammates. Smiles drops down the Eternal Guardian to fend off the rest of Birthright.
You know, I always look at the impact of a Beleric, and he's that type of hero where it's like, it's an anti-engage, but he needs people to run up at him just like this. But this time around, I think he's going to be taken off the board. No, he gets away.
Yeah, is able to get away. Meanwhile, off camera, Kenji does find a kill onto Levi. A very important kill there for trading a jungler there for naught.
Yeah, and this time around, Team Falcon is finding a lot more success in getting some pickoffs here, and already up 1 gold, 1 kill, and gets away here. Yeah, so a lot of utilities are being wasted from the side of Birthrights, and an advantage for the Team Falcon. They have had a lot of success with their macro gameplay in the last series, but this time it feels like both macro and micro is something that Birthright needs to be scared of.
Yeah, and we do have that ultimate coming out from Wicked. Ooh, nice little Terrify there. Lands onto Mark, who might be in a little bit of trouble getting popped up, looking for that Demonic Force. Has the Wrath of Dryad out there. Koba takes a heap of damage, but able to find the escape before he gets taken down there. Wicked, I mean, still in this game. He suffered 1 death, but still been kind of keeping up to play. Oh, we do have a nice little... Oh, he flickers forward. Is that going to be enough up at the top? Wicked still able to get away. Detective Super is going to find himself an escape with that Avatar, the Guardian.
So some response coming out from Birthright, looking to push away members of Team Falcon, but the stun coming out. Kenji gets shot quite low here, should look to retreat. Birthright again looking for a siege. The 4-man unit on the top side, my lobby in a great position, denying Kenji away from this tower, and the side of Birthright is able to actually come out ahead in terms of the macros here.
Yeah, and getting themselves a tower, even with I mean, and then it's the kind of the patience of Wicked. Wicked, I want to say, I mean, we've talked about some of these games and who are the real playmakers for it. When somebody like Wicked on Birthright is able to have a successful game, it's a successful game for the entire team, or that's what it means for the entire team, is that it's going to be a successful game for them. Wicked still took 1 death, but still able to kind of come back there as we come in. Dominant Force has been landed onto the ground. Sanguine Claws out as well from the flank, looking for an opportunity. A big pop-up lands onto my lobby, who's separating the team. Alpha finds a kill onto Mark, and the Avatar, the Guardian, just wide of the rest of Birthright, who disengaged from the fight.
Yeah, a lot of spells and utilities being popped there. The Purifier from Danny, Mark with the Revitalize. But the side of Team Falcon was able to kind of come out ahead there, picking off the Belric and grabbing up another objective here. Yes, in terms of gold lead, it's still not that significant. In terms of the towers, yes, both have looked to decide to trade here. It seems like it's going to be a top and bot trade once again. But Team Falcons having the option of winning some of these micros, it allows them to be a little bit more aggressive than last one. It allows them to play more of a bully ball and dictate when they want to have these team fights and what they can get after these team fights. That is really scary, especially since in game 1 they didn't have the opportunity to do that. They were always down in terms of the gold, in terms of the small skirmishes. They just were not able to find success, but this time around they have the advantage.
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, it's kind of rough right now because as the game progresses, this small lead is growing bigger and bigger for Team Falcons. Birthright is having more success when it comes to the macro. They're getting towers down. I am kind of waiting for this mid tower. Whoever gets that, I want to say, is going to have like the major advantage in my eyes for the rest of this game. Moving forward, at least, we'll see how well they can kind of keep up this pace, because right now we're still waiting on Kenji. Can we kind of keep him at bay? He's only got 1 kill right now, so he's not exactly at that superhuman level that we usually see Nolan's at. We can see there the gold leaderboard firmly in control there for Team Falcons.
You know, I believe that if Beller can at least catch 1, whether it is the Phobius or the Nolan, it's going to give the side of Birthright a very, very strong team fight. Gorgeous pathway gets wasted here, so no ultimate for the Hylos for the next objective. It's bad news. However, Birthright, they have this Sicilian, and we've seen pretty successful Sicilians today, whether it comes down to having an impact in the early or just being that monster in the late and going for more.
Yeah, they're going to go into the back line. Wicked does find a kill onto Smiley as Alpha Alpha locking on in the back line, trying to get these demonic forces, is going to find the kill onto Danny. That's a big load of damage taken off the table for the side of Birthright, but they're going to pay back that with Alpha. Going to be, oh, he actually lands on the mark in the back line. He might get away from this.
Yeah, I mean, the side of Birthrights?
He's fighting for his life here. Look at the regen that he's getting here, trying to put this damage on there. Finally, is taken, is able to return the favor, gets a kill onto my lobby, and finds himself a quick ticket home.
Yeah, unbelievable there. Interesting decision making by the side of Birthright. Yes, they get the objective, but they lose my lobby, which as a glorious pathway Hylos, like, that's a big member. The side team Falcons decides, yes, they did get the Lord, but now they just clear completely for free. I think it's a mistake from the side of Birthrights to be able to do that. They should clean things up with Alpha, making sure that it's a 3-1 and it's a 2-1-1 Phobius at that point in time. Take care of that business and move on to the next one together.
Yeah, and right now we're gonna. I mean, the team fights, not exactly the initiation coming out from the side of Team Falcons. Birthright. This is something that I've been critiquing on them. Is I would love to see them initiate these fights. I've seen them reacting. I've seen them reply. I feel like they're more successful when they find the opportunities, and they just need to find them more here, because reacting to the fights coming from Team Falcons, they have these great initiators too. When you have Alpha able to dive into the back line, then you have the Avatar of the Guardian, and all the damage coming out from Koba and Smiley.
Yeah, the ultimate Beller coming out. Alpha actually is going to be the one that gets quite hurt here. He might get away. Another escape of death here. Alpha really has to count his luck. I'm not sure how many times he's going to be able to get away like this, but that is just what Alpha needs. He's quite happy. 3-1-1. The overall kill score quite low compared to the game number one. It's kind of a slow game, and you talked about how the mid towers, potentially who is going to have the advantage in terms of that department, and both teams holding on to it quite well here.
Oh, we do have an Eternal Guardian out there. Smile's going to use that flicker to get himself to safety. Kenji dodging and weaving from my lobby, who's trying to kind of hold this line. They're trying to get that pressure onto the mid line as well. They dive in. Alpha charges out with Wrath of Dryad. Kenji goes down. Tower is down at mid. The rest of Team Falcons running from the fight as Alpha gets taken down. Wicked with the kill on his side. Super has to use that Avatar of the Guardian defensively to find an escape. And just like that, Birthright firmly, you just mentioned it. It couldn't have been timed better when you were talking about the pressure onto the mid lane. Whoever gets that mid tower starts mounting that pressure on their side, and Team Falcons on the back foot here as Birthright really putting the boots to their opponents.
Yeah, and it really feels like there's no response for the poke coming out from Beatrix and the Sicilians so far. Right, Detective Koba has a lot of damage, but he needs time to be able to dish that out. And Birthright's just not giving them enough time as they take out Super Detective here, a front line crucial member that provides a lot of CC and sustain, gets taken off the board. The Lord should be marching down into the mid lane for the side of Birthrights. And this is trouble for Team Falcons. Feels like they're kind of on the back end in terms of the overall macro, the whole entire map for the first time in a while.
Yeah, and Birthright doing what they need to. Found a great engagement. And I want to say it was a very interesting engagement here because they first mounted pressure onto the purple buff, which led Team Falcons to go ahead and kind of rush everybody over there. And as soon as they did, Birthright go ahead and turn their attention right to the mid tower immediately, pushing in onto the mid tower and getting the advantage. Now, Super in a little bit of trouble. He is guiding away this Lord, doing a great job of, just like that, Lord goes ahead and charges into that mid lane, and that's going to be a high ground tower busted wide open for the side of Birthright. Team Falcons looking for the defense here. Avatar the Guardian comes out just wide of Mark and Wicked, who uses the Wrath of Dryad. Wicked there, putting on the damage, is not able to take down Super. Alpha on the backside there, trying to keep my lobby at bay. Mark taking a heap of damage, has to use that Revitalize to keep himself topped up.
Yeah, but there was a solo off-map kill. Kenji taken out by Levi on the Alpha. I believe it was like the bot, like it was like very far in the bot lane. However, it seems like Team Falcon was able to kind of get a decent defense up. They, don't end up losing that top tower. Mid was just completely broken down. However, they still have the two important side lane towers up ahead. 6 to 8 is the overall. I feel like Team Falcon, has been in this situation before. This kind of looks like game number 1. Instead, they just don't have kind of the macro that was being pushed onto the side. Birthright's a convincing 5 versus 5 team fight, kind of like what they had in game number 1. But this time around, they're able to execute and find objectives across the map just a little bit better.
And they are on hunting mode right now. I was about to say too, like at this point in the game, when you're starting to fall behind, the only thing that a good Nolan can do is to try to start to split push. But Birthright making it known, especially with Levi able to get that solo kill onto him, letting him know that you're not even safe if you're going to do that, and you need to be extra careful. Zaman Force laid it down, but Koba not able to just find the damage he needs just yet. 2 seconds left on to this next Lord.
Yeah, no damage. Against something as tanky as a Belleric and the Hylos, you're not really getting too much off. I think the only way that Detective Koba is going to be able to get some damage is if he's able to get onto, let's say, kind of like the marksman or the mid lane. And if he's able to get onto Danny, then you're going to see tons of damage being dealt. But Danny also has an escape himself right there. He does get the Zaman Force down. Disengage should come out from the side of Birthright. They're definitely going to be fine just waiting out that spell.
Yeah, down comes the glorious pathway to try to separate the team. They're looking for a Mark in trouble here. Is going to have to turn away. They turn their attention to Alpha here. Is taking a heap of damage. We have the Avatar of the Guardian that does a slam down. Able to take down Alpha there. Sicilian with that kill there as well. Koba dashing back and forth. Zaman Force been laid down. Wicked finds a kill onto Kenji. That is a jungle down for Team Falcons. And just like that, the tides have turned. The air of victory in the win for Birthright as they're going to go ahead, focus on to this Lord while trying. Oh my God, the damage there. Wicked in with the flicker, finds a kill, smiles, running for the hill. He has seen death and he does not like it.
I was like, damn, that is a tough team fight for Team Falcon, but it just only gets worse and worse. The Lord marching down, Birthright having a full steam ahead, a whole 5-man group. The AOG does come down, looking to grab us in the units, but Wicked is the priority target, but he's still healthy. If Wicked is alive, this is going to be game over. He does pick off that Vexana, and the tower comes down. Team Falcon able to reign supreme. No, Team Birthright able to reign supreme in this game number 2.
Yeah, Team Birthright showing that they are not going to go down quietly in the night. Made the adjustments they needed to. I've been saying it all along. They have the skill. They have the micro they need. They just needed to tilt that ticker to the macro side just a little bit, and they showed that here in this game. Such a great job done by them here. 6-13, and a very dominating victory for them.
Yeah, I think the Sicilian and the Beatrix was quite convincing on their part, but also the Hylos, worked out quite well. 0, 1, and 10, along with the Bellic. I think overall, in terms of Birthright, every member played a crucial role, and it felt like their team comp just fit well. And you talked about kind of like the handicap, right? Like Kenji, the Nolan didn't really do as well, probably did just as well as the Ling that Birthright came up with in game number 1. We cannot be allowing enemies to ban out all 4, 5 of the jungle options and you take nothing. It's just way too greedy, right? We don't have to have the Gato Kacha up early, in my opinion. We should grab up the jungler. The Phoveus is fine. The jungler, grab up the marksman. These are high priority units. Yes, we understand the junglers all have a deep hero pool, but you look at game number 1 and you look at game number 2 now. If you don't have any of the top 5 junglers, well, you're pretty much out of luck here.
Yeah, I mean, and especially I want to say very back and forth, very kind of slow paced with more towers kind of, oh my god, the flicker there is wicked, flickered forward to find the kill there. He is absolutely kind of surgical on this Beatrix, and it kind of showed throughout the game, even suffering that early solo kill to Koba in the early game, able to kind of return the favor and come back so strong. But the big issue, the big turnaround for the side of Birthright is when they kind of focused. They had that play where they went in for the purple buff, immediately changed it up, went for the mid tower, and then from there on, it was push city all the way to the high grounds.
Yeah, I mean, that's a wicked marksman on the side of Birthright, right? It's something that isn't as common in terms of the meta as before. Beatrix has always been that really strong auto-attacking hero, and especially when he gets the lead, it's just unbelievable. You could even see right there the machine gun. That's like a 2 hit on the enemy mage here. 9, 1, and 1. Wicked, able to carry his team to victory. But again, the 2 front lines both went 0, 1, and 10. Right, that's convincing enough. You look at the Sicilian, didn't really die too much and was able to provide so much range poke, even early, even in the mid game. So I feel like Birthright just played that game out quite well, and they made the adjustments that I think both of us were looking for from that game 1 into this successful game 2.
Yeah, hats off to Birthright for making those adjustments, and now the ball is in Team Falcons court here, and kind of trying to look for some of the mistakes. It did seem, I agree with you, the Nolan pick, not my top priority, or not my biggest pick when it comes to jungle, just because he has become, he's not what he once was, which was like just, it was like the Granger of that early game in the jungle, where, I mean, it was just impossible to stop him from steamrolling, and once he got steamrolling, it was pretty much going to be all your team. Here, he has to be more careful. There's a little bit longer cooldowns on some of his abilities. He needs to get those early kills. Like I said, you can't just be even. You can't just hold the enemy team at bay. You can't just not die. You have to actively be getting those kills on Nolan, stay ahead of the curve, be getting those 0 to 100s, and stay at that level for the victory of the game. If you guys fall, if you falter at all, the Nolan starts falling behind. He's forced to start doing that split push, which Birthright answered with, immediately sending the Alpha out there to get that solo kill onto them as well. So it's just it comes down to, like you said, the early draft and some of the picks that were prioritized, not bad picks, not awful picks, but there's just that jungle probably needs to be prioritized a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I think giving up the top 5 jungles for a Gato Kacha is not worth, for a Vexana is not worth, right? And we really have to make sure that we're choosing correctly what we're gonna give up before that second phase ban comes, because when it does come, one of the roles is most definitely gonna be taken off the board here. Team Falcons, game number 3. Private game number 3. Team Falcons here, Badang, Fanny being banned out. It's quite standard. Birthright takes out the Zushin. We've seen a lot of Granger and Harith come out to play. I'm still expecting the Granger to be taken off Harith. It seems like they're willing to play around it quite often. There's still kind of like the Hylos opportunity, the Eves, the Louis, but it does seem like both of these teams do need to make sure that they're prioritizing picking up at least a jungle pick during the first phase.
Yeah, and you brought up a good point too. Is they allowed the Harith pick out there, and then they didn't even take the Granger. They just went ahead, got with the Beatrix out there. Wicked did such a great. And what was amazing to me too is that Wicked was still doing. But we saw in the early game he was able to hold Harith at bay until he got that level 4 and was able to surprise him. And then that surprise, he shook off the dust from that and came back and got the kill again. And was able to dominate his lane. And I feel like that was a big part of the success too, as well as is that they were able to turn around what Team Falcons thought was a winning lane on their side too. And suddenly you have to start putting all of this pressure up there. You've got something else that you need to worry about as well. Here, Lu Yi taking off the table there, Su Yu as well. And I'm wondering, I am kind of curious too, what adjustments are needed for Team Falcons. So if they're going to go ahead and get that prio on to the jungle as well. I mean, we saw, I think the only thing that was really left that was good because of some of those picks, well, because of the Gatakacha out there, we were kind of questioning if Joy would have actually done as well, just because you had a decent amount of magic damage on the play as well. Here, 17 seconds left. Prioritization here. Last time, I believe it was, oh, and it's going to be the Granger. With Harith out there, it's a very interesting play.
Hear me out here. I wanted an alpha opening for Team Falcon. Give away the Granger and the Hylos. Now I think Birthright should be able to take out both of those heroes. The Alpha, the Hylos, and then they get that Harith in that third slot. I think that would be a great opening. If any of these heroes are not being taken, I definitely would suggest Falcon. They're probably looking to go for something like a Joy Hylos, right? I think that would work out quite in their favor here, but the opening is going to be the Granger. The Alpha gets picked up, the Hylos gets picked up, nice. Counter pick to pair it up with the Granger, it's going to be the Joy. If they want to go, yeah, no, they have to go for the jungler. They have to go for the Joy. Maybe they could go for the Mage. Maybe the Eve could be something, the Joy Eve. That's a magic burst in the jungle and a support anti-heal poke for the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even. You kind of nailed it down. These guys into a square. There's some things that they have to go, really, and then having the Granger, what we've seen before with the Joy, and the combination of the Joy and the Granger there has been super strong for them. On the side of Birthright, the big thing for me has always been like, can we counter the Joy? Are we going to be able to have something that will be able to kind of pin it down, or at least get like stop it from getting to our back lines? Right now, I like that we don't really have anything that is susceptible to the Joy just yet. I mean, we've got some pretty tanky dealers here with the Alpha and the Hylos, so I'm kind of wondering where this next pick goes. Do we go possibly with a Belleric or something else that's going to have more of a stun? Yeah, the Harith onto the Granger. that'd be on to Wicked of what he wants to go here. The one thing though that I have kind of noticed is that Wicked is usually pretty confident on his lane, to the point that they don't usually prioritize it, to the point like they're not afraid of him being banned out. If he doesn't get the Harith here, I think they're fine with that. Is that a mistake? I don't know. Like I said, it's that handicap thing. Would this have been an easier game with Harith? Possibly, but I feel like it offers them some wiggle room.
Yeah, I agree. Just because we've seen Wicked succeed on a lot of other picks. We've even seen things like a Moskov blind pick in the first phase, which did not go so well. But, you know, if he's confident, like, hey, more for him. Team Falcons, I definitely feel like they need to take out the Harith. I would have opted to take out the Beatrix, but going for the Rithel could be something that they just want to protect the Granger pick, right? Birthright do have 2 magic. They're looking to add another one into their mid position. So that's probably why Team Falcons looking to push onto taking away some of the physical damage dealers. However, I feel like, okay, Harith gone. We're looking at something like the Beatrix, the Moskov, that's for sure. Wicked's done a great job on that Beatrix. They could also pick up the Sicilian, which they did so well in game number 2. And Falcons response here, it's a Hylos XP. Hilda, we've seen Hilda do good. We've also seen Lucas do quite good, and my CC off 2 patches in a row finally gets put onto the show here.
Yeah, and you kind of really spoken highly about, especially about her ability to take on some of the tankier heroes that are, and this is a huge front line for the side right now. Oh, we were talking about this. The Novaria, who I was talking about, had fallen off a bit lately, had the less pick rate. You see there, 0, 0, and 0 up there, just because the amount of damage and the effect that she has had, it takes too long for her to come online and become that threat, of that poking threat that you sometimes need. But here, Team Falcons banking on their ability to kind of hold that early game until she gets to a point where she's going to be able to have that suppressive power.
Okay, interesting thing is that Team Falcons have kind of like a double poke, double dive comp where they have Kenji Alpha, 2 mixed damage, going and single targeting out. It could be their fronts, it could be their backs, whatever. They're putting their face forward, right? And they got Smile and Koba, 2 range mixed damage dealers, and they both synergize quite well, right? The Novaria ult allows the Grange to just hit from even further away. But Birthrights, they decided to draft up their winning solution from last match. And it was both on their second picks, after their second bans. And what's interesting to me is that Team Falcon did not choose to ban these 2 picks out. They feels like it's almost like they're welcoming Birthrights to play the Sicilian and play the Beatrix, and they should have a response to be able to deal with it, or else they wouldn't let it open like this.
Yeah, and that was kind of my read too, is that it kind of felt like I was kind of wondering, are we going to give them the Sicilian and the Beatrix? I mean, at the very least, we know that Beatrix is something that is super strong, especially for Wicked as he gets into that mid and late game. But maybe they're really banking on the strength of their Granger. And this is going to be the big read for me. If Wicked starts winning his lane against a Granger, I'm going to tell you right now, Team Falcons are going to have a hard-fought game here right away off the boots. As we're kind of coming in here, you can already see Smile's doing a good job starting to already start with the pickoffs with that Astral Orb.
We should have a clear priority over Birthrights in the beginning of the match. Although Novaria is going to clear just as well. But top side here, Joy picked off the map. The damage coming out from Birthright, just a little bit too much to handle in the early game.
I want to say that was such a great bait because Mark came in, threw down the little taunt, and Kenji didn't mind and ran up there. As soon as she did, the rest of the team, Birthright, was right behind, running in to get to that. They hit that bush right at the perfect time to be able to just really lay on the damage there. Alpha had a little bit of trouble here. I like the double team up here, really kind of overwhelming Alpha at the top lane.
Yeah, Team Falcons, they do have an interesting composition that I feel like if it came down to a super late game, if they're able to get Koba and Smiles to poke out Birthright before the team fight even starts, it could be trouble. Versus Birthright, they're kind of more looking to get an all-in, right? Making sure the Glorious Pathway does connect onto something, and they get a lot of damage onto Falcons.
Ooh, now this Kenji's able to steal away the first turtle from Birthright. I mean, not like this huge game setting tone here, but I mean, it gives them a little bit of wiggle room, a little bit of room, especially after taking that very early first blood from the side of Birthright.
Yeah, the cushion that we desperately need. The side of Team Falcons able to pick that up for themselves, and it's good news, right? Birthright is a team that wants to go late game. Any little bit of advantage that Team Falcon is able to secure is going to help them potentially progress into that mid game. Now, clears coming out from both sides. You can see Birthright 100% advantage in terms of grabbing either the top or the bottom eye bush. It feels like they just have the ability to, open the map up quite easily. However, Smiles, he's just going to be able to clear the mid lane himself. He doesn't need Super Detective, and the Super Detective can just hang out next to Koba here, just making sure Koba is having a great time in his lane.
Ooh, they do bait out Kenji to kind of dive forward there with the electrifying beats, but not able to kind of kite him far enough for Birthright to be able to kind of find a kill right now. Very respectable of the damage here. Some great pressure up at top for Team Falcons, but it is leaving a little bit to be desired by the gold lane, as Team Falcons have really begun to kind of focus down on that. They don't want Wicked to kind of get into the same spot he was in the last game, where he was just absolutely crushing Avatar the Guardian used defensively, but the rest of the team is there in tow looking for the kill. Mark takes a heap of damage in the form of the Rhapsody from Koba, but no kills just yet. Just one kill for the side of Birthright.
Yeah, it's a good solid rotation coming out from Birthright. Just, trying to see if they can have some pressure onto the gold lane before the objective does come through. Now, Birthright's definitely going to put a lot more pressure into the objectives now that they understand that there's not much to get from in that gold lane. 4 minutes in, Turtle, 50% here.
Ooh, yeah, we do execute and have out that Bats Feast. Super into the back lines as well. Zaman Force has been, or not Zaman Force, Kenji able to steal another turtle from Birthright, and the gold just narrowly over 1K for the side of Team Falcons. Not too worse for wear, like we've talked about, a little bit of cushion, but here, I mean, gotta make sure Birthright, I think they, as long as they stay like connected or stay disciplined, it shouldn't really be affecting them too much until the end of the laning phase.
Yeah, well, this is interesting because, again, Team Falcons have a composition that's much more different than Birthrights, right? The side of Falcons, they have the dive that's available to get onto anyone, especially Wicked or even My Lobby and Mark. And yet they have these range damage dealers that can cast spells from far away. If they're able to kind of just put, let's say, the Gato Kacha in the front for some vision and they get some pokes off, they're going to find a lot of success in some of these team fights. However, Birthrights, they could all in just like this and find a potential pick off here.
Oh, I can't believe Mark is going to be able to get away with just a hair of health left on there. Maybe. Another fight. Oh, wicked! Get down, Mr. President. Able to block the shot there from Smiles, looking for the one-hitter quitter. And just like that, Kenji able to find a kill onto Danny. On the backside, too, MLBB in trouble here. Koba trying to put on the damage. And this is kind of the problem when you have, when you're dealing with the Granger in lane. He's starting that steamroll again. Levi does find himself the Alpha charge as Alpha, the player, able to disengage from that top tower.
Yeah, well, you know, Team Falcons able to find a little bit of momentum. It came with Kenji being able to pick off Danny here. And Danny, you know, we've seen the flicker being popped kind of over and over by this Joy, and I think that's just how strong the Joy is. He's able to kind of just move forward onto Danny and pop that flicker, and if he doesn't have flicker, well, he's probably gonna go back to base with a death here. Team Falcon 3-4-3 in the natural objectives, looking to push even more in terms of the advantage. Some pressure coming out from the top side. Should be able to grab up that tower with no problem.
Yeah, a second tower for the side of Team Falcons, and we've seen this before. The overwhelming macro ability from Team Falcons really started to overwhelm the side of Birthright. Mark in trouble there, is able to find a kill onto Smiles with the suppressive fire on the background from Danny, laying down that damage on that Sicilian. But just yet, they're just not able to find any fights in their favor just yet. Given this still is the laning phase, so we haven't really seen a good team fight from them. We probably will see one for this first Lord. They do have Kenji surrounded. Are they going to be able to kind of find the damage on that? Oh, they do get a little bit of, they do find it as they get the taunt onto Kenji, and from the backside, Koba able to find the damage onto Mark. Meanwhile, Levi trying his best to kind of fend off this attack. Koba putting the damage onto Danny. Bat's Feast is out. Levi finds the kill onto Super, but not able to find an escape as Smiles finds his kill onto Levi. 3 and 4, just narrowly in the favor of Birthright.
Yeah, some trades come out from both these teams. I believe was a 2 for 2, and a front line for a front line, a jungle for a jungle. Quite even, but Falcons still hold on to that 3K lead, which, you know, is not going to mean too much as the game goes on. But right now, it's still like half an item for some of the carries here. Here's the thing, Smiles can farm from far away. Kenji looking to trade some spells, does get MLBB to pop that Revitalize, so something of a smart utility not being there. And Smiles here, I feel like he is slowly slipping away from Danny in terms of that gold lead. He's able to farm from far away, and you know, Smiles, he's gonna be able to get those clears quite good.
And they know that Alpha is up at top too, so they're going to be able to get this Lord very easily. Levi was busy trying to take down the CC. MLBB gets taken down by Koba, and things not looking good for Birthright here right now. 4 and 4, and that Lord goes over to Team Falcons.
Yeah, I think it's a big mistake. Levi was not in a good position. Birthright just was not set up and equipped to be able to deal with that Lord burst. And especially with a CC being placed onto that top side. CC is like kind of like that automatically win lane duo. He's just going to try to stretch you apart, and he's able to kind of force Levi to stay up onto the top side here. They're looking for more Alpha. It's going to be the one that gets taken out, but the Lord is marching down on the bot side. So much damage being outputted from the Team Falcons here. Birthright, 3 members down for just an Alpha here.
Yeah, and just like that, Team Falcons find their advantage. Wicked, able to take down an escaping Kenji there. So able to kind of answer back, but man, right now you have no towers on the side of Birthright, and a Lord making its way to the core. Only high grounds left for their side. Wicked struggling, doing the best he can to try to clear out these lanes, and Birthright have yet to be able to find a successful fight in their favor, and now they're starting to lose ground. They're starting to lose all of these objectives, and I don't really know what they can do just yet. 29-34, about a 4K gold lead for the side of Team Falcons, so they're not completely outclassed just yet.
you know, yeah, they're able to find a trade here and there for the side of Birthrights. Yes, it's not convincing, but, you know, the side of Falcon has made a few mistakes here and there, some spells being traded across the board, but you could start to see kind of the story that Team Falcon has decided to draft up with this Novaria pick, right? It's a little bit annoying that they have to deal with the Novaria poke, and now they have to deal with Novaria and Koba. It just makes it together. It just makes it so hard for them to be able to find the right targets, especially the range that Team Falcon has, on top of the pokes and the damage. Birthrights, they have to get the Glorious Pathway onto the Novaria, and then you're looking at a flicker, right? They get onto Koba, you're looking at a flicker. The Baloric is not going to reach anyone onto the backside, and even if Danny and even if Wicked is able to take Super Detective or is able to kill Kenji, there's still so much range, so much poke that they have to figure out.
Ooh, Danny in trouble here, does have to execute that fast feast, but still gets taken down by Kenji with the electrifying beats. I'm kind of curious as to why he face-checked that bush by himself. With somebody sitting in there, they even got the taunt onto him too, with paired up with the Astral Orb. He was down to about 10% health before he even realized what was going on. Smiles with the kill there on to the Lord, and it's going to be another one. I feel the frustration is starting to show from Birthright right now as some of their rotations are starting to get a little sloppier, and this game is starting to slip more and more out of their hands. And you're absolutely right, they can try with the Glorious Pathways, but they've already tried with Koba on the Granger to try to like engage him, and he's still able to outpace him. And this is the problem that you get with these mobility heroes like a Granger, like a Joy, who can disengage, who can kite you back. Every single time you try to engage, they're going to be so quick to get back there, and then Super is going to be able to charge forward, get the taunt on your team, while the rest of Team Falcons is just laying down damage on you.
Well, I think Birthright is seriously just betting on their 2 win conditions from the game number 2, and Glorious Path, I mean, AOG does come down, pushes Birthright back, and they're looking suddenly at extremely hard defense. Both inhibitors down from the side. Team Falcons potentially defending this Lord, trying to get maybe just one more on that mid side.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the pressure that they laid on to that gold lane meant that Wicked is not anywhere near where he needs to be kind of laying on the damage and to be the threat that he was in that last game. And Glorious Pathway has been laid out. Wicked is actually able to find some kill onto Alpha, so that does trigger for the rest of Team Falcons to disengage from this fight. But Wicked, like, not able to get like that big head up that he was able to in the first game, because there was so much pressure from Team Falcons on his lane, which is actually kind of curious to me. I guess because, I mean, you had CC at the top too, so Levi had to make a choice. Is he going to try to support his gold laner, or is he going to try to support his XP laner? And he chose to kind of stay up there to support his XP laner so that CC wasn't absolutely rolling over that lane. However, it allowed Koba to be able to really shine, sitting here at 4-0-1 right now.
And I think not only that, but just the range and the rotation speed. That was kind of different, right? Smiles, top side here, pops the flicker. Bark getting chunked quite low here. Alpha charge being wasted. Is just shooting blanks. Kind of what is that called? Practice shots coming out from both of these sides, just flexing their muscles, not really biting. 14, 15 minutes in here. But again, I feel like the range difference is quite significant when you pair the Granger up with something like a Novaria. You just give, you know, the side of Team Falcons just a lot more map available, and especially when you have dive heavy heroes like Joy and the CC. One sniper from Smiles, and that is kill pressure for that Joy, and when you get that kill pressure, it's hard to defend.
AOG is out, does land on 2 people. Kenji able to find a kill onto Wicked and My Lobby. That's going to be a double kill. That's really going to cost Birthright as Koba finds himself a kill of his own. Danny in trouble, and that is a complete team wipe for Team Falcons and a game 3 going over to Team Falcons.
Game number 3, Team Falcons 13-7 overall scoreboard, 15-minute game. I would say it was pretty convincing. It was pretty mellow, pretty slow watching this match. It felt like Team Falcon just kind of had the slight upper edge. I was a little bit questioning how much impact the Navaria was going to have, but he did quite well. 1-1-9. Super also did well with the 11 assists. I believe he might be that MVP. So shout outs to Super being that front line that Team Falcon really relied on to open up the whole entire map for Koba and Smiles to deal the range damage that was necessary here.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, a great game played by Falcons, but I'm wondering if possibly really leaning on Wicked on this Beatrix was the right choice. I understand he's great, and he actually didn't do bad on Beatrix. It's just it didn't have the effect that it needed to. Would Harith have been better pick up there? Would maybe just not giving up the Granger for that lane? I mean, I understand Wicked is skilled, and Wicked has some great marksmen, but I mean, in all honesty, Granger's just broken. So it's like, it's very hard to play against.
Yeah, there was a possibility of taking the Rithel if they wanted to. Also, if they didn't want the Harith, but Rithel was taken off the board along with Harith here. But again, they tried to rely on their win condition from game number 2, which I think was a good strategy, right? To give them props, Wicked and Danny was exceptional, was excellent, was so good in game number 2. They were such a big backbone that it really pushed Team Falcons off their track. However, Team Falcon is a team, they aren't scared of that. They just decided, you're gonna go with that strategy, we are just going to overcome and adjust to it, and they were able to do so. Wicked, just like you're saying, didn't really find that fire that they had in game number 2, and Danny, we saw him being picked off over and over. A lot of the flickers being traded early on. We didn't even see much of a gold lead coming out from them. So I think, you know, the side of Team Falcons, they found the adjustments. They've 7-0-2. Koba here coming out with the gold lane, 70% kill participation. We've seen success coming out from Granger over and over. I don't know why we're allowing this pick to walk so often, and if we do, why are we not making sure we get something even in return, like the Rithel and the Harith right away?
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. That's what the point I was going to bring up is there needs to be some type of respect paid to some of these prime gold laners out there. I understand the Harith didn't do so great in the last game. I think maybe that might have given them the confidence boost since he was able to take down Harith as the Beatrix. He's like, all right, I'm ready for Granger. Send him on. Let's go. And unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. And honestly, it wasn't even just that Granger overwhelmed. It was that they supported that lane as well to make sure that Wicked was constantly by his tower, constantly getting shut down from the gold and everything over there. And then you had the threat of Gatakacha on the backside as well. So, I mean, he was doing... they did everything that they needed to help make that successful, and that's something that you kind of have to consider. Even if you are the greatest player in that lane, if the other team, it doesn't mean that your team can just leave you alone while the enemy is like just absolutely flooding your lane. So it's something that's going to need to kind of come into play for Birthright as well. And like we were talking about, well, like I've been talking about, is like the handicaps that they kind of give themselves. Harith was wide open there. I feel like that would have been a great pick. However, they would have missed the Belleric as well, but I didn't really feel like Belleric had the effect that it should have as if you were looking at him to be a counter for Joy. We're taking a look here at the stats for Wicked.
Beatrix, Bruno, Harith. In the beginning of SPS for this region, Bruno was huge before they decided to nerf that Malefic gun and also nerfs Bruno range. And Beatrix is a hero that we don't really see a lot of teams pick it head on, especially as much as Wicked does, right? They still want to rely on kind of like the newer heroes, the Arithal, and maybe, you know, something like the Carry and the Moskoff. So Beatrix being brought up into light, Wicked is definitely good, just like you're saying with it. Just fell a little bit short. The Bruno, 2 bans, 8 picks, 40%. Maybe production is telling us that Bruno is an option that is quite excellent and potentially good enough to overpower the Granger and the Harris. So maybe we considered that, maybe not. I think it was just a really well done by most of the members of Falcons. You know, they got the pickoffs that they were looking for, and you know, that Joy getting the retribution, that was like what, 3 for 3, and 2 of them were highly contested.
Yeah, this is an example of, I want to say, Birthright. I felt like right from the beginning was starting to get outplayed by stuff. Whether, like we were talking about, the retributions, the rotations for those side lanes where they needed it. We put a lot of we drafted 2 losing lanes without the ability to cover it. Like without the ability to kind of cover that, which was very interesting to me. It's like, all right, you've got I think they were really expecting it to be a 1v1 between Wicked and the Granger, I guess. But I guess we'll see what kind of adjustments, because I'm actually kind of curious what type of adjustments we need to make. I'm not absolutely sold on the Harith, that the Harith would have won them the game, you know what I mean? Just because, like I said, there was pressure down on that lane, and that's part of the reason that they were able to win and dominate that lane, to get Granger fed so hard, and especially picking up the Joy. If you would have gone Harith, you would have missed the only kind of counter you had to Joy, which they tried with the Belleric, which didn't have as much of an effect as they wanted in the first place.
Well, I think the big issue was Team Falcons just decided to set up these 2 snipers while Birthright showed their card in the roam position early. You pick up the Belleric, and then you add 2 ranges that Belleric is never reaching, right? That's tough when you don't have a frontline set to be able to stop something like the Novaria and the Granger coming out from backside. Grangers already are extremely hard to deal with, and you're adding onto it a little bit more. I feel like that's a small draft issue. But I think Birthright understands that after playing it. This is going to be game number 4, and it does look like both of these teams have the potential to be able to take this next game, potentially game number 4 or even a game number 5. But we'll slow down and just, you know, continue the draft here. Team Falcon, Fanny, Badang, and Louis is going to be taken off the board. Birthright, Matilda, and Zushin. I don't know. I don't think there's anything out of the ordinary here.
Do we ban out the Granger here, allow them to pick up the Harith, which we had success with if we were Birthright? Or do we allow that Granger out there again? Because if you allow that Granger, there needs to be a plan. And yeah, there needs to be a plan. Maybe even we pick up the... Oh yeah, Suyu's not banned as well. So I mean, a few things open right now. kind of contest out there. 7 seconds left.
if it's standard, right? Falcons picks up the Granger. Birthright again has to opt for the Alpha and the Hylos. That's kind of the game plan, and I would suggest them picking up the Harith again once again, right? And if Team Falcons was going off with that game plan, it should be quite standard. Enemy takes the Hylos, we take the Gato Kacha. If enemy takes the Gato Kacha, we deny the other pick away from them. Either slot in that mage or potentially that jungler, kind of like that Joy that Team Falcon was able to win. So yeah, the only difference that I think Birthrights could go for is deny the Joy away. So take the Joy up themselves, give the Alpha, and they still have to choose between the Hylos and the Gato Kacha. Only get one.
I was about to say, yeah, they maybe take away the Joy. Because if you pick up the Alpha and the Harith and the Hylos, what do we have to counter the eventual Joy pick? Because Bellaric's going to be banned out. Gatakacha's going to be picked up by Team Falcons. And you just can't allow a Joy to kind of run amok without some type of CC or taunt to be able to kind of knock them down. I mean... Well, I was gonna say, oh,
that's cool. I forgot about the big man Phoveus. Definitely a strong second pick coming out from Birthrights. This does set Falcom up with a clear direction in whether or not they want to go for the junglers, which they have two great options. They go for the roams, which they have first pick prio over if they want the Gato or the Hylos, and they decide to not go for it. I want to say it's a mistake, Private. This is too early. This is just like game number 3. It's not that good for you to pick it up in the first phase. My opinion.
Well, I guess we're going to find out because I think they're kind of leaving it open. You're going to have a decent amount of mobility on the side. And this, they pick up the Bellaric to counter the Joy, the obvious Joy pickup here from Birthright that's being left open. Which is going to be very interesting to see if it actually performs that way. Because, I mean, in the last game, it really kind of came down into the early game, how well, because we didn't see Bellaric actually countering the Joy as often. It's just because they were so late to some of these objectives. Oh, we're actually going to allow Joy to be banned.
I think the Bellaric is actually quite good against the Phoveus. Phoveus is a type of hero that has to jump onto you, and that allows a Bellaric to get that free ultimate paired up with that first skill. And then you talk about the Xamarin Force coming out from the Harith, right? If the Harith pops that skill and, you know, jumps onto you, the Bellaric also has a pretty good, you know, the ultimate. And Harith is a very short range hero. So it kind of forces Harith to kind of play a little bit more defensively when that Bellaric holds on to the ultimate. Whether or not the Joy comes out, I think it's another thing. But I think Team Falcons, Hayabusa, Joy should be both taken off. Pushing Birthrights pretty much to have no choice. I think leaving one or the other open is going to be a pretty big mistake here. The Sicilian, a little bit of an early pickup. We're looking at, you know, the Eve still being available. And Birthrights having the Harith already gives them enough magic damage. If they even consider the Joy, that's even more magic damage. Now Birthrights, I think they are stuck with a physical only jungler, and without the Hayabusa, which also gets taken off the board and is just so late game heavy, so damage focused, that Birthright, they can't afford to have 3 cores like the Hayabusa, Sicilian, and Harith. That's just too much gold that each one of those heroes are so hungry for.
I mean the jungles, I'm kind of trying to figure out what was the problem with Ling in the first game. Was Ling an actual problem? Because I mean, he actually didn't do terrible. It was just the entirety. It was just the entirety of the focus of the team seemed to be on kills rather than actually getting the objectives down. And I mean, Ling doesn't do bad. I mean, you can get the Tempest of Blades during the turtle fight. You get the Tempest of Blades out there. You match that up with a Retribution, so he's got some room in there. I don't know where we go for a jungler here on the side of Birthright. That isn't going to end up like we saw with the Nolan pickup from Team Falcons or what we saw earlier from Birthright.
I think it's a joy. Potentially, I think the Fredrin could be an option. Again, Birthright has set themselves up in a pickle where they're so heavy on magic damage, right? Cecilian is that late game carry. Harith is also that late game carry. And both of these heroes require a lot of gold. If they add one more person that is either fragile or requires heavy gold, it's a lot of trouble. That's why I recommend something like a Fredrin or something tanky, right? The Akai could possibly be an option. Maybe even like a Barat, right? Add some physical damage, which they're lacking, and add some frontline sustainability. They just have to watch out for that Belric. The Cho gets picked up here. It's interesting. I think the Cho is able to lock down the Granger a little bit more, but I've played the Cho against the Granger matchup, and it's not that fun. The Granger is just so fast, and without the flicker, it's a hard catch. It's a hard job for the side of Birthrights here.
Oh man, and what's is going well for Team Falcons here is the fact that we have so much CC, and because I'm sitting here before I was like, if I'm Wicked on this Harith, I'm waiting for the Wrath of the Dryad to come out, then I'm free to go. Now I have to contend with Avatar the Guardian. Now I also have to wait and be very careful of the Frigid Glacier that's going to come out if I'm going to lay down the Zaman Forest. There's so many answers that if I lay it down, I'm guaranteed to get CC'd by one of these guys, one of three of these ultimates to come out, if it's not going to be Alpha's Charge.
You know, I was looking at Team Falcons comp and I'm like, two heavy physical damage dealers and a magic tank. What could be great? And they pretty much, for me, filled their draft up perfectly with two more magic damage dealers. And you mentioned it. What went wrong with the Ling? Ling comes out to play. I don't know if that is the correct option. Again, in terms of the meta in the jungle, yes, damage focus seems to work well in this region. But when you got so many people that is so hungry for gold, it's a little bit tough for me to be convinced here.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to find out, especially because, well, I mean, the Ling has the potential to bait out abilities. He comes in off of that Finch pose, puts some damage on, and then maybe baits out Frigid Glacier, maybe baits out some of these abilities that he can pretty much use his Tempest of Blade to get out of. But that's really relying, because Ling, especially in the early game, he's not gonna be, he doesn't have that ability to really one-shot people. He's waiting for his team to whittle them down. Then he's going to come in. He's going to get those kill steals. He's going to be able to clean up afterward. And right now, I don't know what we have, especially in the early game, that's really going to be able to whittle them down to a point that Ling's going to be able to kind of come in and clean up. So it's a hard pressed match, and this is, I mean, this isn't impossible. For Birthright, I've talked about this before. They have these drafts that I'm not usually that I wouldn't have chosen for myself, but they show that they have such an immense amount of skill to be able to make it work that it's one of those things that it's very hard to judge. You can't just really go off of what you have on paper when it comes to some of their drafts.
you know, you think about Falcons draft and you're like, if the mage falls off, they got some magic damage, right? They got the Gato Kacha, they got the Belleric. Does some magic damage. If the jungler or the marksman, each one of them falls off, God forbid both, they still have the physical damage, right? It's either the alpha or the Granger, right? There's gonna be that mixed damage, but when you take a look at Birthright's comp, I kind of started to chuckle because it's kind of the same story being played on. It's this like, they get stuck in their draft where only physical damage was the Phoveus before the Ling came in. They had two heavy magic damage dealers. It could be that Falcom was pushing the draft into those two picks very smartly, right? It could just be that this is the type of draft that Birthright is comfortable with. We've seen success on the Sicilian, so we know that they could do it well. However, let's say if the Ling falls off, the Phoveus is not going to be able to deal that much physical damage for them to be able to get that mixed damage in, and the potential of Ling falling off is there, right? And if the mages fall off, if one of them don't have gold, well, Sicilian ain't going to be doing damage, and the Harith ain't gonna be doing the burst that they're looking for. But it seems like we are taking a small detour back into the draft. The Sicilian is gonna be picked up in the very first phase. I wonder what's gonna be different here.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering where. I mean, that sometimes happens with with tournament lobbies, and sometimes it doesn't allow you to pick what you're trying to, so it has to be reset. So, but I'm very curious as to where the draft went awry for either of these teams. To what they were looking for to pick up here, especially because, like we said, that last jungle pickup for the side of Birthright, and especially because they went with the Joy was still open, right? And they went with the Ling anyway, so maybe it's just that they don't feel comfortable with the Joy. I do know that I want to say before a couple months ago, there wasn't an overabundance of Joy users on this in EU, just because I want to say it really hadn't flowed well for them. Ooh, Hilda picked up for the side of Team Falcons. So it seems like at the beginning of the second round of picks is where we kind of went awry. So we're kind of reorganizing those picks here now.
Yeah, so instead of the Chow, Mark is gonna be picking up this Ling, and now they go for the Hilda. They went for the Gato Kacha before, so it was kind of like a 3 damage, 2 physical comp. Now they add this Hilda, which is gonna be rotating faster than Phoveus, that's for sure. In terms of the team fight potential, Phoveus is going to be much better. In terms of defending the jungle, Hilda is going to have some advantage. So some strengths, some weaknesses. Now this adds something unique. It's a physical damage dealer, roamer, that does have an impact early on. However, it's a counterintuitive hero when paired up with Sicilian, because you really don't want to clear that lane with the first skill. You want to let Sicilian be able to stack up. So I do want to see how Mark is going to be playing this. One thing is for certain is that the Grok should be able to give the Ling enough space early on to, you know, safely do his rotations a few times.
Yeah, I was about to say that I think the big thing here is that Grok is going to try to protect Ling from the offense that we're going to have from the Hilda trying to invade his jungle, or some of the prio that happens from that mid lane, because you definitely don't want Grok clearing out the lane for Sicilian, who wants to get as many stacks as possible. That was the first thing that kind of went. I was like, I'm happy to see Grok. I'm a little odd about how quickly he clears out mid, while Sicilian's going to be standing there like, what was that, bro? Especially when he wants to get all of those stacks that he needs.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, game number 4 between Team Falcons and Birthrights here. This has been a brutal and tough series for us as casters, and definitely I know it's been tight for you guys as viewers out here. Birthright's trying to find a way to be able to dive back into this match, but Team Falcon with a little bit of win behind their back, looking to press forward and close out this series.
Oh my God! And Alpha just runs right through my lobby to get to the to get to the orange buff there. Get some vision on there. Levi's gonna be able to clean that up there while Super is at the bottom here, contesting with a mark over that jungle creep as well. So I mean, already starting to see the invade coming out from Team Falcons, but not effective just yet.
Well, if we take a look at the draft, right, I want to say Harith and Granger quite on the same tier. Okay. Ooh,
Oh my goodness!
He does get the damage out, but I think if you're able to pop that Tempest of Blade before the very first objective even spawns, as an assassin user, you have already lost the objective. It's gone. You don't have a chance to be able to go with it. Look at it. Yeah, Alphas should be able to take this with no problem. Ling is not going to look to contest it.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate too. That Revitalize that came out was the only thing that kept them up, because that was so close for them to be taken down there. I mean, maybe a little bit of a misread from the side of Birthright there about how much damage exactly he could do out there. That Revitalize saving lives, and it ends up kind of costing them twofold there, because they do lose the objective too.
I will also comment that I don't think the Ling is good in any way against a Beleric. I just don't think the mechanic is good, right? Like, you're jumping on top of the Beleric. Beleric can ult into, you know, a lot of taunt and CC, and once you're caught out, you're done. You've done goofed. So it's hard for me to find what Birthright is going to be good at. But the one thing that is more interesting is that if the Grok was able to soak up a good amount of spells in CC, which is his job, right? Let's say he gets the Alpha Charge. Let's say he gets the Aurora to push some spells out. Then I think Birthrights may be able to find some success. But so far, if an assassin is not able to get some kills on the opposite side of map, if he's not able to secure the objective, which against a fighter he shouldn't be able to, so the only job he has is to get some kills on the opposite side of map, and it's not happening so far.
Ooh, just like Alpha's coming in from the backside, looking for the flank onto Levi, locks onto him, looking for the damage as the Tempest of Blades comes out, and Levi's gonna have to dash himself to the bush. I believe they stole his purple from him.
Potentially. But I mean, this is still kind of that situation where, you know, you bring up quite often where you have the Hilda against the assassin, and it's just not a fun time for that assassin user.
Yeah, especially now my lobby's coming in with the Demonic Force, putting it on to, we do have the Revitalize out. It's not going to be enough to save Super. A first blood coming for the side of Birthright. Is this going to be enough? Oh, Alpha Charge comes out there as Wicked dashing to the side. My lobby finds a kill onto Koba in the back lane. Wicked dashes away, and another kill onto Kenji. 3 kills unanswered for the side of Birthright.
This is like outplay versus outplay. Wicked almost died right there, but the over initiation coming out from Falcons, they thought they were gonna be up ahead in that, but Birthright's gonna be the one that takes care of business. 3-0 is on the board. Team Falcon still ahead in terms of the gold, but this is pretty much what Birthright really needs to be able to get back into these games. A few kills here to snowball them into more of an even match. They're able to pick up the objective, able to get 3 kills. If they can get just a few more kills, that might just set them up.
Ooh, the Wrath of Dryad comes out there as the Demonic Force comes in, trying to lock down on Smiles. And then there is Kenji there with the Alpha Charge to be able to kind of force back and get the kill kill onto Birthright, putting them on the board with 1 kill.
You know, that Belleric against the Phobias was like a 5-second CC chain, and that was kind of exactly what I thought was going to happen when the Belleric was being slotted in, when he saw instantly that the Herald and the Phobias was in there. Now, Team Falcons with the macro plays again, Hilda onto the top side. Ling cannot deal with him himself, and it doesn't seem like the Phobias wants to deal with the Hilda. So Alpha, I feel like it's the presence of this Hilda is just giving Birthright a big headache so far.
Yeah, and they've lost 2 things here too, because you've lost that top tower because you didn't want to deal with the Hilda. Now you have a Ling who's going to be suffering because Hilda's going to be running all over his jungle on that side. So that's pretty much no orange buff for the side for Levi here during these engagements, as we kind of put some pressure in there at mid. There's going to need to be something special happening. As I say that, down at the bottom, they're trying to put some pressure on to this bottom gold lane. My lobby taking some hits there from Koba as they're readjusting their Alpha, looking for an opportunity just yet. It doesn't have its super taken down to about 10%. Oh, they do find a kill onto my lobby. Kenji there, as Danny's gonna have to use that flicker. Oh, just narrowly misses a Death Sonata Smile from the side, looking for an angle. They're gonna lock onto Mark, who uses his wild charge to get out of harm's way.
Yeah, I mean, this is like Team Falcons winning on all fronts. It is a 2K gold lead, but you could look at the map pressure, right? Each one of Team Falcons is just able to grab whatever vision that they want, and it's just due to the composition that Falcon has set themselves up with, right? The Hilda, it was such a good pick, especially against the Ling. And against the Phobias, he also does well in lane. Phobias doesn't even want to go home there, and he's getting chunked quite low.
Yeah, very low. And the fact that he's not going to be able to join this fight. Wrath Dryad is out, and there goes the Frigid Glacier. Is going to take down Wicked. Koba with the finishing touches there. Meanwhile, I mean, you have Levi trying to do his best to kind of split push, get some type of farm onto his side. You can see the rest super here trying to put the pressure onto this purple buff, as the rest of the Team Falcons putting the pressure on to mid lane. Levi able to pick up his purple, and right now it's starting to get eke out of their control. Koba with just some auto attacks able to take down the tier 2 tower at bottom.
Yeah, Koba is super happy with the situation right now. He has about like a 1.2, 1.3k gold lead, and it's just gonna get more and more, right? This mid tower is potentially gonna be the next one that falls. Team Falcons pretty much with full control over the map.
Oh, what a flicker into a Frigid Glacier. Catches 3 members of a Team Falcons. Levi finds a kill onto Smiley in the back end. Wicked's gonna have to dash his way to safety. They do find a Frigid Glacier. They do find a kill. It lands on 3 members. Danny goes down, but they are able to find the Levi, able to kind of get to the back line, able to take down Smile as well. So they're able to answer back. However, they are losing towers here. And from what we've seen in the first game, how important it is. Oh, they have Kenji trapped out 4-on-1. This is an old-fashioned mugging here, and down goes Kenji. Rest of the team comes in for the answer. This might have been the opportunity that they're looking for, as Alpha goes down, now trying to put the damage on Koba, who is able to kite back while taking down Mark on his way out.
Okay, Birthright's able to keep the gold lead not too much apart, right? 3K, 9 minutes in. It's I would say it's good news for the side of Birthrights, especially since there's so many members that are so gold hungry on the side of Birthrights. The longer the game goes, the more money that Wicked, Levi, and Danny has, the better the Birthright is going to be. And that is the strength of Birthright's comp. If they get into that super late game, each one of their members is going to be a headache to deal with. My lobby on this Phobias, you do not want a full item Phobias jumping on top of you, and that's not even counting the 3 carries. However, Team Falcons, they have the lead. They potentially have the map pressure to be able to, you know, decide if they want to do these objectives or not, or if they just want to find a split push and waste their time. I think Team Falcons, that's their strength. They have control over this mid game where Birthrights really don't want to fight that much.
Yeah, and speaking of the split push, I mean, doing a great job is Alpha, able to kind of counter the Ling split push. We have a fight here. Alpha coming in from the back line, locking onto Danny. Koba finds a kill onto Mark, still laying out the suppressive fire with that Death Sonata. Alpha running for the hills. Levi comes in, finds the kill, is able to take him down, has the Tempest Blades on the Kenji, is going to dash up to the side. Rest of the team comes in for the escape. One down for the side of Team Falcons, one down for the side of Birthright, as the rest of Team Falcons turning their attention to this Lord. That means, and especially now that Levi is not in a position, he's going to still try to put some pressure up at the top lane, take himself a tower, at least answer this with something.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 1-for-1 trade, but a Ling without ultimate typically means a team without the objective. And Kenji recognizes that, just bursts down the Lord with no questions asked. You know, Team Falcons up now. They did trade a kill, but Ling pops the Tempest of Blade once again. A big ultimate. Now, not having that for the defense and not even having the option to get a blue buff. Birthright is not in a good situation right here.
He's got the potential on the Ling. He's doing so well when it comes to kind of getting in, weaving his way in, getting those dashes and finding the kills. But I mean, they're just being overwhelmed on all fronts here too. Now top tower is going to be going down. It's not much for Mark to be able to do here, as Koba just stands there, auto attacks it down. Lord at the bottom lane, keeping Wicked busy as the rest of Team Falcons force their way through the mid tower.
Big towers coming out from the side of Team Falcons, able to kind of take care of the outer side, but here, woohoo!
Comes in with a Tempest of Blades, is able to take down Koba, and then leaves. This is what I was talking about. The skill is there. Levi has it. It's just that they're so overwhelmed right now that he's able to find these little tiny mistakes that come out. You saw Koba got caught by the Sanguine Claws. As soon as Levi finds it, he springs in the action, is able to get the kill, and then dive himself out of harm's way. It's just that we need to find these opportunities during the team fights as well, and not depend on Team Falcons making that mistake.
Well, Team Falcons, they, again, for me, it just feels like they have this mid-game in control. They get to decide if they want to fight or not. Birthright is kind of more or less looking for the mistakes, waiting for Danny to farm up, waiting Levi to get to full items, waiting for Wicked to also get some gold. So Team Falcons, with the lead.
Oh, and Danny is in trouble. Frigid Glacier is out there as well. Mark, it might be down for the count. He's gonna have to use that wild charge defensively to get away. Wicked trying to put some damage on to slow them down. Alpha on the backside, looking to put the damage on, is not able to find it just yet. Wicked comes in, but the rest of Team Falcons secure the escape.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what's going on, right? Team Falcons, they want to fight, they find the pickoff, and they do get it, and it's a priority target onto Danny. They barely unable to get Mark, and right here, my lobby, flickering out. That's 3 flickers that are being popped from Birthrights on this objective, but Ling, on the backside, Levi getting a lot of tower damage onto the bot side, has to disengage here, but is the damage already done? Is it too late?
Oh, he gets frozen. He was looking for a way to try to come in there, but they read it so well. Smile knows exactly the pathing that he was going to take. Comes in as soon as he touches down onto that Finch pose, onto that ledge. He was right there to find the freeze onto him, knocks him off the wall, and the Lord goes to Team Falcons again.
Now, tipping point for me, Private, we saw in the last siege that Team Falcons actually ended up getting picked off. This time around, it's a little bit later, which means Sicilian, Parrot, and also Levi has a lot more gold. And with a 3 carry team, the later the game goes, the more damage they're going to be dealing. And if Team Falcons is unable to convincingly get some advantages on this objective, I think it might might be a little bit of an issue that Team Falcons really have to play quite careful. They get the top side tower. Can they get a little bit more, or is this it?
Yeah, and that's the thing, is we're starting to scale into the late game where I want to say Birthright have put a whole ton of their Sanguine Claws come out there. Frigid Glacier is out to Malphon to kill onto Danny. Tempest the Blades comes out as well. Koba finds the kill onto My Lobby. That is 2 down for the side of Birthright. Wicked trying the best he can to put the damage on to Kenji and does find the kill eventually up there. Wicked gets taken down by Alpha. Mark down, has to go back to recharge at the base. 4 members of Team Falcons trying to put the pressure on here. Are they going to be able to find this defense? Birthright fighting for their survival in this tournament. Koba finds a kill. Levi is down, and Team Falcons will be moving on through their victory over Birthright.
Congratulations to Team Falcons, able to take this game number 4, a 3-1. A great series played out from both of these teams, but it definitely felt like Team Falcon came into this match just a little bit more level-headed, right? They're able to find drafts that forces Birthrights to kind of play in a weird situation where it's either they have too much magic or too much physical, and they force these drafts upon Birthrights. Game number 4 is kind of a similar story as the few games that they won before. It was a clean victory from start to finish. They had leads, and they were just the better team in this series.
Yeah, big hats off to how well. I mean, I understand why Levi picked up the Ling, because he's actually very good on it. It's just like I said, the overwhelming macro and team fighting ability from Falcons was too much. You can't survive on the pickoffs alone. You need to be able to kind of enforce the will and get some of these objectives, get these turtles, and the Granger, a big problem for the side of Birthright as well. But Falcons here, an amazing job, especially the pick for the Hilda. A great pick up there as well. Put a ton of pressure onto the jungler, onto the top lane, to the point that it didn't even My Lobby didn't want any part of that up at top, which allowed Alpha to really push up at top. And I mean, that was a huge, gaping wound for the side of Birthright.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a job well done by the side of Team Falcon, but I also feel like Birthrights did put up a pretty decent fight. This series really tested how deep the hero pools that Team Birthright had in their pocket. It just didn't end up working out in their favor. However, there was so much to be learned here, and especially in their marksmen, right? Wicked here performing quite well on the Beatrix was a very big surprise. He's also done quite well in plenty of other heroes. We saw the Moskov in the very first series, and this time around he was looking to have the same success here, just fell a little bit short. Team Falcons definitely the better team in this series. The draft looked nice, the micro was good, and the macro was most definitely their strongest point.
Yeah, and that kind of comes out, and this is one of the things I've been harping on when it comes to teams like Birthright. They have such an amazing skill when it comes to the micro, when it comes to the skill level that is needed for the 1v1s, for those awesome highlight plays, but it needs to be put together like Team Falcons have been able to when it comes to the macro, when it comes to deciding whether you're going to take these fights that focus on winning the Lord fight, and then a fight after that to kind of push up some towers there. Koba from Team Falcons here, the gold laner with the MVP. It's no surprise, especially on a Granger. 83% kill participation, 5, 2, and 5.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. The Granger impact was quite good. He played cleanly all game. He was able to set his team up with success without dying too much, dealing, I do believe, the highest damage on that team. So, great game coming out from Team Falcon. A great series and close by the Eagles. Talk about closing. beautiful host Liz coming back onto the desk.
Yeah, unfortunately, Birthright, this is the last of them. We saw them continue to prove themselves throughout the challenge season, but all the teams here at the challenge finals are the strongest of the regions, and they've shown today exactly why they're here. And we wish the best luck for every single team, and they will move forward as we will have Snapdragon Pro Series season 7 for the other teams, and for the 3 teams that will be making it to the Mobile Masters. Today we saw Birthright versus Incendio, where Incendio moved to the upper bracket finals, and then Papara SuperMassive in a match that's unstreamed actually took down Falcons, and they faced up against Incendio Supremacy, and Incendio Supremacy right now is in the grand finals upper bracket, and Falcons versus Papara SuperMassive will be the match that we start off tomorrow.
Yeah, a little bit of a possible redemption for Team Falcons. Whatever mistakes were made in that first game, they're sure to try to close up those holes, those little cracks in their armor as they take on the rematch against Papara SuperMassive.
What is this?
Oh man, these stickers from production, it's quite
the
beautiful.
wall of shame, guys.
You know, you can't say it's a wall of shame, because Papara definitely came out with a bang and blew a lot of expectations off of us. We even got to see some Hellcurt actions, right? So Papara SuperMassive, definitely a team to watch out for. I'm excited to see how they perform up when they're going to be going up against the other different region. We've seen Fireflex do well. We've seen Falcons go far. Now is the Owls going to get their supermassive buffs here?
They will have their supermassive debut on the world stage in Jakarta, Indonesia for the Mobile Masters. And more importantly, tomorrow we actually get to see them fight up against Falcons again and get to see exactly what happened there against Falcons and why they were able to dominate throughout the series. But nonetheless, the prize pools will still be $20,000 for the first team, $10,000 for the second place, $6,000 for third place, and $3,000 for fourth place. Now, that does mean that Birthright right now is leaving the tournament with $3,000 in their pocket. Not too bad. They're the fourth place of this tournament, but the rest of the 3 teams, we're still yet to see how they do and how much money they take home. Now, for schedules, tomorrow we will have Papara versus Team Falcons in the lower bracket finals, and whoever wins that will move on to face up against Incendio Supremacy in the champion of this challenge final.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing set of games tomorrow. Today already was filled with teams that, and like you brought up, none of us guessed for Papara SuperMassive, but that just shows how much they defied expectations to rise above the rest and really give us a shocker. A shock almost as powerful as that Hellcurt in the gold lane that we also saw today. I'm looking forward. I had a blast here casting with these matches, but I'm looking forward to even more surprises and excellence tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely going to have a lot of replay moments, I think, for Papara, and even Falcon's gonna have a headache just watching those matches and be like, what actually went on? How should we do this? Regardless, the excitement for today is pretty much coming to an end, but tomorrow, that's where kind of the real fun starts. We get to see these teams match up against each other. You know, I can't wait, Liz.
Yeah, we get to see our 3 representatives for EU, MENA, and Turkey. Well, now it's MENA and Turkey move their way to Mobile Masters, and we get to see them clash against one another tomorrow for the challenge finals. Now, make sure you guys follow us on our social medias and follow us at ESL Mobile on X, Instagram, and Facebook, and Snapdragon Pro Series on Discord. Now, I feel like our casters already said their last words. It's been a hell of a run today. It's been exciting for everyone. I hope you guys enjoyed watching the show. We'll see you at the same time tomorrow.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The original, sensational, could be too good for you. Everyone wants a piece of this. Watch me drive up to the Hollywood Hills, always dressed up in my high heels. Everybody wants to have my life, 'cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. Everyone wants to follow me, follow, but they can't beat me. The original, sensational, could be too good for you. Everyone wants a piece of this. Watch me drive up to the Hollywood Hills, always dressed up in my high heels. Everybody wants to have my life, 'cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. Wanna move like I move. Wanna step in my shoes. Gonna need to bring your A game if you step in my lane. 'Cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. The original, sensational. Everyone wants a piece of this. So beautiful.